and gentlemen, the winner of this contest.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in two places at once. You'll be live like my favorite movie. Time Gone. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. It's Sunday sermon. I am Pastor Phil Marks here. How's it going? We are gathered here this Sunday to confess our sins and get into some pro wrestling and some hot goss. And I'm a little tired. I'm moving a little slow, a little Robetronic today. We're going to get through it, though. Sundays we're usually chilling. Last night I was at a birthday party, and I was like, I'm not even going to get home in time or be coherent enough to speak. No, it wasn't. But it was a good time. And I'm here and ready to rock. And I know it's an early, weird Sunday show, but I still got to do my weekend live show. I can't leave you guys waiting for PWT. And I know you guys are all wondering what I have to say about a lot of the shit that's been going on. I'm kind of glad I waited till today because last night there was a bunch of bullshit going on at Collision, I guess. And so we're going to talk about that, which I'm incredibly excited for. So on Collision, as you guys can see from the title, Tony Khan this past Wednesday, he stole the national title, which we made fun of a little bit, but there's been some outcry and a lot of people voicing their opinions and their thoughts on that and going after Tony Khan for that. So we're going to cover some of that. We also have Nixon Newell and Miranda Alizé. I always forget her goddamn name. I call her like Alex. I'm like, what's her name again? Alexis. Just butchering it. It's Miranda Alizé. Okay. And so they walked out of Collision, I guess, which is funny. And Luke Menzies, a.k.a. Ridge Holland, epic fail. Okay. And I used his name Luke Menzies there to give him all the respects. But his epic fail, because that whole GoFundMe shit and all the virtue signaling online blew up in everyone's faces. I got to be honest. Like, we'll get into it. We're going to cover it all. We have some miscellaneous news, of course. I don't know if you guys saw Dave Meltzer's epic meltdown. So on Thursday, obviously, we're going to cover that. That will be primarily. And again, I'm shaving down the segments. There's stuff already where I'm like, okay, we're going to leave this. We'll talk about this in AEW news, for those shows, because 2.5 and shit, it's so long. I thought the Dave Meltzer segments were going to end up being like an hour and a half, but when you let it accumulate over a week, it's so much funny shit. But and especially with Brian, because he's been like, how do you explain it? He's just had faux outrage lately. He's like, he knows what he's doing. They're like clip baiting and shit, not click baiting, but clip baiting. They're fishing for like reactions and shit, which is funny. They're getting them, I don't know if the 50% off subscriptions are indicators that shit's working, but whatever. So we're going to talk a bit about that because it bleeds over, but obviously Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, we're going to fucking go off on him for all of that. Right on the last episode of DMW as well, I was like, Dave's kind of having some base takes here. I think he's doing this because he knows like all this egg that's been on his face lately and on his head lately. Like I think he's trying to save face a little bit here and not come across so egregious, because he knows a lot of other shit's going to start blowing up in his face. And then boom, he just had a full-blown meltdown because he can't help it. He can't fucking help himself. So that shit is hilarious. Just seeing him, people are pointing out how he's like leaving out. Someone said it in chat, I think. Sorry, I will check in with chat. I need to do my little speech here before we get started, right? So let's see here. Where are we? Someone said, I don't know, I can't, but in chat, someone was like, listen, he's not saying doesn't include the max numbers or whatever. Yeah, of course he's not anymore. He's just going to weasel his way out of fucking, and that's why he was fair about those SmackDown ratings a little bit, because he tricked everybody for 1 week, for 1 day only. No, he can't trick anybody. We all see through the bullshit, but he's like, SmackDown's doing okay, because he knows he's going to start like backtracking and walking back shit. And then he doesn't like make a bunch of, this is the problem, right? This is the problem. So he will say, he will be condescending and be a complete and utter dickhead to like 1 million fucking people with 1 million tweets about being a dick about like this and that. And then when that shit changes, he won't walk any of it back. He won't apologize to people. He won't go on his Twitter and make 1 million tweets saying, yeah, this was fucked, this was fucked, this was fucked, this was fucked. He won't do that, but then he'll start condescending again when you call him on it, and then he'll say like, oh, I wrote about it in the Observer, you didn't read. Well, I explained that all and why I actually am not wrong, or I actually corrected but it's in there, and I'm just going to condescend you more. I'm not going to be like, yeah, my bad. Like, for instance, my bad. The other day I misspoke too on this show. Here, watch this. I'll do a correction right here. The Zootopia cast, I was like, it's a boy and a girl. That's incorrect. So there you go. There's some WWE superstars in Zootopia too. Okay. And so that was it. It's not a boy, it's not a guy and a girl. It's two of the same sex. Okay, guys, let's get into let's get into some shit. Let me check in with chat. We got miscellaneous news, and then we're on at such a weird time. It's like Sunday during the day. Who's gonna listen to this? I don't know. People will catch it on replay. Member Monday show also is going to be a fun one. It's going to go down during the day as well, but I always pull through with the member shows. But we're not going to watch Raw together tomorrow. During the day, we're going to just do some fun shit, okay, that I got planned. And I have another, the other thing I wanted to say too. Well, I'll formally do that. I'll formally make an announcement on that. Okay, so let's get just not right now. Actually, sorry, that was a little teaser, I guess. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe. I don't anticipate many people even tuning into this goddamn show today, to be honest, because it's just out of the blue. Didn't really announce it or anything. And hope you all had a good last night. It was good for me to kind of decompress too. You throw a curveball, you switch up the feng shui of how the routine a little bit, and it's nice. I don't know, I just be like watching Stranger Things right now, or like writing or editing right now, so it's good to just fucking be chilling with you guys as well, and I'm kind of glad, like, the universe works in weird ways, because this Nixon Newell shit, like, we would have missed it, I wouldn't have even picked up on it until the next day. Then we would have had to wait till Wednesday. So this is funny. So vote in the poll. Okay. Vote in the poll if you guys think that Nixon Newell was correct in her assessment. Okay, our Rabid Wolverine LC Killer 17 has been a member for 15 months and super chats in for 5. Guys, you can super chat in or gift memberships or become a member, 99 cents. I do bonus shows every week. And then patrons, I'll do like a light sizzle, but patron, there's going to be a Patreon only show that goes on Patreon only. Okay, coming up, but I'll do like a formal thing for all of that. AEW hits so much problem, AEW has so much problems, but the IWC decides to ignore it and just complain about WWE. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of that lately, but there's a section of the IWC who are like, damn, these people just complain really hard about AEW all the time, and yeah, they do. They really fucking do. But it's why, like, here's the thing. Well, we're going to talk about it with Nixon Newell, but like, why are wrestlers walking out and refusing not to not lose and shit? It's because shit's got to make sense to them. We're going to break that all down today. Ray J's World 6852 has been a member for 5 good goddamn months. Spectacular. I acknowledge you, members.
Acknowledge me.
Or hit like, hit subscribe, leave a comment. Okay, we're about across X, YouTube. We're getting into like 100. I just kind of babble till everyone files in. I know you're coming, but let's get into stuff. About 100 watching both channels and X. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let's just start rolling here. So we have miscellaneous news here. We're going to rip through some of this. Scully Vibes chimes in here before we get into it. Member for 18 months. What's the vibes? Is fall 2025 is so met all around, like for wrestling. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're not wrong, but it's because people enjoy fall and they start like doing shit. People start getting in the holiday cheer. There's like really good sports on and shit. The CFL, it's the playoffs. Right, the Rough Riders are taking on the Alouettes in the Canadian Football League and for the Grey Cup, and that's fucking awesome. So there was a playoff game yesterday too. It's like there's just so much going on. It's like wrestling, okay, especially in the streaming era. This is why wrestling transitioned to streaming. Well, they'll just watch it when they watch it. Hendry wins that scene attorney. Yo, we're gonna talk about SmackDown. I have it pulled up here. We're going to like review it, or just like quickly, I'm going to give my rundown, but like, yeah, I have a couple theories on that. A couple Austin theories. Oh,
come on now, Eric.
And Nixon and her GF are tripping. Make all your TV time count. We want Hendry. There you go. It's a great take. Shout out Scully Vibes. Thanks for that, dude. Thanks for your membership, man. Okay. Let's do some news, though. I know some people are waiting for news. Some people, all of y'all. And here we go. Where's Barrett? Let's get into this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, chat, who remembers Eva Marie? Okay. She was all red everything. Now she rocks the pink and the gold. The last I saw her, she popped up in like this I mean, obviously, if you follow her on Instagram and shit, she like works out, and she had her husband, who is of course on that show, Total Divas, with her and whatnot. I saw the last I remember her popping up where I was like, oh, that's weird. I didn't expect to see her. She was in like a Rain Energy, which is like a brand of energy drink, and Rain Energy ad. And the only reason I saw it is because they also sponsored Brendan Schaub, and it was on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. So shout out the homeless cats. But Eva Marie breaks her silence on divorce and reveals why she told no one. So she didn't tell anybody that she got divorced from this dude she's been with for a long time, and he was on that WWE reality show Total Divas. So she had this to say. You would think that like I would be if you look at my personal life. It's like quite chaotic, but yet I'm the most peaceful I've ever been. Even before I filed for divorce, I didn't tell a soul. The only person that I talked to, and this was after I sat with it for quite some time, were my parents. So she's close with her parents. Listen, none of that shit matters. Ultimately, she ends up saying in this interview that she doesn't rule out a WWE return. That's another thing she noted. Now, it raises the question, do you take a third chance on her? Like, what has she learned since then? She hasn't been in the ring. She's just been, like, working out and doing Instagram ads and shit. But, you know, she was fairly popular. Like, I mean, at the time, there were a lot of people who hated on her and were like, this is bullshit. But those were the sickos and the wackos, man. Like, the general audience didn't mind when like her top was popping off and shit. And I'm not saying we got to do that. Yeah, Vince McMahon, have your top pop off. Yeah, like, you know, she didn't got to be doing that. But she hasn't. Me personally, I don't want to see her come back. I liked her on Total Divas. She kind of stirred the shit up. People were jealous of her and shit. So if you're into that reality show world, I mean, she was an interesting character on that show. But as far as like, and then she started picking it up in NXT a little bit. I mean, people, they just weren't really fucking with her. I mean, she was a diva, you know. She was more like even the Bellas wrestle better than her and shit, you know. And that's not even trying to knock. Nikki Bella's been doing good, honestly. She's been hanging in there, even though she's doubting herself a lot on her podcast. But either way, Eva Marie, I don't want to see her come back because she hasn't been in the ring grinding. Whereas like there's been some other names, you know, we see a lot of legends or people like, hey, I'd make a return. And it's like, yeah, I would watch someone who's been in the ring, you know, get another push or make somewhat of a comeback, or, you know, an older wrestler. I don't know how old she is, but either way. Speaking of comebacks here, well, speaking of legends here, ECW icon Raven diagnosed with multiple personality disorders after getting sober. So that's unfortunate, but he also has like a narcissistic disorder and all this shit like that too, which a lot of people who know Raven are like, yeah, of course, you know, that's obviously. But they say he's a genius at the same time. So it's like, if he didn't find pro wrestling, Raven would have been like a serial killer or something. Bray Wyatt, speaking of geniuses, so Bray Wyatt gets a invitational tournament named after him by the Hernando Wrestling Club. A high school wrestling tournament in Florida will pay tribute to Bray Wyatt by holding the Wyndham Rotunda Memorial Invitational. So that's awesome, and that's like an amateur wrestling thing. On the Coach and Bro, Scarlett sort of makes a face here when Karrion Kross says something and kind of blows up his spot. Let's take a look at this.
Did they shift how they treated you or brought you in or used you or anything like that?
No, I wouldn't say so, no.
Really?
I didn't think so. I think, so like...
Did they shift how they treated you or brought you in or...
So just one more time. Look at how she perks up.
Used you or anything like that.
And she looks at him, be honest. And like, I don't want to stretch it and make just to make an analogy. It's like some guy's like, hey, fuck you, goofball. And then you're like, all right, let's just walk away. And then your girl's like, fucking fuck you, asshole. Then you got to fight this guy. It's almost like that's what she's doing. That's like an extreme, right? But she's like, go ahead, say it. And he's like, no, it's cool. I don't want to burn bridges. And she's like, are you fucking kidding me? She just blew up his spot right here, dude.
No, I wouldn't say so. No.
Really? Really? Girl. You know, let your man have his, look at his face. He's like, yo, shut the fuck up. What are you trying? Like, Jesus Christ.
I didn't think so. I think,
come on. So like, he's like, come on. He's like, yo, this is public. This ain't our private fucking what are you going to blow the spot up now? Like, we could still go back there and work. Like, don't you want to, like, I'll write there one day. I write shit and stuff, girl. Don't be blowing my shit up. Like, what's going on here? And that's the thing. A lot of people put blame, maybe not a lot. I don't know. I'm just speaking in generalities here. It's a live show. We're having fun. So, you know, people, you see this discourse here and there that she kind of fucked his shit up as far as like, oh, they used me as a pawn to fucking get a deal with him. And it's like, well, yeah, the act is you and him. Look what they're doing with Black and Zelina. How about Black being in the WWE title picture? Whoa. They just, dude, they're fucking, we're going to get into that with SmackDown, but they're slapping Tony Khan around. And this is like, they're doing what Cross and Scarlett could have been doing or were about to start doing had they re-signed or something. So either way, you know, they're not going to keep just Scarlett and then just Cross, and they're also not going to offer her a deal, and then not Cross rather, and then they're not going to offer her a deal that she can levy to like AEW or somewhere else and then get more money so that he can look at her deal and go, oh, well then if you want her for this, like I want to be like, you guys know what I mean? They're already doing so much by keeping you guys as a couple there, like knowing you're a package deal. So yes, like Scarlett, they will keep just him or the both of you, but they don't want just you. And they don't want to fuck up the negotiations and get stuck with just you. Now that might be rude, but like, goddamn, don't blow up Cross's spot. Like, look at this one more time.
They shift
this
how
is
they
cringe through and
treated
through,
you or brought you in or used you or anything like that.
No, I wouldn't say so. No.
Really?
I didn't think so. I think so. Like,
and like, yeah, Vince misused the company. He misused the company plane and the company finances and the company fucking, you know, the television. He misused a bunch of shit for sure. He misused Cross and tried to ego check him. But, you know, Cross is sitting there like, dude, quit fucking blowing up my spot. Speaking of which, Scarlett says she and Cross are currently making more money than they were in WWE right now on the indies.
Are you sure about
that? I believe it. I actually do. Like Cardona was able to do that. I'm willing to bet that, you know, there's some wrestlers who are like kind of struggling to get booked and shit who might be released from WWE. Not everyone's clamoring like, oh, we need Luke Menzies, but a Cross. Yeah. And he built good relationships with people around the world and outside of just WWE. And so like a Cross and Scarlett, yes. That's the same thing with like, you know, Tegan Knox is like, shit, I'm not really getting booked. Cora Jade's like not really getting booked. Or the way she's getting booked, she's like, what the fuck? I could just take lewd photos and get a sponsorship on Instagram and make more money. And like, instead of wrestling in front of fucking 12 guys or whatever in a gym, like, but for a Shotzi or a Gigi, yeah, they are like really wanted on the indies. Like they're out, you see it by who's working and shit, right? So when it comes to Scarlett and Cross, I mean, they've already worked at so many different places, and if they're smart about it, yeah, they could easily make the money. I could see them easily clearing, like, between the two of them, they could be, you know, they're probably clearing 6 figures each if they book them, get themselves booked enough and make the right deals and just like pull up with your own merch and everything, you know. They're probably making tons of money. So But I bet you it's similar to their WWE money. I bet you it's not like way more blow you away with how much money they're making. Speaking of former WWE wrestlers, former WWE wrestler Isla Dawn to make MLW debut. And according to Downstate, I think I bookmarked this. No, I didn't, but Downstate, the band, I don't know why I didn't bookmark it. They said that they're working on music for Isla Dawn, and they were prepared to like, oh, we're gonna do some deep dark, like, you know, like some fucking heavy shit. And then she came at them like, I can't remember what he said, but she gave them musical references and didn't tell her about the gimmick. She just gave them some musical references, and I guess it was like bubblegum poppy type shit. So I think she might be reinventing herself. You know what they
Sometimes in
say?
life, you gotta be a hoe.
No, I but she's possibly looking to like reinvent herself a little bit on the indies, and we'll see with MLW. That's a great get for MLW. Speaking of like indies and shows that are getting a little more notoriety and a little bit more fan response, I guess. JCW Lunacy, Vince Russo says, bro, first night at JCW Lunacy, bro, and the wrestler gets fired for doing coke in the bathroom. Let me tell you, nah, that never really happens, bro. Yeah, you're better off watching a show where there are no storylines, no characters, and let me tell you, bro, wrestling matches that mean nothing. Yeah, the wrestling business needs more of that. So yeah, man. I can't tell, like, is that really going on in the shows? I would love to. I should like watch one of these JCW shows, because it's like, the fuck. Moving along here. So Chris Van Vliet, Giga Chad Van Vliet, is an Emmy Award-winning host, and he's joining the Cumulus Podcast Network. So Insight with CVV is now going to be on the Cumulus Podcast Network, whatever the fuck that is. And shout them out if they're throwing money around. Hey, you need a Dave Meltzer roast show? I gotcha. I got you covered. So, moving along here. We're gonna circle back to that. Speaking of like numbers and ratings and monies, Braun Strowman's new cooking show beat AEW. I meant to put this in AEW news, but yeah, I mean, it premiered. It did 481,000 viewers and a 0.12 rating in the key demo. Each episode is 30 minutes, so in 1 hour, the show drew 760K viewers. Which is, yeah, I guess more viewers than AEW's doing, and it's a fucking food show with Braun Strowman. And this is what everybody's been warning. Even Brian Alvarez, hey, we just listened to the Sicko anthem, the Sicko theme song for the Sickos, right? At the top of the show. Every Sicko Saturday or Sicko Sunday sermon, we listen to that song, right? And Brian Alvarez says it. He's like, if you just cater to the Sickos, you're going to do like 400,000 views, and then what? They're going to do less than that, Bri. They're going to do less. Speaking of less, New Japan presents The New Beginning, USA. And they've sold, it's on February 27th, so tons of time. And they'll probably, I wouldn't be shocked if they did 3,000 tickets for this when all said and done, but they've distributed 767. They're set up for 2,783. So we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, they're not overly promoting AEW on the show, so it'll be interesting to see, like, how does that draw in comparison. Speaking of drawing in comparison, so Chelsea Green has a GoFundMe has been open for Luke Menzies. And we're going to get into this because he actually blows up everybody's spot and kind of argues with people about this. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to, well, not argues, but he just like threw it in everyone's faces kind of. So this is going to go into the sicko segment, but just because when this was originally bookmarked, it was just like, oh, here's a GoFundMe for the guy. Everybody go check it out. But he doesn't want you to check it out. We'll get into that in the sicko segment. I put it in there because it entered sicko territory where like Matt Keen's jumping in and Raj Giri and shit. We're going to talk about it over there, okay? So, speaking of Luke Menzies, though, Ridge Holland, aside from all of that controversy and drama, which we'll get into in a bit, on Inside the Ring, he does talk about injuring Big E and breaking his neck and then effectively ending his career. And let's just hear his take on this.
I think my career, unless something substantial happens, I think that regardless of what I've done, I'll always be the guy that ended Big E's career. And that's something I'll just have to live with. And I've said, I just put like the first YouTube video, recorded the first YouTube video, and I said in that, I said, you know, if I had a time machine right here, right now, the first thing that I would do is go back and change that. Because there's not a day goes by where I don't think about it. And there's not a day goes by where I don't get reminded about it. And I'm sure that's the same for E. You know, there's not a day goes by where he doesn't yearn to be back in the ring. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's got closure now. But from the moment it happened right up until today, I still get, you know, hate for it and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, it's you know, it started off a lot of the time with like death threats and stuff. And
Wow.
It's crazy people like hate on him when you know that, like, you know that everybody who's in WWE signed up and knows what they signed up for. It's like if two fighters agree to a boxing match and then one of the fighters dies after the match, if the guy who he was fighting, like, let's say the guy who cheated and like laced his gloves with a lead, or like you hear these old stories of like the padding wasn't in this guy's gloves, so it was like a bare knuckle again, you know, like that way back. People would look for ways to cheat, right? So unless the opponent did something like that, you don't blame them. Like, everyone knows what they're signing up for. It's fucking and it's crazy. It's like if the trapeze artist falls at the circus or something, do you blame the other trapeze artist? Like, they've done it a million times properly. So I do feel bad that Ridge got hate for that shit.
Things like that, and which is unnerving really. And then just I think that kind of was always a sticking point in me connecting with the fans, because Big E was so loved, and they took it personally.
Yeah,
you know. And so it was always a sticking point for me. I would never get past. It was always there, and it was always a stigma. So maybe stepping away for a bit is good.
Yeah, maybe it is, buddy. Maybe it is. Who knows? Speaking of stepping away for a bit and scares, Rikishi says he underwent a 6-hour emergency surgery and he's grateful to still be here. It was an emergency type of surgery, and I'm going to leave it at that. It took about 6 hours to be able to be under the knife. I woke up feeling great. I feel like a new person. It was just one of those type of things that was caught just in time with the grace of God and the surgeons. They were there that day. I'm here today to be able to sit and talk with you. I woke up feeling a different way when I got wheeled back into the room into the hospital, meaning just grateful. And then he's like, fuck Jacob Fatu's booking. Then right after, he's like, man, the fucking Usos Jimmy wasn't on Saturday Night Main Event. No. Shout out Keister. Thank God he pulled through. Speaking of pulling through, man, Brian Idol and some of these, you know, Mike Mondo and shit, who is in the Spirit Squad, and now he's super jacked up and he's the national champion in NWA, and a bunch of these NWA wrestlers stood up and were like, nah, fuck AEW. Like, you're not just going to take our belt and shit. People theorize that Tony Khan's doing it because of the Shockwave thing. And I don't know, like, the whole AEW Shockwave is a show that's going to come soon. Okay, so NWA goes, we already own that. And then like a year later, Tony Khan's like, I'm going to do the national title. I just don't think it's that. I think Tony Khan's just a fucking mark. He has 6 ideas of what to do for booking. I don't think it's about Shockwave, because that was just like a fan made up thing. I don't think we ever got confirmation anywhere that Shockwave. I don't think anyone in AEW was like, yeah, that's the name of the show and that's going to be a show we do. So, and if somebody said that, I mean, let me know about it, but they would have just renamed the show. Like if there was going to be another show and they had to change the name from Shockwave, they just would have changed the fucking name from Shockwave, and then we would have saw this other show, but there is no other show. They're getting less shows. Collision is going to be canceled. They're going to try and stick it as the 3rd hour Dynamite. They might not even do that. They might just cancel it entirely. But they were for surely sticking it behind Dynamite to see. Pause. Sticking it behind. Whoa, I'm over here now. I'm behind you now, honey. So they were playing with it on Thursdays and stuff. Playing with it. I'm playing with it too. Oh, go. And they were trying to figure out where it goes exactly. Just insert your own joke. Insert. Don't mind if I do. Oh, go. Anyways, though, to make it back about NWA here, they're mad because Tony Khan jacked their title, rightfully so. It's a title. It's like the oldest wrestling company. And we've heard how Dave Meltzer, the best guy, talks about fucking Billy Corgan. We know that Tony Khan's calling him. Tony Khan calling Dave on the phone. So what do you think they're saying on the phone? They're clowning Billy Corgan together and shit. Like, you know, that's what's going on. And so they're talking about Corgan like he's small fries and all this shit. And so they're just going to hijack the national title. And that's why Tony Schiavone was so awkward in that fucking video. He has to sit there and take that. He had to look down the barrel of the camera and take that shit from the billionaire for his fucking job because he's got 1 million kids. And he had to sit there and and be like, oh yeah, in Georgia, you know, the national title, Sting. And then fucking Tony Khan hijacks it. And they're going to do a tournament or whatever the fuck they're doing, a casino gauntlet, pardon me, not the tournament again. That's for the women's tag. They're doing a casino gauntlet for this title because, again, Tony's got 3 interchangeable fucking ideas. So people get mad, and this turns into like a sicko segment argument a little bit, but I put it into miscellaneous here because this goes a little bit beyond just AEW. So Brian Idol takes shots at AEW, goes Marco Stunt small, Orange Cassidy, weird hands and pockets wrestler style, Janela Gage, local VFW heroes who were given a main event glory. That's AEW's legacy. Hope that clears it up. And then that's when Brian Idol goes, or pardon me, Akira the Vagabond, right? He goes, Mr. Idol, given a title to feel important, looks and sounds like a Here Comes the Pain randomized character, shooting career in foot beyond the NWA actively, probably has never heard of PR in his life and thinks it's just a gym phrase. Don't do this, young wrestlers. This guy, Akira, this is the same guy, now let me remind you, whose fucking agent blew up publicly about Masha Slamovich and was like, blew up on Masha and was like, fucking, you beat up Akira, and Akira leaked DMs. His agent leaked all these DMs and shit. And so this guy's coming up and shooting on Brian Idol and being like, hey man, don't hate on shit. Like, you're shooting your career in the foot beyond the NWA. And he's never heard of PR in his life. Meanwhile, bro, your agent shot you in the foot by bringing up all that Masha bullshit. She was on NXT. You and your agent blew up her spot in WWE. Now you're what? Simping for AEW because you're trying to get a job there, Akira? Come on, dude. Your agent, you shouldn't be telling people about PR when your agent blew your spot up and was talking about fucking calling Masha's teeth yellow and all, calling her a goblin and saying she beats up Akira and all this shit. And then all these leaked texts come out. Like, why are you simping for AEW now? Fucking madness, because your agent shot you in the foot with TNA and WWE or what? Like, so Brian Idol responds and goes, yeah, don't be like me, young wrestlers. I'm booked every weekend for real money and have a real contract with a real company. Do the Akira way, blow up your ex-girlfriend's career and try to put yourself over as the babyface to get bookings when there's 50 texts that you say the most toxic things, which is true. Like, they were mutually fighting each other and shit. But again, like, I'm not sitting here like NWA fuck. Here's the thing, man. AEW always likes to say that they get bullied. Their fan base, the wrestlers come online and, oh, this is bullying shit. And like, they're always just crying and complaining like they're getting bullied. And then they go and bully GCW with that Ricky Saint shit and poaching Cardona. No, nobody says shit. They steal the national title. Nobody says shit. They fucking freeze guys that they don't use, that everybody's like, we want to see them get fucking used. They're just sitting on the bench. And then these people go to WWE. WWE pushes them. And then people cry about it. Oh, they're just using AEW guys. Or are they just using guys that fans were like, please use them when AEW was popular? And you guys are and everybody went to WWE now. Everybody's WWE fans again now. And you're just coping, you know? So, yes, I am pulling for NWA. I mean, I admittedly have not been keeping up with them, you know, since like the Power on YouTube. That was the best shit ever. Power on YouTube was like the best business move they ever did. And Aldous was over there and everything. So I know that they've changed a lot since then. And, I mean, I'll be watching NWA before JCW lunacy. I'm going to be honest. I'll start throwing it on. But yeah, what is it on again? Roku or Tubi? Like, I don't have a fucking. I'll have to like search it out. So, because in Canada it might be different as well. Like if it's on, or I don't know. Is that how Roku works? Like, is it different internationally, or is it all just the same? I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. But when it was on YouTube, it was just like readily there. I'd fucking throw it on all the time. And shout out Billy Corgan. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. Okay. Let's get into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So we talked about TNA. We're going to talk TNA a little bit, and then we'll get into WWE news and talk about SmackDown, because I know you're all salivating to do that. And we don't actually have much news. It is just like a bit of a bombshell here. It's a burial in TNA news, which is awesome. So we are going to do that. Here, let me check in with chat here. So Chris McCarty for 2 says, if you are not a big name, TK throws you in Ring of Honor. Even if you are somewhat of a name, like, would you not say, like, here's the problem, right? Mina Shirakawa, they gave ample television time to, because that was Mariah May's friend and shit, right? And then Mariah May leaves, and then Mina Shirakawa just tossed away in Ring of Honor. Loses her interim whatever the fuck belt. Now she'll be in this tag team tournament because they need teams, and Tony needs a fucking partner. But Tony Khan was just going to throw, like, they gave her prominent TV time. So let's say that's someone people like. She has charisma. She's got aura. She's hot as fuck. People love watching her dance during her intro. You know, people mark out for Mina. She's a tremendous wrestler. And then he just fucking chucks her in Ring of Honor after giving her all this TV time after she leaves Stardom and actually signs with his company. It's fucking stupid. Same with Alex Windsor, right? He shoves her down our throats for like 2 months, gives her a title shot. She loses. She goes to Ring of Honor. So what the fuck was the point of that, you know? So it's not even just about having a name. It's like he doesn't have good plans. And if you get over and it wasn't his idea, if you get over on your own, he just buries you. He did it to Athena. He does it to everyone, man. If you get over and it's not because of some shit that you make him feel like is his idea, he fucking buries you in like Ring of Honor and shit. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says, didn't Swerve run his mouth about Shockwave and Fox? Well, here's the thing, right? So to touch on that, here, I got to close the window. It's fucking cold as shit. It's snowing out and shit up here, buddies, in the old igloo land there, buds. So Swerve ran his mouth about the Fox deal and AEW, and we do what we want. Whatever, I do what I want. You guys remember that South Park with Cartman where he's like on Jerry Springer or Maury or whatever? I do what I want. So That's what Swerve was saying. He was like on the football field talking to some folks, and he's like, yo, this Tony lets us do whatever I want. And we got a Fox deal. We're going to be on Fox. SmackDown just left Fox. We're going to be on Fox. So it's not to say there wasn't talks of it, but he didn't say Shockwave. That was like the Sheets and the Marks, Lincoln Hawk. And thank you so goddamn much for your support. But that was like everyone else was, oh, there's rumors. Now, I'm not saying like it wasn't, there's no truth to it, right? But if there was going to be like a Fox show or another show, they would have just called it another show. The NWA thing, I think this is so long for Tony to wait to just be like a national title. I think he's just fucking shitty and doesn't realize like he can't just keep making belts. And I'm actually going to criticize WWE for the same fucking thing here in a minute, but thank you so much, guys. You can super chat in. You can become a member for only 99 cents. You can gift memberships. It's the holiday season, right? Gift memberships. You can also check out my other channel, Phil Marks Out, where my Christmas playlist is now public. Okay. And you guys can check that out. It's just a slaw. It's like you could just save that playlist. You won't ever need to look for any Christmas music. It's right there. It's all for you. There for you. Okay. So check that out. Or hit like or subscribe or whatever. Okay. Appreciate you guys so much. Shout out.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you guys for being here. Someone in chat. Okay. Dunn did what now? Says Swerve explicitly said Shockwave on camera. Now here's the thing. Find that and tag me in it then, because we covered him on the football field extensively. Like, you know, we beat that shit to death when that went down on this show. And I don't remember him saying he just was like, SmackDown left Fox. We're going to be on Fox. Tony lets us do whatever he wants. He sounded kind of lit too. Sounded like he was drinking or something. But he's like, you know, Tony, let me do whatever I want. No one said Shockwave. Like that was the Marks and everyone making that up. But if somebody pulls that clip and corrects me, sweet. But I don't recall Swerve saying Shockwave. Maybe people asked him about Shockwave and he said it, but I don't. That was like no one said. There wasn't like AEW's like, we're going to make a show called Shockwave, you know? But I think even like Tony Khan was asked about a potential show on Fox and everything like that around that time. Everyone, it was going around, right? But I don't remember Swerve actually saying Shockwave. And people putting over the Halloween Havoc stream was cool. A Christmas edition. Jersey's Finest, I do a Christmas edition. Yeah, Swerve never said Shockwave. Yeah, I didn't think he actually said those words. But Jersey's Finest, I do a Christmas show every year, and it's a little different. We do awards. I make predictions for the next year, and we do some Christmas bits and music and stuff like that. Thanks for checking out the Halloween show. It is heavily edited. It's still over an hour on YouTube, but the nearly 2-hour edition of that show is on Patreon. YouTube just sniped the shit out of that. And we got sniped for the Aubrey Edwards segment, which was funny recently too. Okay. Let's get into I was wrong, you were right. Yeah, it's no worry. It's because it was just all over the place, and like Swerve was talking shit. So it's like, I fucking, you know, if you pulled it and he did say Shockwave, I'd be like, oh, I was wrong. It wouldn't shock me at all, you know, if you were actually right about that. But I don't remember anyone in AEW explicitly being like Shockwave, you know. That was more of like an internet thing that kind of just got blown out of proportion. And that's why I don't think it has to do with the NWA Shockwave thing. I think it has to do with just Tony so out of touch. And we're going to break down why. Someone gives the best breakdown in AEW news. We're going to get to that. But first, let's do this TNA news. Shout out chat. Round of applause for chat. We're crushing today. It's amazing. Thank you. Chris McCarty comes in for 5 and says, TK is taking the national title and Camille. One is already dead. Yeah, so, you know, I heard shit. Thank you so much for the super chat. Taking the national title and Camille. Well, he already took Camille, dude. And I heard that Camille actually did some fuck shit behind the scenes as far as like her negotiating tactics, got her heat. And so Tony, she went with AEW, but Tony was already like, we're fucking like, I'm going to pretty much, she's not going to be used. Then these are all rumors and innuendos, right? I just had Husey on, I could have got him to explain it better. But apparently she just got in some fucking heat there, and Tony just like was gonna bury her, and that's why she just showed up for that movie. Because again, he just tries to save face. Like if she's the star of that movie, Chris McCarty, that fucking what was that movie again? The Queen of Wrestling. I forget already. That movie was really not as good as I was hoping. It was decent, but it was just not as good as I hoped. But the Queen of the Ring or whatever the fuck. And then they were complaining too that they were getting buried and there was a conspiracy against them. Movie just wasn't that good. I'm sorry. But yeah, the fact Camille was in that more prominently than any of the other AEW stars they had rolled out. That's why they brought fucking Camille on TV for that little bit of time. It's just because Tony's trying to save face. Well, we're promoting this movie she's in, so I guess she can be on TV. Just fucking clown show, man. So, let's get into this TNA news that's fucking been. We got a burial here. This is actually really good. This is a really good bit of TNA news. So let's hit a good old country road, snowy snow banjo here. And we got to change this picture here. The invasion's kind of over. But Dixie Carter's infamous talent speech aired 16 years ago today. Let's kind of EFAP this. Well, what should we do first? Well, let's read what Velvet Sky had to say about this. Then let's EFAP it. I'll skim through it, okay? Because I don't want Anthem to pluck me. But Velvet Sky says, I remember this day. The consensus of the locker room and staff during this meeting was not one single person gave a shit what Dixie was saying. And we actually had to take time out of production day for this nonsense from her. And it had to be filmed so she could have her my way or the highway ego stroked even more. Holy shit, dude. So this is what's funny is because back in the day, this like blew up 16 years ago. You know, this blew up as like Dixie held this meeting and this meeting was. I just remember it being like a topic of discussion. But Velvet Sky says Dixie was not well received by most because of the way she treated people who could do nothing for her and the way she would talk down to people. Vile. And so, yeah, let's just like reminisce here.
Since I was named president 6 years ago, I've had a lot of people
how small that roster is, too.
Telling me how to run a wrestling company. And while I appreciate their contributions, it's time for a change.
And they aired this on TV, and look at Lashley's face. And look at, oh my God, look at Lashley's face. And fucking Matt Morgan's looking at her like, are you fucking kidding me? Bro, oh my God, I need to get him on this show to like react to this. And Eric Young's like, what the fuck? I need to get Matt Morgan on this show to pick his brain. He was trying to come on the other weekend, and he was texting me. But yeah, I'm gonna get him on the show to talk about this and give us his thoughts on this for sure.
We've had a lot of great things going on in this company. We've made a lot of changes in the last few months that I'm sure you've seen, and we made
the girls like can't even. The girls' faces. Look at the girls. Here's ODB. Like, what the fuck are you babbling about? Oh my God, they're all like, are you serious right now, Dixie? Holy shit, this Jay Lethal, even Amazing Red's like, dog, what the fuck are you talking
bigger
about?
change even last week. I can assure you that we'll have more.
Fucking, oh, look at the looks on the faces of everyone. Rhino's like, bro, I think that's Rhino, right? Victoria's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Just the deadest look in her eyes. Like, yeah, we ain't trying to hear this shit.
Changes coming in the coming weeks and the coming months as well.
We're trying to produce the show and you're filming this to stroke your fucking ego. Oh my God.
Nobody likes drastic change. Nobody likes big moves. I understand that. And it affects different people different ways. And while I respect that those of you out there might have differing opinions of the decisions that I'm
We're just going to watch the whole video. It's too funny.
making, I expect you to support me 100%.
And they're all like, yo, we support you less now after this.
When you question things in this company, you're questioning me. And I cannot allow that to happen.
This is crazy shit. This is like Tony Khan won't have a meeting like this. They had one roster talent meeting, and then Kenny Omega's like, I wouldn't even hire half of you. And then Tony Khan like won't have this meeting, but it's like that there too. He's the worst elements of every booker.
Business is about choices. I've made the choice to put my finances, my reputation, my passion, my love behind each and every one of you and this company. And it's time for you to do the same thing.
All this is like, dude.
You have a choice to make. You can choose to support me. You can choose to support the direction TNA is going, or you can choose not to.
Dude, here's the thing. You don't remember Dixie being this bad. I wish there was another, like a Dixie around for me to fucking roast and shit every week like I do Tony Khan.
But you'll need to find another place to work. It's time for us to swing for the fences.
She said that on TV, like, y'all got to find another place to work if you don't support everything I do. When you question me, she literally is like, if you question my decisions. Whoa.
Really is. No great success comes without risk, and I'm great with that. I hope you are too. Now's our time.
Oh, look at Bubba's face! Look at Bubba's face! Oh my god! Oh my god! Bubba's face is just fucking. Oh,
Shut up,
goodness.
bitch!
Look at. Look at Bubba's face. Look at Bubba and Matt Morgan. They're like, are you fucking? And then Billy Gunn. Yeah, this is Billy Gunn right here. Oh, they're like, are you kidding me, bitch? Holy.
Now's our time.
Bubba's face is fucking sending me, man.
I look out at the faces that have made this company, and you've made me very proud. But this is a test. So I'm asking all of you to step it up in every way possible.
To step it up, they're all like, bro, we're fucking we're doing our best. Like, you are fucking up. The office is fucking us up because of you. You can't get out of your own goddamn way, and it's fucking us up. That's why I try not to give the boys heat in AEW either, even though I think some of them do take advantage or have just completely learned the wrong way of like what Tony Khan has established there. But when it comes to AEW, again, it's like fucking the same thing. Like, Tony almost needs to have this meeting, but needs to be like, I'm sorry. Like, if you have to have this fucking meeting, the leader of the pack can't be like, you guys need to step it up. No, they have to be like, listen, I just need support because I'm fucking lost and I don't know what I'm doing and I need to rely on you guys more, but we need to come together. And I'm fucking sorry for leading us astray right now. You guys are trying your best. I think we could do better, but that includes me. That's how you fucking say this. Not, I'm putting up my money so you all do better.
And let's do this thing together.
Yeah, there, just real quickly, just let's do it together, guys. The last thing she says.
Because now's our time, and you got to believe it. If you don't believe it, you're hurting the person sitting next to you.
You're hurting them. You're hurting everyone around you because you fucking suck. Not me. I'm paying you all. How dare you criticize me? Oh shit, man. Just to hang that over people's heads like that, that's fucked.
You're hurting me. You're hurting our fans. But if you believe it, let's do this thing together and let's show what everybody we're all about.
That's amazing. That's fucking awesome, man. That was an amazing little short, quick TNA news segment there. Let's hit the banjo. Dixie Carter. That was really good. Okay, let's get into some more news. Let's get into we got WWE, man. We had WWE news. We'll get into that because it's sort of connected to TNA and all of that good stuff. You guys already know. Let's see here. Okay, so What's that? Okay. Sorry. This is fucking. Okay, so let's move over here to WWE News. How's chat doing? What an amazing show. I'm enjoying this Sunday show. Over 200 watching across X and YouTube. Hit like, hit subscribe. You can super chat in. You can become a member for only 99 cents, or you can gift a membership. And I do bonus shows every week. People in chat are saying people walked out. Velvet did not like it. I'm not surprised. Let's show everybody what we're all about. Yeah, exactly. It's like Dixie. Come on. So WWE news, we're actually going to start with, what are we doing here, Phil? What are we doing? Let's go to CBS Sports and let's take a look at SmackDown quickly. Let's like review it. You know, we'll talk about SmackDown and then we'll get into some actual news. Okay. So SmackDown went down and I just want to quickly like give it a quick review or a rundown because there was some shit that I liked, but there's some shit that I really don't like. And yeah, we're going to talk about it. And it was an interesting SmackDown for sure because we got more, like, again, just some interesting shit happened. We got more progression in certain areas and we got some answers. Like it seems like Drew and Rhodes are kind of tied up still, but we're going to get sort of like a tag scenario there. And so what did this guy write? Shaquille Majuri wrote this for CBS. Cody Rhodes has a new threat to his undisputed championship, Aleister Black, flanked by Zelina Vega. So yeah, dude, Black is in the WWE title picture. I don't know if you guys remember Black and Rhodes fighting in AEW, but Aleister Black, all of a sudden, dude, elevated. Like, would this have been Karrion's slot? That's all I could think. Is like, would this have been Karrion Kross's slot had he re-signed? And they would have done something else with Black? Because it's not like Black's going to win the WWE title at the end of the show. We're just going to jump all over the place. A freestyle Phil here. You know, Black and Zelina, like they set it up at the start of the show that like, okay, they're going to have a match and non-title later in the night. And then like in the main event, you know, Drew McIntyre runs out, Claymore's the ref, which popped me huge. It was just out of nowhere. Claymore's the referee. It was just funny, you know? And then Drew actually gets suspended, but Damian Priest also ran out during this shit. And he's beating the shit out of Black, and they're, you know, all four of them are brawling and shit. And so we're going to get Priest and Rhodes versus McIntyre and Black, which is sweet. And Vega's awesome in this role. This is way better than her as a solo wrestler. This is way better than her doing like the Midnight Club dub edition fucking we're in Miami and I'm like next to a motorcycle and shit, you know, like that. It's way better than that. It's way better than her in the LWO. Her doing this is way better. The entrance for Black, the way she's doing like the fluttering thing and then he rises behind her, that's all good, but they need to fix it a bit. Like Black, it's really just too focused on Zelina. Like Black needs to be more prominent. She should be like standing up doing her like fluttering weird I don't know what you call that, you know, her little like witchy, ooh, I'm floating around and rising, like pretty much doing Scarlet Bordeaux shit, you know what I mean? So they need to just, however production sets that up, they need to just sort of configure that a little bit better so that Priest, you like notice him more as he rises up into the frame, you know, whatever. That's just me nitpicking, but I like this, and I like this for Black and him and Rhodes and AEW. There was a little bit of history there, and I don't know, are people going to say this is that WWE being petty and doing like Rhodes Black? I always thought Triple H would have pushed Black to like a main roster status. Not main roster, a main event status on the main roster had he had control of the company when Black initially got called up, right? A lot of Triple H's guys left the company because we've gone over it. He got punished tremendously. Vince sort of was forcing his way back in control, and then Triple H took control of shit, and we've seen it. DIY are prominent on the show. Bronson Reed, I've gone over this a billion times. Black is one of those guys. He's a Triple H guy. So if Triple H had taken over when we thought he was good, like let's say Black never left the company and Triple H took over and there wasn't any COVID or controversy and surrounding Triple H and Vince McMahon and all that shit, Black would be in the main event picture. Is he going to beat Rhodes for the world title? I don't know, but they need to line up competitors for him. And unfortunately, that has made the U.S. division a little thin, which we're going to talk about, but thin for now because Dragunov is clearly transitional. He might get a bit of a run, but they're clearly setting up a bigger picture here, which we're going to talk about in a moment. But I like Black in the main event picture. I like Drew and Damian Priest all looming there as well. Jacob Fatu, right? We know that they're really high on him, and they want like Rhodes and Fatu is, well, I mean, hey, this is allegedly, right? Husey came on the show and said, hey, somebody told me, I forget the guy's name, but Fatu and Rhodes might be kind of what they're eyeing up for Mania if Orton's not, and they've teased Orton and Rhodes. Obviously, they'd save that for Mania if that's what it was going to be. So anyways, though, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but Black, perfect position. I like this. Is it about AEW? If you sickos want to make it about AEW, I don't really care about any of that, but it should be noted that they did some work in AEW, and Rhodes put Black over pretty strong. Like Black beat the shit out of Rhodes, if my memory serves me correctly, like pretty good a few times there. So, but Priest, attacks Black, and then McIntyre gets suspended. Okay. And so Rhodes and Black ends in a no contest. Doesn't matter. It wasn't for the title. We were talking about the United States Championship. So Dragunov took on, again, Johnny Garfucking-Gano. The match was whatever. The crowd didn't really give a fuck. They don't really care about Gargano and DIY. They don't really care about Nathan Frazier and Axiom. Sorry, they don't. Like, when they're doing tag shit, it's awesome, but at least this crowd. Okay, I think they were in South Carolina. They don't really care about Dragunov. And Dragunov went out there, had a good match with Gargano. Now, he didn't beat the ever-loving shit out of Gargano, but he did, though, at the same time. I don't know how many guys you're going to run through. Good on Triple H or Road Dogg or whatever, I guess, for just lining up the tag division guys now. So they all get smoked by the Wyatts, and then now they're just all getting smoked by Dragunov one by one. I just don't. It's not for me. It's not the move for me. I'm not into it. I'm sorry. Dragunov's U.S. title run, he's just fighting all the scraggling fucking tag guys. Good for him. That's cool. But I will say this. It's like an ebbs and flows, right? It's a lull. It's a valley, because Tama Tonga's clearly talking about and eyeing up this U.S. title, and we're going to get, babyface Dragunov take on Tama Tonga, and they're sort of building Dragunov up as he believably can fight. He's going to give Tama Tonga all he can give him in in an epic battle for that fucking belt, and it's going to take Samoans or Tongans interfering and shit, or Hawaiians, I guess, if you're JC Mateo, but it's going to take people interfering and shit to beat Dragunov, whatever. And it's clearly a transitional situation, but not to say it couldn't last a few months until he drops the title, right? I'm also wondering, are we going to get a three-way War Games, or are they swerving it? Because the Wyatt Six might not be in War Games. And I'll tell you why, because Uncle Howdy, Bo Dallas, is dealing with, his dad is sick. There was rumors he's in hospice. He was in a rehab center, it turns out, whatever. He's sick, okay? And he needs his son there. And it's important. And WWE, obviously, with the obviously, he's going to give the Rotundos the time they need to deal with, family stuff, obviously. But because of that, the Wyatts are down people. They're down members. And you're starting to see Shinsuke, who else? Shinsuke, Phoenix, Sami Zayn, and I forget. Sorry, I'm going to miss names. There's so many people, but you guys know what I'm saying. You're starting to see three guys sort of slide in there as so did they team up with the Wyatts, or is it the Wyatts just hold off and they're gone until Howdy comes back? Or do they just get replaced? Do we see Sammy, Shinsuke, Phoenix, whatever versus the MFTs and War Games. It looks like they're kind of setting up a backup plan, a plan B. And again, if people are going to shit on that creatively, it's like, man, people get sick. I'm not really going to get, what are you going to get mad at fucking Bo Dallas because his dad's sick? Like, I'm not going to do that. So I'm okay with it. And at least they're setting up like a plan B just in case, or maybe we see like an amalgamation of the two teams or whatever, just in case. They're setting up enough players, or hear me out, this could be crazy, but a 3-way War Games or something. I don't think they're going to do that, but imagine that 3 teams of 4, maybe. I don't know. It could be fun, right? I'm just throwing that out there. Hey, maybe they do some shit like that. But the baby faces don't have beef with the Wyatts, but they kind of do because the Wyatts are tweeners and they just cleared out everybody. So maybe we get like Team Shinsuke, Phoenix, Sammy, and whoever else, Dragunov or whoever else, right? And then it's like a 3-way war guy. I don't think they'll do that, but it's wishful thinking. But hey, I'm all for like, let's spice things up. Let's make it fresh and new. Whatever. There's a lot of wrestlers. You got a bloated roster. You got to use them. But I digress. The U.S. shit, I'm not as down with as I was with Sammy. Dragunov's not having bangers the way fucking Sammy was. I think him wrestling the fucking tag division lowers the status of that U.S. title, which was in a little bit of a slump. Like it was Hayes and everyone wrestling over it, not to shit on them, but it was kind of in a slump, and then it came back a bit, and then it kind of goes in a slump, and then it comes back. Like LA Knight gets the belt, then he loses it, and then it kind of and then it's like Solo, whatever though. Tama Tonga is going to get that shit from Dragunov eventually. We're going to see the MFTs draped in gold. I'm positive of it. And so it allows me to give this Dragunov shit a bit of a pass. And it's not that it's garbage. It's not that he's not a good wrestler. It's not that I don't like Dragunov. Dragunov rules. It's just that it's not the right. It just seems like a lazy thing to just throw him in that. And then you're just giving him like, again, he's like, I'm 3-0. He was saying that at the end of the match, like 3-0, like let's go and shit. He has 3 wins. Sammy had 6, and they were banger after banger. I don't want to say dream matches, but it was like Black, Cena, Phoenix. Like it was fucking boom, boom, boom. He was running, So I was just way more into that. But they obviously need Sammy in like the bigger picture with this Floodline stuff, this MFT shit. So Sami Zayn is in the sweepstakes to enter John Cena's tournament, Aldis says. And then Aldis announces some names. So let's talk about that. Aldis spins the wheel, makes the deal. No, he spins the roulette thing. He pulls the fucking names out, and we get the matchup of, again, Miz versus, who is it? It's another veteran. Like, here's the problem. This tournament, there's no young guys in it. Why? Because it's not about that. People are like, oh, he's got to lay down for someone for the future of whatever, and that still could happen. But this tournament seems as though it's like all older guys, because Cena's either going to go out on a win because that's what WWE wants him to do, or like he'll go out, he'll fucking lose. But I don't know, man. There's clearly one person, like that mystery person is going to be a veteran. And I'll give my conspiracy theory on that in a second. Or it will be, like, if it's a younger guy, they're clearly going to win. I think the mystery person's clearly going to win the tournament. It has to be. There's no way they're just milking it for someone to come in, lose round 1 or 2 or in the finals, right? It makes sense if the mystery person just wins this whole thing because of all the other names. And all the other names we've seen in the tournament, none of us are like, oh, we want that to be the guy to fight Cena. Now, some people, who's fighting Shinsuke again? Like, who's all announced? Or Shinsuke's fighting Sheamus. Who was announced? Jey Uso versus Miz is who it was. Thank you. Let me get a yeet for that. Okay. So Miz is taking on Jey Uso. Now, again, Jay's probably going to win that match. Again, I said it a long time ago. Jay is like this era's Cena in a way that he connects with the kids. It might not be that big as far as like his impact on the overall of pro wrestling, but he is a guy. like Rhodes does the whole baby face, like I'm for the people, I'm the Make-A-Wish guy, and then Jey Uso's like I'm the cool merch selling, like I connect with the kids, we eat for 10 minutes, like that sort of thing, right? So maybe Jey Uso, like I would pull for him if there wasn't this mystery guy. But again, how long does Jey Uso have left wrestling? So it's like all of these names, you don't really see any of them. I would love to see Miz versus Cena, Miz losing, and then Cena goes up. But we suspect Cena's going to lay down in his last match. So I believe these are my picks, and I'm going to throw out a lot of names. I've seen Brock Lesnar be floated around a little bit. Then he gets his win back over Brock. I don't know about all that. I don't think Nick Aldis, like he pulled names and then he's like, I'm keeping this one a secret. And it's like, he wouldn't keep Brock's name a secret. I don't think that would be like, why would you do that? You know, Brock just destroys shit. Aldis doesn't really like Brock like that, but maybe they just do it because it's a work, brother. And it is Brock. That could be the case. Okay. And because we know Brock is going to be involved in WrestleMania 100%. So is he involved in Cena's last match? I don't fucking know. Could it be Jericho? Now we're all throwing that out there. Dave's like, no, it couldn't be. I know a lot of people are like, I don't want that and shit. A lot of people do want that. I think Jericho losing to Cena for his last would just be, that's like the petty move, but I just don't know if he's like available to do that, right? They're saying his contract's not up till like the new year or January. And that's what Dave's saying. So I'm assuming Tony calls him on the phone. He's probably right. The rumors for Jericho's contract was September or this January, like when the new year starts, right? So whatever. Brock and Jericho, those are the two legends. Everyone's like, it could be them. Those are like the most thrown around, I would say. Joe Hendry's another name that's thrown around a lot. And the mystery person's taking on LA Knight as well. So it's someone who's going to beat LA Knight. Think about that. Or LA Knight just beats them. I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, this mystery person is going to beat LA Knight in the opening round. Like, what the fuck? LA Knight must have heat. Like, he's just getting beat by everyone. Unless this whole thing's a swerve to, like, yeah, get Miz or LA Knight to the final or some shit, or Jey Uso or some shit like that. Because remember, Cena put Uso over big in the Rumble and stuff like that. Helped get him over and shit, right? So that's why I'm thinking Jey Uso could slide in there and be Cena's last opponent. As much as people might be like, oh, fuck that, Phil. It's like, dude, just think about it. They had him win this shit and fight Punk. Like, could totally be that. Or it could be Roman Reigns. Think about that. But I don't know if Roman's a bit of a stretch as well. My theory, if it's not Joe Hendry, to me, if I'm booking the goddamn thing, I'm looking at Joe Hendry. What's Joe Hendry's age? John Henry age. He's 37. So do you give it to a 37-year-old and put all the steam behind him and try and get him super over when he's in NXT doing shit with Thea Hale and shit? I don't know, man. I don't think it's that either. My theory, my conspiracy theory that I don't think many people are talking about, and this is why Aldis is keeping it secret. Ready? It's Nick Aldis. It's Nick Aldis. Now, people are like, well, he can't wrestle. He can't go. I don't know, man. He wrestled LA Knight in the NWA. They wrestled a bunch. They tagged, I think, too. So there's familiarity there for him to get back in and have a match with someone that, you know, LA Knight would lay down for him. Fucking their boys. They go way back. And then Cena beats Aldis in the end of this thing. Aldis pulls there. Maybe that's a dumb theory, but I like to give a hot take. I like to put myself out there and go, let's fucking give a hot take. Why would I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're trying to just do more than we're just going to keep it a spooky secret because surprise. Maybe it's Aldis. Now, if it was Obafemi or Trick, I've also said Javon Evans. You guys remember Cena was putting Trick over heavily in NXT as well? Imagine Trick shows up, Crowd gets behind him. He somehow makes his way to the finals, beats Cena in his last, holy shit. Or, and again, I love that there's so many names we can throw out there for this. That's why this works. That's why this works, right? When Tony Khan does a 4-way of tag teams and then he announces the tournament the next week and we already saw all 4 of those teams fucking fight, people don't give a shit, right? When you do it this way, it fucking works. This is how a tournament works. There's intrigue in this one mystery opponent. But it could be Trick, and then Trick fights his way through, just gets a monster push. Or imagine Austin Theory as well. This is how you bring Theory back. He makes it to the end. He battles Cena in a rematch. He fucking beats Cena again, but after going through a grueling tournament and earning it this time. The story for Austin Theory is I didn't earn it the first time. This time I fucking earned it. I beat everyone. Da-da-da-da-da. Could be that too, man. And that would be a good, because you, in my opinion, Hendry's a little older. You got to give it to someone. You got to give it to people that are going to like be in the company for another 10 years. You know, it's got to be someone like that. So imagine it's all legends. Theory returns. He beats like a handful of, because say whatever you want, but LA Knight, like, okay, is Shinsuke, Sheamus, like, I would say they were legends. In like 20 years, people would be like, oh, they were legends, you know? LA Knight, sure. He wasn't the world champ, but he is like the Roddy Piper, you know? He might win the IC title. He's up there. He's a guy who fucking earned acclaim, and for sure, like, you don't need to be world champion to get a Hall of Fame induction. He'll for surely get inducted one day. But it's a way to get people over. And yeah, I'm fucking here for this tournament. So that's my theory, though. Nick Aldis could be keeping it secret because it's him, which I would pop for. And here's the thing. I could see WWE telling Cena, like, no, we want you to fucking win your last match. Now, it's not the Vince era. Like, Cena, if he wants to go out staring at the lights, he's going to go out staring at the lights. Who would he do that for, though? Bruh, it's got to be like, if it's not Braun Breaker, which I don't think he'll be in the tournament, then it's got to be Austin Theory or someone like that, man. Joe Hendry, maybe, but he's 37. So that's what makes me go, oh, fucking no. But anyway, so yeah, LA Knight versus a mystery opponent, Jey Uso versus The Miz. Nia Jax defeated Charlotte Flair, and then Lash Legend came out and helped Nia Jax, right? And so they're like friends now. And so they're going to be in the tag division. I'm not a big fan of that. I got to be honest. It's just kind of out of nowhere. I'm glad that Lash Legend was called up and is on the main roster. I'm a fan of hers. It just seems, again, random when there's better. I want to see, like, I don't know. I want to see Jade get a faction of like minions who can represent her, like fucking Mitchin and B-Fab should join her and become like the baddies or whatever. I keep saying that they need to like redo the baddies, but properly in WWE, because that did work for Jade. It really did. But either way, Jade came out and just she didn't even cut a promo. She just said, I'm that bitch. And then threw the fucking mic down, left the ring in the arena. Awesome shit. But then she got in this little interaction with B-Fab where they set up a match. Okay. I wanted to, before I covered the women, I wanted to leave the women for last because I'm going to bury the shit out of it. Tala Tonga took on Rey Fenix, and this was a solid match, actually. Now Tala definitely needs to learn. He needs some like Kevin Nash Undertaker advice, you know, because he did good and he's being more of like a monster. If you guys have seen him in Nuge or in AEW, he was way scrawnier, and he fucking just wrestled. He like, you know, he fucking dive over the top. I'm sure he did dives and shit. The guy was fucking, he was just like having matches with people and like doing shit, which is like, obviously these are all matches, but you guys know what I mean? He needs to work big. He needs to work like a monster. He can't just be like out there doing guys' moves and shit. And that's what they showcased in this match. And Rey Fenix did a great job of just like attacking his leg, using his speed, flying around. Every burst of offense from Rey Fenix was him flying around. That was awesome. Tala did do a good job, but he needs to give a little less to these guys. You know what I mean? Like when Rey Fenix is punching you, like don't even sell a couple of those. Like sell the super kick, but don't even sell. And I'll give them credit. Like Tala didn't get knocked off his feet until a big crossbody. Like that was good. All of that was good. But Tala, like he'll eat a punch from Phoenix and he's selling it like it's a guy his size hitting. I'm like, don't fucking do that. You got to Raquel up, dude. You know, like fucking work a little bigger. And he did that. He did do it. And he's bulked up, man. He looks great with the face paint. Like that whole fucking MFT thing's hitting right now again. I like it anyways, but that match, it was solid. It wasn't like blow you away, but it was just little guy versus big man, and it was just psychology, and it was solid. I enjoyed it. Okay, so now we get into the women. So we talked about Nia and Charlotte Flair. We talked about Jade. So when Charlotte and Alexa came out, Jade was like, nobody can touch me or whatever. She's like standing there, I'm that bitch. And then fucking Charlotte's music hits, and then they do a little face off, and then Charlotte's about to take on Nia. Here's my problem in the women's division. I'm gonna be really honest with you. You got two women with titles. They face off with a woman with a belt. Then we get Julia, who's got a belt, and it's the same fucking belt that that Dragunov was wearing earlier, just with a white strap, but it looks virtually identical, to quote Mike Goldberg. And so Chelsea Green's got a belt. She comes out with a belt, her mixed championship belt, and then Julia's got a belt, and then Green wins the belt, and she's got two belts, and then she goes and hugs Ethan Page, who's in the front row with two fucking belts. He's got the Canadian belt and then the other mixed belt, and it's AEW. It's AEW. It's AEW. Like, bro, there's way too many fucking belts. Julia just got beat super quick, which there's dirt sheet rumors like, oh, they're pushing her up to she's going to be circling around the main roster. Sweet. Julia took Phil Mark's advice, listening to PWT Confirmed, and fucking got rid of the bubblegum aesthetic with the pink and the blue. Kiana James and Julia does not work. I'm sorry. That shit does not work together. It just doesn't. Get Kiana James. She needs to be her own wrestler, or have her in a faction of girls or managing some guys where she's glomming people with a loaded purse. The loaded purse thing works. Them together just doesn't work. It doesn't gel. No one fucking gives a fuck. Julia's match is fucking crickets. You could hear the hay bales rolling by during every one of her matches. And Chelsea Green's out there. And I love Julia. You guys know I fucking love Julia. She was crushing in NXT. The main roster is just bullshit. Kiana James doesn't work with her. Kiana James would be way better in Chelsea Green's faction with Elba. And she could be hitting people with a loaded purse. Like, would do way better in that group. I don't know why the fuck they didn't think of that when Piper gets hurt and Kiana's running around with Julia. It just doesn't work. And then you have titles on top of titles on top. We saw two girls with titles face off with a girl with a title, and then we see another girl with a title fight a girl with a title, and then she hugs a guy with two titles, and then Dragunov had a title, and it's an open title. And then the MFTs are like, we're coming for all the titles. Fuck, man. It's just too much. They all don't mean shit. That women's U.S. title doesn't mean shit. Julia just surpassed Chelsea Green's record the other day and then lost the strap, whatever. So she has the record now for longest U.S. title reign of like 2 days. Didn't mean shit. Now, am I glad that Chelsea has the U.S. title? All Ego has the fucking, we just call him Ego Page here, dude. Ego has fucking the Canadian North American title, and they're both the mixed Mexican AAA titles. I actually do love that. Like, it works for them and what they're doing. That's going to add to their storyline, and Chelsea got the U.S. title way more. It's way better than Julia having it. They need to get Julia the fuck away from Kiana James. And they need to reinvent her or refigure out what they're going to do with Julia. Kiana James should either join Chelsea Green's faction or just like or keep Julia and manage her, but like get a stable of women then or something like that. Like, do something. other than whatever the fuck they're doing. It just, people don't care. The crowd just does not react. They could give a fuck less. And then there's too many titles. Like the debate the other day was, Dave Meltzer's trying to fucking, the best guys, Tony Khan, there's only 12 titles if you count ROH and AEW, but if you count fucking
The best guys, Tony Khan.
WWE and NXT and AAA and whatever, there's way more belts. So Dave doing Meltzer math again to try and like fucking simp for AEW. But at the end of the day, look, Mercedes Moné has 12 titles, and then there's 19 titles on top of that. If you count the other companies and New Japan and all this shit and all the AEW belts, and Tony's introducing more belts. In WWE, Dave wants to say there's 19 titles if you count WWE and NXT. Yes, and AAA and all this shit. It's too many fucking belts. Both shows, both companies, across the board. You got too many fucking titles, okay? To where they don't mean shit. And it's convoluted. And every person, you're going, oh, that's the tag champ. That's the world champ. Oh, that's the US champ. That's the fucking... Enough already. Enough. And this is where, again, for me, it's all the same. Like when I say Rhea doesn't need the fucking belt, Rhea Ripley, she doesn't need it because she's an attraction without the title. You want to get in that situation. We need that in pro wrestling where it's like, dude, I'm looking forward to these matchups for the story and the grudges and not just the fucking titles. And we need to get to more of that, and some people are mad. Like, why don't they put the title on Ripley? She gets screwed so everyone else can. It's because she don't need the goddamn belt. That's why they held off putting it on Punk too. And Punk only has it right now because Seth's hurt. Otherwise he wouldn't have it either. But they held off on him because, well, whoever Punk wrestles, it's an attraction. Drew, unfortunately, is kind of he's such a good heel that he's almost like working himself into that category where it's like, once Drew gets the belt, then what? Him fucking attacking people and being devious and roasting people online is kind of the fun. When Drew gets the belt, it's like the chase is over then, So some of these guys, they just get a little too big for their britches. And that's not a bad thing unless you want titles and shit. But we need more of that to happen, especially on SmackDown, because the belts are just getting convoluted and it's just too goddamn much. And those women, we need unified titles, brand split, champions go on both shows. That's how you remedy this. I'm telling you, brand split, champions go on both shows. Then you have one Raw exclusive title, one SmackDown exclusive title. So the IC titles on on Raw, and it's exclusive to Raw. You can only compete for that if you're on Raw. SmackDown, the US title, same thing. And then all the other titles go on both shows. That's how you remedy this, man. And yeah, that's my SmackDown review. So there you go, sickos who are like, oh, you don't shit on what you just did, Idra. Again, dude, I'm shitting on fucking SmackDown. Not that it's like, see, guys, I'm shitting on something. Aren't I cool? It's not that either. It's just my honest opinion. Like, I was watching it like, whoa, what the fuck? And there was some good stuff. Like Chelsea winning that title, so good. They needed to get it off Julia. However, the fuck, way too many belts. Yeah, and that's my predictions and whatnot. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. We have WWE news. What an amazing show. This has been awesome. 260 watching across X and YouTube. This isn't even our usual fucking time. So thank you all. Round of applause to the PWT universe, guys. Hit like, hit retweet or heart or whatever the fuck, if you don't mind. Thank you. Hit like on YouTube. Run those likes up. It helps the algorithm and all that good shits. And yeah, you guys can super chat in or become a member for only 99 cents. I do bonus shows weekly. Memberships get you access to that. I have a pod coming exclusively to Patreon too. I'm going to start doing a show for Patreon only, for patrons only. Okay. And I'll explain all of that on another show, but I guess I'm announcing it here. So make sure you become a Patreon as well. And I have 3 episodes of Tough Enough watch-alongs coming this week as well. We finished season 1. Okay. And then season 2, I'm going to reach out to my pal Matt Morgan and see if he will come give us like a preamble before the season as well, where he's going to talk about, because he was on season 2, I believe. And yeah, so that will be fun, and that will be on Patreon. So make sure you check that out. Kevin Pierpont for 2 says belts need Rhea Ripley. Yeah, she's so over. Hey, that'd be my world champ. But again, I'm not mad at Steph and Io. It helps Io and Steph, right? Rhea doesn't need the belt now to help get herself over. She's so massively over that, like, you know, she helps get other people over by wrestling and even beating other people. She doesn't need the title right now. And that world title, she doesn't need it either. That's like her belt. She's like laid claim. When you think of that women's world title, I think of Rhea and Io. I will think of them probably for years and years until, you know, 2 women come along and make us forget about that, but, or at least rank it higher or whatever. But that might not happen for years. And Rhea, you are right. Like, she deserves all the belts, but like, she don't need them. And that's even more gangster. You know, thank you so much. Scully Vibes is for 5, says we're with Mercedes belts by Dave's Logic. AEW has 30+ belts featured on TV and pay-per-views. Bro, Scully, this is what I'm saying. Like, how
Sometimes
dare
in life,
he?
you gotta be a hoe.
We made fun of this on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week live Thursdays on YouTube, 8 p.m. Eastern, but we roasted this. But you know, Dave, I don't know how he gets off doing that shit and then saying, and if you include like AAA and these other companies and TNA, and it's like, Dave, how dare you not bring up CMLL and New Japan then, or Mercedes is 12 fucking belts? It does not even make sense. It's just code. It's just because we know who the best guy is. Tony Khan. Checking in, dude, on him. So thank you so much. I acknowledge you guys. Thank you so much for your super chats and your support.
Acknowledge me.
Everybody for the amazing turnout too on a Sunday, not even our usual time. We may have to gather for Sunday sermons, I think, more often here. Yes. So, and let me know in chat if you guys agree with my assessment. Is the tournament, who do you guys pick? And is it fucking, when it comes to the titles, is it too much titles? I think all around it's too much titles, period. NXT has a good balance. And then you start to see the TNA titles pop up and it's like, okay, like I'm okay with it because they have a good balance. But once you're watching Raw and every women's segment's just titles the whole way, all of them have belts, you're like, holy fuck, man. Like, what's going on over there? So speaking of WWE, we got WWE news. Let me hydrate a little bit. What do I got? Some iced coffee here. Oh, buddy, some Tim Hortons there. Yep. Someone saying Ripley's overrated, very injury prone. How many injuries has she had? I'm not sure if I agree with that assessment. Wrestling companies need to get along than going at each other's throats. It's not good for business. I think real competition is good for biz. It's not a hard fix, Lincoln. Okay. All right, chat. Let's get in. We got lots to get to. So thank you so much for everybody hanging out today. Okay, let's get into WWE. So Nikki Bella says the WWE women's locker room finds it cool that Bryan Danielson gives her advice. And she said, at Raw, I was talking with some of the girls and we were talking about my match last week. And I was like, yeah, Bryan, blah, blah. So even Nikki's there getting advice from Danielson. This is why Triple H is like, we don't want to sign Brie. You know what I'm saying? Even Nikki's there talking to Danielson about her matches, and I'm sure he overhears shit that goes on behind the fucking scenes. This got reported on immediately. Imagine if Brie works there, the type of shit Dave and these stooges will run with. Oh, well, Danielson heard that this and that, you know, I heard from someone whose wife works in WWE. We'd start getting kooky ass stories like that. Okay. So this is why I called it too, even though I was on the Brie hype train, and because the talks were there, but they just died and, you know, they were not trying to be resurrected whatsoever. So, she says that her and some of the girls were talking about her matches, and she says, yeah, Brian, blah, blah. They were like, oh my God, cool. Brian gives you advice. Yeah, he gives me feedback. He sent me stuff to watch and will tell me things to work out. What is Brian sending her? Fucking Moxley drowning Darby in a fishbowl? They're like, dude, you're so lucky. I know. And he's honest. No, Danielson would be a good brain to pick, honestly, if you were a pro wrestler. Did you notice I had a little more intensity going into things? I was really trying to think of it, which I need to continue, but you saw it more than before. So yeah, shout out Nikki. She's very low confidence on her pod about her wrestling return. And I don't know if that's because fan feedback or what, but it hasn't been that bad. It's just not like blow you away. Like maybe they're putting her in there with girls that are like a little more advanced than her in the ring and shit, but it has like she adds value wrestling them for sure. Moving along here. So we talked about John Cena a bit earlier, and he met up with Brody Lee Jr. at the Dungeon 2.0. And isn't it crazy that fucking Tony Khan has this kid employed, and when he's 18, he's automatically signed to AEW or whatever. But he trains with WWE superstars, and his favorite fucking wrestling is WWE. So I don't know, man. Tony does this weird thing where he like preys upon widows and children to try and like sign them up to his company before they're able to make their fucking minds up or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's a little morbid of me to say, but hey, dude, I'm just going based off of what is out there. So TJ Wilson, Tyson Kidd, said John Cena wanted to visit the dungeon training facility of his own accord. What a fucking gangster. And who wouldn't want to train or like check out the dungeon on his way out? Like Cena giving back to one of the most prolific gyms, man, or gyms, I guess, dojos, whatever you want to call it, right? Training facilities. But TJ said, John, I can't thank you enough for coming through and being completely selfless with both your time and information. Best part of all, it was you that wanted to come and do that on your own accord. Says a lot about you. Cena is truly one of a kind. Hey, dude. Hey, dude. Hey, one of a kind. And that must rule for them to go and see Cena just hanging out and giving pointers and watching over you a little bit. And he's on his way out the door of pro wrestling. So why not fucking go and help others in the next gen or make an appearance, you know? Speaking of making appearances, I don't know. That's a terrible transition, but Teal Rhodes appears again and says that Cody Rhodes is getting too much blame when WWE struggles. And Teal always goes to bat for Cody and her family. And so she had this to say, oh, when it comes to profitable, it's because of Cody Rhodes, but loss making, then it's nothing to do with Cody Rhodes. What the fuck? Only Rhodes are responsible for all wrestling downturns, but never credited for its booms or actual all-time gates. Okay, guys. Oh, so somebody talked shit about Rhodes, and her response was, only the Rhodes get blamed for this shit. You know? And then she like privated it and made it so that like certain people can't respond to her shit. But Teal Rhodes, like when I called out that AEW book, she liked my shit because like people know what's up. Like, what are they going to tell the true story of like, well, Rhodes left and then our company started fucking tanking until we got a miracle CM Punk showed up, fell in our fucking laps. And then we, you know what I mean? So yeah, shout out Teal for sticking up for Rhodes. But yeah, he is clearly it's a team effort, and he's clearly QB1 of WWE. They make that analogy and shit, and that's what it is. So claims surfaced that Triple H's leadership is driven by internet validation. So again, we have people, Vince Russo had this to say. Okay, and we have people saying Triple H, he just cares what the marks online think. Meanwhile, it couldn't be more of the opposite. Like, it seems like sometimes they're purposefully fucking with the internet folks just to rile them up. Okay? And at the end of the day, and I don't like this thing too, like, oh, it's just for internet validation. Listen, man, there's normal people on the internet too. Everyone uses the internet. So when people are like, it's just the internet that's mad, it's like, nah, dude, the IWC, like this bubble of intense wrestling fans, Okay, that's you got to section it off, because normal, like every day, everybody uses the internet. Everybody uses the internet for fucking everything. Everyone's on the internet. Most people consume the internet. Streaming services is the fucking internet. So when it's like, oh, people do this shit for internet approval, it's like, well, that's where the approval or disapproval comes from now. Okay, like it doesn't come from what. Like, it's people, there's no community anymore. It's not like they tie you to the back of a horse and fucking spit at you and chuck tomatoes at you and you fuck around and they shame you for shame and they cast you off of your fucking village anymore, right? Like, it's all internet. So whatever, though. But Vince Russo had this to say on the brand, bro. He says, everybody respects this guy, but this guy knows, man, like when it's time to be the freaking boss, I'm going to be the boss, bro. I saw it my first day. You see Triple H with the hands on the shoulder and resting for the get the fuck out of here. What is this? Kindergarten? Bro, Triple H is a mark of the highest order. Dude, he didn't say that last part. Vince Russo's mad he didn't get a job in WWE. That's 100% confirmed in my opinion. Triple H is sitting there at the gorilla position. Was that scripted? Was that script? Let me tell. Was that scripted? He didn't even know if that was a shoot or not, bro. I invented the wrestling shoot, bro. Then they come back and smarten him up. Triple H says, well, you go tell Tiffy that she needs to go apologize. So he's triggered over WWE Unreal. No, Trips, you need to go tell Tiffy. Bro, if that's Vince McMahon, who I invented, by the way, the headsets are getting thrown on the table and he's telling the agent, bring Tiffany's ass over here right now. Get on my plane. Yeah. I know what you're going to do, pal. You're going to get your ass over here right now and kiss mine or your eye. Vince McMahon, bro, wasn't worried about being freaking liked. Triple H, he's got this thing about being liked. Yeah, Russo, where the fuck have you been the last 2 decades? Do you not see what's going on with, or the last decade? Where like, HR is a huge fucking thing. People are getting canceled left, right, and center. People are fucking people run to the internet and go, my boss spoke to me weird. People are making TikToks crying about, my boss expects me to work an 8-hour day. You guys see this video? This kid at Starbucks going, my boss wanted me to work 8 hours. And it's like, bro, that's how people are these days. You got to be nice. You can't be like Vince. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You went into business for yourself. Get on my plane and let's discuss this over a laxative. Or you're like, it can't work that way anymore, dude. Triple H, bro. A talent at a high level, bro, who told me the love of the freaking internet means everything to Triple H. That's why he brought in Joe Hendry at freaking WrestleMania. That is so important to him. And bro, you cannot be in that spot and want to be liked, bro. Vince, so bringing in Joe Hendry, this is where Vince doesn't make sense. Vince Russo. So in one instance, he's talking about Triple H is not trying to get like heat from Tiffany and he just wants to be liked by everyone. But then in the next instance, you're saying like he brings in Joe Hendry. So people on the roster, low key, there isn't one person back there who is like, man, what the fuck? They brought in Joe. Like, I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm on the roster. I show up to work every week. They're bringing in Joe. He doesn't even work here. You don't think that could get him some heat too? And that's not like, okay, let's capitalize on the virality of this guy right now. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, exactly. Virality, bro. Internet validation. Bro, no, it's like the internet's number one now. Bigger than linear. Streaming's the internet. I just explained it. So yes, you need the internet to be on your side and to watch your shit and put your shit over. And this is the thing too, that like what AEW doesn't have. If on kids YouTube, there's like a billion channels of like kids YouTubers who talk like this. If you go to the thing over here, and then they make like WWE figures reviews, and they review toys, and they talk about the video games, and and it's all WWE, WWE, WWE. And then even these kid YouTube channels, and I know this because it's in my interest to understand what type of wrestling content's out there. You know, I try to be in the know. And even these kid YouTube channels like take shots at AEW and shit like that. So when we say Tony Khan caters to the internet fans, no, it's not even that. He just caters to the sicko fans, whereas Triple H caters to the internet fans. Yeah, there's a lot of internet fans, dude. There's a lot of people who just are surface level. They use the internet to keep up with WWE, man. It's reflected in the YouTube numbers and the social media impressions and everything. I mean, you got to cater to the internet to some degree, right? Like has to be an aspect of your game plan. Now, is he sitting there responding to 3 follower sickos like Tony Khan in the middle of a show? No. Is Vince Russo mad because JCW, where's all their hype been, and where has it existed? And where has the ability for anybody to watch JCW, where has it ever existed? On the internet, bro. That's the only way any of us know about JCW, other than like those old, like they do the commentary, you know, Shaggy 2 Dope and Violent J, but even that was the internet. Yeah, they'd do some DVDs, but people would rip DVDs and then we'd download that shit off LimeWire. You know what I'm saying? Or everyone just shares clips now, whatever. Everything's streamable. But yeah, there has to be, that's got to be part of your game plan, dude. So he's just sour grapes is what Vince Russo is. Speaking of sour grapes, okay, Jesse the Body he's not sour grapes, but he's reportedly no longer under contract with WWE as it expired after the last SNME. It is believed that he signed a 1-year deal with the company following his performance during the McIntyre Priest cage match. It is said that the die was cast as far as using him going forward. And that's from the Observer. So, I mean, who even knows if that's true or not? But
oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
He wasn't there, and he was in the Baja. I was in the Baja training SEALs, Navy SEALs, and he training people how to dye their boas using thermite paint. Why don't you tell me what happened to my contract? And he is in the video game coming up. I believe his character comes out in like a few days. And yeah, they didn't have the retro refs either. Huge L for WWE if you don't keep the body around. And who knows, though, he could be going through health shit, or his wife could be as well. Like, we don't know. And I'm not saying it's an L on them if there's like a health thing, right? But as it stands right now, it's like, dude, if they're not keeping fucking the body around and they're not doing the retro aesthetic of the refs and shit, then that's a bunch of bullshit, you know? And if it comes out there's some health shit, then yeah, that's or like something going on where he's like, nah, I just chose not to re-shine. Okay, then that's on him, you know? Then that's cool. And that ain't a bunch of bullshit. That's his prerogative. But it is a bunch of bullshit not bringing in maybe a different legend, or seeing what Jerry the King Lawler's up to, or seeing I don't know, just thinking of something, man. You got fucking tons of legends on deck. Like, why not bring a different one in and be like, or bring 2 of them in and just be like, well, the body's not whether we got these guys here. Don't even bring up the body, and just keep the retro refs and shit. They had the retro microphone, I believe, for Lillian Garcia, but yeah, I don't know. And then watch some redacts. Oh, it's not an L for WWE. He was sick or something. You know, that happened to me when I was like, it came out that Wade Barrett was like no longer going to be with WWE. And I was like, what an L for WWE. All these retards. Look, he was actually just taking time off. It's like, yeah, well, we didn't know that when I put my original tweet. Do people not understand Twitter? It's just brain farts at the time. There's timestamps on Twitter for a reason. You know, But speaking of legends, it was Stu's birthday, man. From behind the camera to in front of the camera, a well-deserved happy birthday for Stu, the legendary Stu, the cameraman. He gets a happy birthday wish here, and he's been with the company forever. It's who Cena talks. Let's go to work, Stu. And yeah, let's take a look at this. They sing him. This is on Halloween, I think, because Rhodes is wearing his ugly ass orange Halloween suit. I don't know. I wasn't feeling it.
3, 2, 1. Happy birthday. Go in the corner. Go in the corner. Go in the corner.
He's trying to be all humble. I don't want to go up there. You deserve it. Stone Cold's music hits. Throw me a damn bear.
Thank you so much, Stu. You the man. Happy birthday, sir. We love you.
Hell yeah, dude. Put his title on him. Yeah, shout out Stu. It was just a cool little moment there. Speaking of cool moments, WWE ID talks about the new women's champion that will be crowned November 17th at Rhodes on Pawtuxet in Cranston, Rhode Island. Whoever wins the championship will be ID'd. More info to come. Yeah, the steam on WWE ID kind of chilled out a little bit. You know? So let's move along here. WWE has filed to trademark Tribal Air. So it's the Tribal Air instead of the Tribal Chief. You know, it's the Tribal Heir. I don't know. The heir to the throne. So not sure what that is for, but we will see. Speaking of Samoans and the Tribal Chiefs, The Rock talked about how he knew that Osama bin Laden had been deleted before it was announced by the president. Who's the president? Barack Obama. Yeah, I called him on the phone. I called The Rock, was the first guy I called. The Rock has revealed how he knew about it. And he says, I've got a friend of a friend who gave me a call. The call was like, hey, this thing happened. And I said, okay, wonderful news. I was told on the call that the president at the time, Barack Obama, was going to make a speech in 20 minutes or whatever. I said, okay, great. So 20 minutes go by. And at about the 25th minute, I tweet this. Then I get a second call. And the call is, yeah, the president didn't go on yet. And I went, oh, shit. Just the Illuminati, dude. Oh, man. Yeah, it's weird. So he tweeted this out. Just got word that will shock the world. Land of the free, home of the brave. Damn proud to be an American. So The Rock just knew about it. Well, you see, the towers fell before they announced it on the news before it happened. Fucking Jesse the Body comes up with a fucking conspiracy on that. Speaking of conspiracies, there's been a lot of ratings talk and buffoonery and conspiracies lately. But NXT saw an increase in the key demo from recent weeks, while the audience was in line with what the show has been doing the last couple of weeks. So 528K per Programming Insider. Last week's episode faced tough competition with Game 4 of the World Series. And that's just the U.S. number. Like, that's not the international, if you're talking everybody who watches it. That Raw, they were saying, did bad, was like number 1 on Netflix, beats Squid Game The Challenge Season 2. WWE was in Canada. Pretty fucking crazy. So NXT aired on election night, with cable news securing 5 of the top 10 spots in the 18 to 49 demo. Year over year, NXT was down 15% in total viewers. So there you go. 18 to 49 was down 53%. It was election night in the US or what? So speaking of big nights in the US, big noon kickoff, Big E. It's going to be on the big noon kickoff. I don't know why I even bookmarked that. The newest ID, we were talking about ID. The newest prospect is Yaney Harrison. And he was initially trained at TC Pro Dojo before being scouted by WWE at the IWS Training Center in Montreal. Yane went on to earn a WWE tryout during SummerSlam week after taking part in the Masterclass camp at WWE ID school. And yeah, he gets accepted. Here's his little thing. We don't need to even watch this whole speech, but
EID designated elite pro wrestling training.
is this as cool as it once was, chat? Is this as cool as it once was to get ID'd? And I know it's only been a little bit of time, and I don't think it falls under the fickle mark category. I think it reflects LFG. The ratings just tanked after season 1. Just boom, done. No one cares anymore. Evolve, I think, had a little bit of hype, but now people, I don't know, especially with the way a bunch of people just exited. It's like, and then now we're introducing all these new folks. ID helps the indies. It did. Maybe we could get my pal JJ and Matt. Maybe we could get those fools on here to talk about it again. How, see an update on their territories and see if their shit's doing any better, but yeah, well, we don't even need to watch this. He just accepts it and he's proud and he's excited to be a part of ID. So I just don't know if it's as hot as it has been. So let's move along here. TKO president Mark Shapiro says WWE needs to take the torch and move past. Speaking of moving on, PLEs created by Vince McMahon. So Mark Shapiro says they never seem exhausted. They're ready to take on a new shot, a new risk, a new opportunity. Hey, Nick, let's talk about launching a new event. Right now, a lot of our PLEs were created by Vince McMahon. We need to get in the business of taking that torch and moving past that. And Nick, and Triple H created WrestlePalooza, which is the launch event for our new ESPN deal, which did incredibly well and may turn into a super franchise. A super franchise. Not to mention, from a merch standpoint, I don't need to tell you securing the IP rights and then selling merch at WrestlePalooza. Let's just say it was a real winner. Absolutely. Now, as far as fans are concerned, again, I take it to the commenters. I take it to chat. I take it to the people. What happens when they get okay, we all they went back to Bad Blood, for instance, but we all like Halloween Havoc. Nostalgia's cool. NXT, they can use the nostalgia names. Okay, that's cool, but Elimination Chamber, we all like that. Yeah, I've always loved the Chamber. I think that's one of the newer match types from the last 20 years, where it is just essentially a war games, but it's individuals, but it's just sort of a mashup of a few matches. But that original Elimination Chamber, that is actually innovative and cool. It's actually, now I know now it's all padded and kind of lame, but I don't know. The last Chamber match fucking ruled though. With the last one was Punk and Cena in them, right? That fucking ruled, man. The finish to that one was banging. So yeah, Chamber, we all like Money in the Bank. We all like the Royal Rumble. We all like WrestleMania. We all like SummerSlam, even Survivor Series. If you want to tag War Games on it, cool. If they did a year without War Games, cool. I think War Games could be its own event though, but then you have to book around, we're going to do a War Games on this show. So maybe it's better if we just take it off Survivor Series and make War Games we just have one when it's necessary, whether it be Bad Blood or whatever. But I don't know, man, to move past all the Vince shit, I think all your main shit is Vince shit. So WrestlePalooza is never going to become WrestleMania. I'm sorry, it's not. So Yeah, I don't know. I think a good blend of both, but like I don't like these like Super Showdown. Clash at the Castle's cool. Like that's a cool name, or like Clash in Berlin or whatever. That's cool, but otherwise, like, what are you guys gonna come up with that isn't peak WWE? And obviously, I'm taking it to an extreme by lumping like Rumble and Mania in. They're not gonna get rid of Rumble and Mania and shit. Dummy, yeah, obviously I know that, but still, it just should be noted that all of Vince's shit was like the main shit, and WrestlePalooza isn't like knocking anyone's socks off with, wow, that's sure is a great idea, fellas. Like name wise, the branding was kind of cool, I guess, like the logo and shit. But just in an era, I guess, where Tony Khan already has like Wrestle Dynasty, or is it called Dynasty or Wrestle Dynasty? What is it? Wrestle Dream, Wrestle Fest? No, whatever. It doesn't matter. There's just too many of them. I like WrestleMania is like WrestleMania. WrestlePalooza sounds like a company trying to knock off WrestleMania in a way. So, and then like Super Showdown, it just sounds like someone almost like making fun of wrestling in a way. It is kind of old school, but I don't know. I think you got a litany of fucking names you can already go to that nobody, like if you called a pay-per-view No Mercy again, that would be kind of dope. Vengeance and shit. I know NXT took those, but it's like those were good names too, because it's easy to apply vengeance to like any wrestling storyline. So I don't know, man. I'm with you there. And again, I just shitted on Vince earlier, pun intended, but you got to put McMahon over with like, he came up with all. Now, okay, granted, maybe fucking Pat Patterson came up with the match, and that's really what's over. And you could have called the Royal Rumble anything, and you could make the argument that the match itself is what draws. The Elimination Chamber could be called whatever the fuck, and it would still draw based on the step, maybe. But I think the branding, like Royal Rumble, it works. It's just so well. Anyways, let's move along here. So speaking of WrestleManias and whatnot, WWE set to receive $6 million. I need the fucking Dr. Evil drop. I'm going to get that. Incentive for WrestleMania 42 in Las Vegas. So they're getting $6 million just on top of everything else they get already. So good for them. Moving along here. Friday Night SmackDown, they're set up at the Van Andel Arena in Grand Rapids, Michigan. They have 1,397 tickets sold, 4,200 it's set up for. Damn, that's on December 19th. Shit's expensive now, man. So I don't blame anyone if they're like, damn, dude, I can't get tickets to SmackDown because I got to buy Christmas presents for everyone and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's fair, right? Like if people want to chalk it up to that. I would say this though. If you really look at it, Raw's been the better show. It's still drawn like a motherfucker. SmackDown hasn't been as good of a show, and it ain't drawn as hot. And again, dude, we're so brainwashed. Even me, I'm fucking derped to the max about this WWE AEW shit. Everybody can't stop contrasting the two, including myself, because they always get fucking compared. But we got to start going Raw versus SmackDown and shit. Because really think about it, SmackDown ain't been hitting. And the ratings and the attendance maybe reflects that comparatively to Raw. That's been hitting more. Not to say either show's like, oh, this is a wipe your ass shit, completely garbage show. But yeah, I mean, let's chalk it up to Raw and SmackDown. We need a hard brand split, Trips, okay? And we need different creative teams on both shows and no overlapping unless it's champions. That's what we got to do. When Taker went to both, that's when the brand split worked too, might I add, is when they fucking Taker went to both shows. They split the titles and the brands. The fucking split worked then, bro. Like when Heyman was running SmackDown with the SmackDown 6, that was like one of the hardest fucking eras ever in SmackDown history. That was like one of the greatest. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. The Ruthless Aggression era fucking ruled at the beginning. So, SmackDown, though, hopefully they sell more tickets and whatnot. But yeah, it's SmackDown versus Raw. It's NXT versus TNA versus AEW versus the Indies. Because, like, there's Indies outdrawing some of these fucking AEW shows now. It's like, how do you not stack it up comparatively? Speaking of ticket sales, Raw. So again, comparatively, the TD Garden. This is tomorrow. This is seen as the last ever Raw. And he will be in attendance for the first couple matches of this 16-man tournament. 15,000. Is it because it's Cena in Boston? I bet they would have did this roughly without Cena even being there. Let's be honest. And it's set up for 16,200. This bitch will sell out right here because this is from 7 hours ago. So, and then I think these updates are a couple days behind or whatever. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And we talked about WWE IDs. So Igel Blanc competed at the NXT house show in Tampa. So we talked about this guy for a second. Pretty much like there, WWE, the PC drops a photograph of like, here's our newest trainee class. It's always like 5-6 people they want you to pay attention to. And this guy was on it, Igel Blanc, and apparently he is like well known. And the picture of him was without his mask that WWE initially posted. And this guy was hyped up because he was known on the indies, I guess, before. And he appeared at the house show in Tampa, I think with Lexus King there, under his mask and in his regular gear, and I think using his original name and everything. So people are kind of hyped. Again, this is like the uber sicko smart wackos. They're like, fuck yeah, he's going to be, Igel Blanc is in fucking NXT or whatever. So awesome. Good for him. And we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe they go with like a white boy luchador. It fucking works as far, or I don't know. Maybe I'm sorry if he's not even, if his, he looks like he has blonde hair. He's like a ginger or something, but he's like a Sami Zayn character, right? But if he, whatever, his name's Igel Blanc, so maybe that's on Espanol or something. I apologize if I just, assumed your racial identity there, pal. But it could work. This could work too. Again, if it's presented seriously and it's not like a goofy thing, the way El Grande is. And what I mean by that is they have a fucking European guy under a mask pretending to be a fucking Mexican or whatever in in El Grande. So you have that situation. So who knows why they've done the mask unmask already? Maybe they're just testing out what gets over with the fans more. But there is a little bit of like indie hype surrounding this guy. I mean, Pro Wrestle Finesse, almost 2K likes on this. So like there's a little bit of hype on this guy. So we'll keep an eye on that. Speaking of who to keep an eye on, Hank and Tank became the new fucking GHC Noah tag team champions. So Hank and Tank down in Japan doing work. And that fucking rules, man. Good for them. They are becoming a solid tag team. And they're developing the right guys because they have a good look. And this gimmick can stay the way it is, or it can evolve into like a more serious thing down the line as well. And it's just good to see them developing fucking this team and having people go in and out of Japan. I mean, it's really good for them to be doing that shit. Speaking of good for them and good riddance, before we check in with Chad here, rapper Westside Gunn says he's done supporting WWE, cites poor treatment. And here's him with an AEW title. Of course, Westside Gunn, I believe he does themes. He might even, I can't remember, but hasn't he made a song with Swerve Strickland? I think he does a few. I think he does a few themes in AEW. And I'd say he's more aligned with AEW, although he has been at WWE shows and he's just a wrestling fan in general, right? Like even take Wale. He works more. So to contrast that, Wale, he works more with WWE and has in the past. And he likes AEW though, but he's a WWE stan through and through. And he Wale is like, I don't get the hate on AEW type shit. And Westside Gunn is the same boat, but I would say like more on the AEW side. If I'm correct on that, maybe there's some like uber hip hop WWE AEW fan who's like, no, man, Westside Gunn loves WWE way more. I don't know. Here's him with the AEW title. The Observer, I thought Dave doesn't like rappers, Brian. Dave's pleased because he's like, oh, those guys, Brian. Those Cuervo. And then we saw another one. It was Cuervo twice in the same show. And Dave's going, oh, there was another one of those guys, those rappers, Brian. You can pretend you're cool. It's like, dude, Dave, that was Quavo. His name's not Cuervo, it's Quavo. And that was him 2 times, you fucking idiot. And so, Dave's just pleased about this. I'm surprised the Observer's writing about rappers at all. But, yeah. We move along here and he explains. So Westside Gunn says he will no longer be pushing the WWE product, which is such a cringy ass no DQ. Who writes it that way? He'll no longer be pushing the WWE product. Like it's cocaine. Just say he doesn't like WWE anymore, dude. Fuck's sakes. Like what kind of marks do they get to work at these places? So moving along here. Well, not moving along. Let's just get into like what he said happened to him at WWE. He got poor treatment is what he said. So here's what Gunn wrote. So he wrote, for years, I mean, nobody with 2 feet has spent the amount of money I have supporting and pushing a brand I've loved since I could remember. I sat front row at every big show, literally. Oh, so there you go. Maybe I just corrected myself. So like they don't put Westside Gunn on TV when he's there, obviously, because they do when he's involved in AEW, they're hyping it up all the time. But there you go. It's same with like Rick Ross. I didn't realize Rick Ross was at like TNA shows supporting Jeff Hardy and shit. Like I completely pooped that out of my brain if I did know that. Right. I'm just like, oh, he's down with like we've seen him with The Rock. We've seen him in AEW a little bit, but Rick Ross kind of, he's more with WWE, I'd say. But nah, he was like, he just fucks with wrestling in general. So here we go. Westside Gunn. He says that every big show, all the good times it brought to my life to the point when I started making music, I incorporated it in everything like Wu-Tang did karate. I made people who hated the product watch it again. I made it look cool when at the time people thought I made it look cool, like writing cool with a K, like Cool Herc, right? So when at the time people thought it was nerdy, I've watched that same company sit countless of people next to me who's not even fans for real and act like I didn't exist. I was threatened to take everything out of my music, which I only did to pay homage, or my whole catalog would be demolished. And everybody knows how hard I worked coming from Buffalo for me to get that threat for just supporting and being a real fan hurted me. But I stayed quiet and still like a crazy man sat front row because I love the culture. I even just went viral for spending $50K on sweets. On my soul, I've only been respectful. I tried having conversations with one individual because he's causing all of these unnecessary cases. And to be honest, he hates seeing a young, black, successful entrepreneur that could afford those seats and have to watch those chains dance across that screen to the point Monday Night Raw starts at 8 p.m. I was kicked out by 8:03 after spending $5K for a seat plus travel, hotel, etc. on my own city for absolutely nothing. Okay, so and Westside Gunn recently put up a billboard in he talks about it here, and I actually remember it from the other day. Like people were sharing that around actually. So he did like the $1 Million Man. He just called his album that or whatever. And it's like Ted DiBiase and Virgil standing there. That's like his album cover. He put the billboard up in Times Square or whatever. So what happened? So he's saying like somebody was being racialist towards him. Hold on. Sorry, Chad. I tried having conversations with one individual because he's causing all of these unnecessary cases. And to be honest, he hates seeing a young, black, successful entrepreneur that could afford those seats and have to watch those chains dance across that screen to the point Monday Night Raw starts at 8. I was asked to kick. So like he's saying someone in particular in WWE keeps fucking with him and asking him to leave. Or like, what's going on? Why are they asking him to leave? Like, why would you get kicked out? it just like for me, he's just saying a bunch of shit happened, but like how do you get kicked out though for no reason? You know, that's what I need because you had chains and shit. I don't know, dude. I've watched that same company sit countless of people next to me who's not even fans. Okay, so he says, no lie, the kid in me heart broke that day. No lie, the kid in me heart broke that day. I put the billboard up, that $1 Million Man billboard up, which he loves, and I wanted to push him in the culture because he deserves it and to show Virgil love for the culture. I get a letter saying, so I said, you know what, I'm a show love. I get a letter saying blank. So he used... So did he get a letter from... So he's like mad because he got a letter... Here, I should share this so you guys can see, like, read along if you'd like. But he got a letter saying blank, ... And a letter saying blank. So he got a letter from WWE like, yo, you can't use that. You didn't clear it. Why would you do that without clearing it with them first? That just seems like you're just setting yourself up to get sued or something, brudda. I don't know, man. So maybe is he talking about Triple H? Like I'm curious here. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna show love to the love only to the people that show love to me from now on. So you don't have to worry about me pushing that product over there again. Oh, so that's why No DQ wrote that, because he said pushing that product. He said it. And it's sad because I still love them, but I have my own company, Fourth Rope. And yeah, we're the underdogs. Damn, and Fourth Rope works with TNA. So this is fucked. And we're the underdogs, but we love this shit. It's not about money. We're going to keep pushing culture. And I'm honored to have Bishop 187 on the trilogy cover because he deserves it for believing me from day one as my first official wrestler. So he put his first official wrestler bleeding on the cover instead of the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase and Virgil. And so he's mad that he got a letter for not clearing that photograph for his album and shit that he was going to sell, putting up a billboard. Like, here's the thing, man. They're a huge public company, and you put up a billboard with their IP promoting some shit that they didn't clear first. That's pretty crazy to do. I'll just say that. And then why'd you get kicked out? I'm super curious. Like, they don't just kick people out. And if they said, can you take your chains off, sir? But like, I don't fucking, would they even say that? You see people fucking wearing bling all the time at these wrestling shows, and they do confiscate signs. So maybe production wise, they're like, dude, you're dripping too hard. It's like blinging in the cameras and shit. We can't get the right, like, it's distracting from the... So surely a fan would understand that. You just maybe tuck your chain. Maybe he's like, I don't tuck it for nobody. I don't fucking know, but like something had to have happened. Like, were you backstage first and just aren't saying that part? Like, why would they just chuck you for spending the money too? Like, if they gave you the free seats, like let's say, for instance, Post Malone, let's say they invite him or he buys the seats and they're like, oh, dude, come sit here. No, we got this. We want you to be here and sit in our... Let's say Tony Hinchcliffe shows up and then he's acting a fool and just fucking shit up, and then they kick him out. It's like, all right, but they gave you the seats too, so you can't... But like, it almost sounds like he's saying they treat him like a paying customer almost all the time. He supports WWE so much that he's just like buying his tickets, and I don't see them putting him on TV all the time. And if that's the case, then it's like, what happened to where... So like Triple H, does he have a gripe with Triple H? It sounds like he thinks he does, at least as far as like... And maybe they removed him because of that. Maybe they removed him because they're like, oh, is that the guy who fucking put up the $1 Million Man thing without contacting us? Well, there could be a legal thing. We need to ask him to leave because this could... That it's, you know, maybe it's something to do with that. And that fucking sucks to lose a fan. And that sucks when you're a guy who... You love WWE so much, but like, there's also a thing called ego tripping, and none of us want to be doing that either, right? Like, don't... I would say it's more of a business thing after you put up the Ted DiBiase thing and you got a letter from them saying, yo, don't do that. And then you're at their event and they're just like, well, we need to get him out of here. Like we could be suing this guy soon, or there could be a lawsuit in tow, and we, if whatever, like we're actively not cool in our eyes because of this. So, right. It's like, maybe don't take it personally. It's not like but at the same time, it seems like there's a mess of brewing. We'll keep an eye on it. I don't know. A very interesting WWE news segment there, ladies and gentlemen. So we have AEW news, man. We're about to get into. We have a sicko segment, ladies and germs. We have updates. I'm just updating shit right now for AEW news as we're about to do the segment. Okay, let me check in with chat too. See what everyone's saying. Okay, so what is everybody saying here in chat? Let me check in. I am super thirsty right now. I need to fucking chug down some drink too. So we'll just leave Tony Khan's major announcement up here in the interim. How about that? Let's check in with chat. Only 52 likes. Good God damn it. There is 300 people watching across X and YouTube. Go and hit the like button on YouTube, on the Clips channel, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We're live there. We're almost at, I don't even want to say, it's like 7,300 subs or 7,400. You guys fucking rule, PWT Universe, okay? You guys fucking rule, but run the likes up. It helps get the show out there. We have members here. Mbada has been a member for 7 fucking months. That rules. Thank you so much. And at Sky JD over here now in the sky now 4 has been a member for 14 months. That also rules so hard. Thank you guys so much for the support. Guys, consider becoming a member. 99 cents. You get access to my bonus shows. Also Patreon. And there's going to be a show that's on Patreon for just patrons as well in the near future here. Very near future. Because that's the only way I'll be able to do it. So I acknowledge you guys.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you very, very, very much. For being here, guys. Round of applause to the PWT Universe. You guys rule. Thank you for your super chats and your contributions. You guys can also gift memberships. That's a very friendly thing to do around the holiday season. Also, I think Lincoln Hawk and I are going to give away some gift cards over the holiday season throughout December. I think we're going to do that. So stay tuned for that. We'll give you the deets on we'll do like a quiz or something, and then every week we'll give like a $25 gift card away or some shit, and you can win all of them if you get the quiz right every week or whatever. It doesn't have to be different, you know what I mean? One person can win them all, 4 different people can win them. We'll do something like that. Okay, so all right guys, let's get into AEW news. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so drinking some root beer, getting wobbly here. So, ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the chat, Ichi ni sanda.
Ichi ni sanda.
For AEW news. So, Matt Hardy says AEW run led him to ask, why am I still doing this? And we actually have a clip of it. So the Hardy Boys, the guys who do some of the craziest shit you've ever seen in wrestling, we're in AEW going, why the fuck, or what are we doing this for? Why is this still a thing we do? And I don't know if that was the concussion from falling off the fucking crane talking, but yeah, I think a lot of people go there and have that stark realization and then realize, like, yeah, we want to go. I say realize too much here. in the last few sentences. And then they're like, dude, I need to get the fuck back to the Fed.
During those times in AEW, there were times where both myself and Jeff, like especially me, when I was there and I wouldn't really do anything, it just made me question, like, why am I still doing this? Like, I love this, but like it kind of just doesn't feel like something I love right now, you know? And I knew if we could get into a groove of doing something good and be where we need to be, and ultimately what we need to do was
does he do his pod and stream from his wife's streaming area? That fucking rules.
Leave it and go to TNA. And then we found that again, and like I am as much in love with the business.
That actually is funny as fuck.
Business as I have ever been this year, you know, during those times.
Yeah, and he even said, I think he went on to say, like, I looked at Jeff and we were both like, what the fuck are we doing here? So, speaking of, you know, one half of the greatest tag teams of all time, Devon Dudley explodes on Tony Khan and QT Marshall for lying about AEW producer offer. So let's check this out here. Thank you, Ringside News, and shout out Devon Dudley. So Devon isn't holding back anymore. On the Duke Loves Wrestling podcast, the Hall of Famer made it clear he never agreed to produce anything AEW and blasted the narrative that he fell asleep while waiting to meet Tony Khan. So yeah, QT and Tony Khan, and people put it out there, he fell asleep while waiting for a meeting. So Devon says, number one, you never asked me to be a producer or to produce a match. I never produced anything. The first time I showed up was in Orlando, and I was told by QT Marshall, who I can't stand, and I don't care if he knows it. Kiss my ass. He can't do shit about it. Oh, shit. He fucking
Stupid
destroyed
idiot.
QT Marshall, dude. Damn.
We'll
Devon
rule
was
you.
like, he ain't fucking playing around no more, man. And he says, I got there at 11 in the morning and didn't meet with him until about 2 or 3 in the morning. So yeah, you're damn right. I was probably sitting in the chair with my eyes closed. I was tired. Would you have done that to Flair? No. So wait, he got there at 11 and then they made him wait till 2 or 3. Tony McCann right there. Would you have done that to Flair? Would you have done it to anybody else? No, but you did it to me. So fuck you, man. So a 2 a.m. meeting? So he got there at 11 in the morning and then didn't meet with Tony till 2 or 3 in the morning. Oh, yeah, it was great. No, I have a couple cups over here. You want to check out my 2 cups? What about my triple cup? Tone's fucking distracted, marking out. He's nervous, getting ready, trying on different shirts, trying on different jackets. Should I wear my camo jacket for Devon? No. He shows up nervous. Devon's like, you stood me up, dude. That's fucking crazy, man. Ooh, that's crazy. And then he goes, Devon said he was treated like a fucking young boy. He said, you could have brought me into the office and just said, hey, Devon, this is what we have to offer. I could say yes or no and go home, but instead you kept me waiting until 2 or 3 in the morning again. I said I want to be a producer. I don't want to wrestle. But Tony's like, oh, I want you to wrestle. And we talked about that on this show a long time ago when Devon's co-host here came on this show and said that he's like, I know that he was trying to get Devon to wrestle. And I've put together the conspiracy theory that he was trying to get the Hardys versus ENC versus the Dudleys in like a TLC one last time in AEW. And so he's like, I don't want to wrestle. And he goes, maybe you could do a 6-man or a tag. Just a 6-man. Yeah, we just want Devon to do a 6-man in AEW. Like, Tony's such a goober. Dude, I was 6 months off back surgery. Why would I risk that? You could do a 6-man with your sons. The Devon Dudleys. Oh, man. I don't give a damn what he thinks. I don't work for him, and he doesn't pay me. I'm happy with WWE. With my Legends deal, with the projects I do. People say don't burn a bridge. I'm not burning a bridge, but don't talk shit about me that isn't true. Don't lie and say you asked me to produce matches. You didn't. I would have been happy to show what I could do, but it never happened, so don't lie. I don't care how much money someone has. Don't lie on me. Kiss my ass and shove that money up your ass. I don't care. And that kiss ass you've got next to you, QT Marshall. Oh shit, he felt at him. Dude, he's destroying QT Marshall. And that kiss ass you've got next to you, QT Marshall, he can go to hell. I wish he would approach me. I wish he would. Oh, he's like, bro, I'll fucking boom and doom your chin, bro. He's calling you out, QT. It'll be the last time he ever approaches me. Dumbass bitch. Oh, fuck.
Shut up, bitch.
Oh, my God. He said Tony Khan's a liar, too, dude. Oh, my God. Dude, Devon just rights and lefts, man. Fucking knocking him. He goes, I'm not being bitter. I'm not being angry. Just don't lie. Dude drops bombs on his ass. And he's like, he's not interested in playing politics or pretending things are fine. His experience with AEW is messy, according to him, completely avoidable as well. And yeah, when people go there, it just goes to show you that when people go there and are like, yep, and they just put up with the bullshit, put up with the redactedness, fucking, let Tony get away with this shit for money. That's why they do it. And they're just doing it for money. That's the point. And then when somebody goes, yeah, no, this is bullshit or this is dumb or I'm not going to kiss your ass for money, dude. I know everybody else in your life does that because you're a billionaire, right? But we're not doing that over here. Not this way. Like, you're unprofessional. I don't care that the whole world pauses for you your entire life because you're a fucking billionaire. This is unprofessional or whatever the fuck. And we're supposed to be professional at the highest order, or the highest level, rather, when fucking millions of dollars are on the line and shit like that. Right? So, and we're talking about television, network television and pay-per-view and shit. You should be operating at a professional level. And so he's just like, this is bullshit. They treated me unfairly. The cult jumps on Devon. They lie on Devon. Everyone hates on fucking Devon. It's like, no, fuck you, man. Like, Devon's right. He's a legend. He shouldn't have had to wait till 3 a.m. to be told, maybe you could do a 6-man by a fucking guy on Adderall writing out a match card with no real plan in mind, just hiring everyone he can. And yes, people like QT just kiss balls so they can fucking just milk this guy out of money. And it's actually slapping Tony in the face. Like, if Tone, it's like disrespectful to Tone, man. Like, if he had any sensibility, he'd understand, like, that these dudes are just money marking him in. But hey, Devon's just like, yeah, you're a money mark, but I'm also not, like, this pissed me off. Don't fucking do that. So yeah, shout out Devon for just keeping it a bean, because everything in AEW's sort of falling apart as far as almost everyone's concerned. And we have some stories to prove that throughout this show here. So just some other little side stories before we get into the juicy juice stuff. Hiroshi Tanahashi's final opponent is going to be Katsuchika Okada. So they couldn't get Nakamura. It is Okada who's going to be, Tony Khan was like, no, it should be Okada. Gave him a bunch of money. How funny is it that Tanahashi and them were considering Shinsuke before Okada, likely as well? Well, we know we can get Okada. What about Shinsuke, though? Just proves to everyone the pecking order. But, yeah, shout out Okada. I mean, and then all the marks are asking Okada about, like, are you going to do OG Rainmaker or are you doing AEW Rainmaker? It's like, no, who gives a fuck? The fuck? None of you are even going to watch it anyways. And they don't, like, they're doing their American show with no real AEW ties to it thus far, other than Takeshita, but it's not really, it's not really real ties. This book is All Elite. The inside story of All Elite Wrestling is now available. And what did I tell you guys? It is the #1 bestseller in wrestling on Amazon. Why? You sell 100,000 books. Well, Amazon, I think, like, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be shocked if this got like yeah, whatever. I don't even need to get it. I beat this to death already. I'm going to spend half an hour talking about this, but written by Keith Elliott Greenberg. He won, and he's a New York Times best-selling author. But again, that's about politicking. So like they say, to become a New York Times bestseller, you have to sell a certain amount of books, and then that's like the litmus test. However, to become like a New York Times bestseller, they only accept through certain publishers, right? So, for instance, Steve-O, the Jackass guy, okay, WWE alumni, semi-wrestling related, friends with Darby Allin, right? He self-published his own book, and it sold well over the amount to become a bestseller, but they won't acknowledge him because he didn't go through the publications that they... so it's like a rigged thing. But I told you guys, they're gonna get the New York Times bestseller stamp and Amazon bestseller. Like, they're just gonna figure out how to do that so they can go, we have a New York Times bestseller. Like, it's just Tony buying his way into the history books. This book, I bet, is trash. It's just ball kissing AEW with a bunch of factoids you can just Wikipedia and everybody already knows. They're not actually going to give insight on like how Tony Khan really felt, how Tone really felt when that table got bumped in front of him. Then he went on TV and said, I feared for my life. And good on them. Control, rewrite, Carney your own history. But I don't need sickos and redacts telling me that that's not what they fucking did with this book. They pulled a Vince McMahon and just wrote their own fucking history the way everything's all good and we rule and Ultimate Warrior sucks, right? So speaking of sucking, Hook's acting debut in Money Talks movie is with this scene, and in the film, Tyler Hook Senercha plays a character named the Mystery Man, a collector who's owed money and comes to retrieve it, and he makes this guy suck on the barrel of this gun here. Now, this might be the worst acting debut. This is one of the worst fucking movie scenes you're ever going to see. It is so cringe. Let's take a look. Hopefully we don't get sniped. I don't mean to bury Hook. I do like Hook, but his good goddamn I keep saying good goddamn. I don't know why. His goddamn wrestling needs to be taken to NXT. He needs to learn in NXT. Taz has done all he can. AEW's given him all they can. Let's take a look at this.
Please, man. I got your money. Please, in a few days to God.
So, like, the background looks all green screened and shitty. Gotta be honest. So, I mean, it's YouTube. I don't know how much but here's like, they do this trippy, like,
where the fuck is my...
And then it's like bad CGI blood dripping down. So listen to this guy's terrible acting here. Hook's terrible acting.
Like having my shit? Where the fuck is my money, pussy? This a 44 Magnum, strong enough to blow your fucking head off, right fucking here!
I mean, is that not some of the cringiest line delivery? Damn, dude. I don't know, man. Good for him, though, for getting in this flick. And I'm not saying this is like a Hollywood blockbuster. It's just like his acting debut. Everybody starts somewhere. But I don't know. Like, is that the best he could have delivered? That were they just like one take? Yeah, we got it. It's like, holy shit, man. You need NXT, promo class, training class here. So we have controversy galore. So source from people.com, Jim Cornette gets tagged in this, right? This is the Nimrod that was on an AEW pay-per-view backstage segment. So Trailer Park Boys' star Mike Smith charged with SA in Canada. That's fucking crazy, man. And the Trailer Park Boys fucking rule, okay? And this guy's been in business for a long fucking time, okay? The TPBs have been in business a long time, touring around. And Bubbles, I think, he plays the character Bubbles. And he just had this movie come out about just Bubbles, right? It's like a Bubbles solo movie. Of course, the other TPBs show up in it and whatnot. And he just showed up in AEW, right? Oh my God. Okay, that website is fucking... Sorry, guys. I don't even know if... Damn, that website was so glitchy. I have an ad blocker on, so you go on some of these fucking sites. And damn, dude, they are just like... The Observer's like that. It just... Your shit, your tabs just melt down because of ad blocker. Anyways, what we're going to do... I'll get you the story, but I'm just going to pull it up in a... where I know it's not going to melt down. Just 1 second. I'm going to get it pulled up here. Boy charged with... Okay, so we'll get it pulled up here to where my whole shit doesn't glitch out and fry out. I don't know what happened. Okay, so again, just controversy galore here in AEW, but so Mike Smith, the 53-year-old actor best known for portraying the character Bubbles on the Canadian mockumentary series Trailer Park Boys, has been charged with SA in Canada, according to the court documents obtained by CBC News. CBC News there, bud. Canadian Broadcasting. You guys get that down there, buddies? Smith was formally charged on October 2nd in Halifax, Nova Scotia. God damn. In connection with an alleged incident that occurred on December 30th, 2017, almost a decade ago in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. The victim's identity is protected by a publication ban, and Smith has been ordered not to contact them or visit their school, workplace, or home. Their school? You what? You sick son of a bitch. And of course, dude, have you seen the Trailer Park Boys on fucking... Now they rule. Every Canadian, this is heartbreaking because we fucking love the TPBs. Here's the thing, though. We'll denounce this motherfucker in a second. Of course, he was just recently at an AEW show. Of course. With Edge and Christian. Like, of course this fucking happens. So the allegations remain unproven in court, and Smith is scheduled to appear in Halifax court, with an initial reports noting a Monday appearance following the charge becoming public. The article notes that Trailer Park Boys, which were premiered in 2001 and has aired over 100 episodes, etc., is a cult favorite that Smith co-owns rights to alongside Rob Wells and John Paul Tremblay. In response to the charge, TPB Inc., overseeing the show, merchandise, and stream, etc., issued a statement to people confirming that Smith was stepped away from the role as managing director. We are aware of the allegation concerning Mike Smith dating back to 2017. So they knew about it the whole time, right? And take such matters seriously. At this time, Mike has stepped away from his role, and Gary Hausman has assumed managing director responsibilities. People also briefly mentioned Smith's prior legal history. In 2016, he was arrested in LA on misdemeanor domestic battery charges following an alleged incident at a Hollywood hotel, but no charges were filed. The story has been widely covered by other outlets. But yeah, so this was a charge that happened a long time ago, I guess, or now officially, whatever the fuck, doesn't matter. The fact is he was charged for it, and you know, it's not proven. It's still like nothing's proven yet or whatever. But the fact remains, like, goddamn, it's public now. And it's just not a good look for AEW again. It just really isn't. Because that's their last big, like, celebrity pop. Oh, look at this celebrity we had here last time. We got to erase that Chris Benoit style now. We got to scrub that from our fucking, you know. So, yeah. Jim Cornette says, so I've never heard this guy before, but he makes one appearance on AEW TV and shit starts. Are they fucking cursed? And it is like a curse, dude. It is like a curse, but I will just say, like, that happened all the way back in 2017. It's almost 2025, so it's not like Like, they kept that secret. Imagine how many people have had him on podcasts and shows and shit and are like, what the fuck? But yeah, I mean, innocent until proven guilty, I suppose, right? We'll see how that plays out. But it's weird that they're like, he can't go to this person's school. What, from almost 10 years ago? How old are they? You know what I mean? That sounds all kinds of fucked up. Speaking of all kinds of fucked up and age, just announced Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Ric Flair are coming to Blood and Guts. So they'll be at Blood and Guts. They're desperately trying to move more tickets last second. And Flair is going to be there, I guess. They're all good with him now again. And Steamboat will be there because, you know, they can always call him and he'll show up. And so who knows what they do? Maybe Sting will show up too because we need to sell tickets. Flair will bleed. He'll get color again. So Hangman fans have been getting their signs confiscated at AEW shows. Ice fears Hangman was one of them, and now last week here, a fans' sign that said "Gay Men for Hangman" sign was confiscated during Dynamite. And Jason G from the SAT says, so we can expect outrage from the sickos about this, right? Because if this happened in the E, oh boy, homophobic, this and homophobic that. And he's absolutely right. If this happened in WWE, they would be like homophobic, MAGA company. Meanwhile, AEW, a MAGA company, if you want to break down it's MAGA because the owners like MAGA and shit. Everybody's too retarded to understand what Niccolo Piccolo laid out. Like, just the landscape of media is going more conservative again. It's just the balances of fucking the circle of life. That's what they're investing in and shit. Whatever, dude. Does that make everyone MAGA? Shad Khan donated money to the, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we fucking, you're going to take that road? But the Gay Men for Hangman sign confiscated. They don't say one fucking word. And AEW trying just not to be political or like, I don't know, if someone made a straight Men for Hangman sign, it's like, who gives a fuck? It's 2025, dude. Who cares if you're gay? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, who gives a shit? I don't fucking care. You know, so they're just, but people take that if they see the gay stuff, they go, oh, it's fucking woke. They politicize it. Everybody does it now. And so maybe AEW is just being smart. I would say that's probably the smart move, even though they let Punk do whatever the fuck. But again, that's Punk. And Hangman needs to understand, again, levels to this shit. Okay? But I know Tony Khan got a phone call over that ice shit with Hangman, and they're just trying not to get more fucking heat with signs like this and stuff. That's 100% what's going on. Otherwise, they wouldn't care. But, speaking of not caring, Zeta Steele was spotted backstage. I don't know why. She obviously cares, but a young Zeta Steele was spotted backstage at a TV taping at AEW. Holy shit. So she leaves the ID program very young, early in her career. Everyone's like, she's going to be a WWE superstar. Look out for Zeta Steele. I think she was the champ, right? If I'm not mistaken. She fucking dips out from Evolve, dips out from WWE ID. And if Tony Khan hires her and sends her to ROH, well, this is self-made pro wrestle. So if that's a real dirt sheet, I don't even know. Isn't that like Elboo's show or whatever? She is said to have recently filmed a pre-tape promo segment for Ring of Honor. So they're going to stick her in Ring of Honor. Fine. That's probably where she should be. And they want her to wrestle for ROH in the next coming weeks. So Tony probably signed her for way more money than WWE was gonna. And she can go to AEW for the next like 5 fucking years, make shitloads of money, wrestle indies still, basically the same thing. And then she can decide like, yeah, I'll go back to NXT or I'll go back. Like, she's in a really good position. Tony probably paid her fucking bank, dude. Probably paid her bank for this. Okay. Brody King says he earned the respect of Bandito and Darby Allin by, ready chat, drinking his own pee.
Wrestling's not fake!
It's a fucking sicko company. Oh, right? It's fucking Sicko Central over there, dude. Sicko City. Sicko City. Sicko City. Like, what the fuck? Dudes are drinking their pee and shit. It's like Clerks 3, where he's like, oh man, this tastes like pee and flies, yo. Me and Bandito were on an independent show. Sometime you have to pee in the middle of traffic. So Darby Allin was sitting in the back of the van. I peed in a bottle, which is very normal for everyone that's been on tour. But The Rock pees in fucking bottles so he doesn't have to fucking leave set. No, that is fucked up though, leaving pee bottles around. But yeah, if you're on the road and you have to piss in a bottle, and here's the thing with The Rock, if he was like leaving piss bottles in his trailer and shit, that's fucked up. But if he was like going behind a set, like let's say they're on set, makeup's done, all this shit, and he's like, I just got to whip my little Johnson, my little Dewey out and fucking take a piss behind this tree over here. I'll do it in a bottle so we're not like leaking water in the camera frame, and I just need to do this to save everyone's time and the millions of dollars on this production. I could fucking understand that, but then leaving all the piss bottles for someone to clean up, nah, dude, at least be courteous enough to grab your own goddamn piss bottles. But if he was just pissing in bottles and leaving them, that's fucked up. But when everybody got mad at him for like pissing in a bottle, it's like everyone's had to do that. But if he's like a piss bottle guy where he just leaves piss bottles everywhere, that's fucked up. But with Brody and them, Brody does have a point here, right? If you've been on the road, you're touring around, you got to piss in a bottle. They thought it was very gross that I was doing this. So then I hold up the bottle of pee and they're like, ew. And then I just took a little drink of pee. So no one even dared you? To no shock, Darby from the back of the van goes, that's my kind of guy. Let me go. Drink pee. Drink pee. Oh, yeah. Fuck, man. You fucking Mark. Fucking Darby. Yeah, that's my guy there drinking piss. Fuck. They're like, ew, and I just took a little drink of pee. They didn't even dare you. It wasn't even like a double dog dare, dude. You just drank the pee, and it wasn't even a double dog dare. Oh, buddy. Okay, so speaking of celebs, earlier we talked about celebs and crossovers there. Of course, Bubbles getting into some trouble. The next celebrity appearance they have is Big Boom AJ teaming up with QT Marshall, who's about to get the smackdown. He's about to fucking go through a table on account of the Dudley Boys. And he's teaming up with QT for Boom and Doom is the name of their team, for the Tailgate Brawl for Full Gear, which is 2 weeks away. And they're taking on Roppongi Vice. And again, it's like, you got the Big Boom AJ Bufemo and the Chicky Bakey kid in the background, right? I don't know their names, right? You got the Boom kid or whatever, the Rizzler. And it's like, or the Rizzler's that other kid, whatever. You got these guys and you're wrestling all these old guys that aren't going to like get over. I mean, I like Trent Beretta. I like Rocky Romero, Azúcar, but like, you guys are done. You're cooked. You're older. Your careers are done. You were booked to shit in AEW. You're still making money and shit, but you're like not gonna get over. We cry about John Cena wrestling Logan Paul and shit while the Sickos doing shit. And it's like, look at this. These guys, you have these social media guys, and you're not even like surrounding them with young stars that could potentially get social media impressions for these young guys and build stars. You're putting it on Roppongi Vice, thrown together. I thought Trent Beretta retired, but no, he's in the Callis family, and so is Azúcar. So now we're going to fucking put Roppongi Vice back together from New Japan from 2011 or whatever. Like, that's what you're going to do? And then QT Marshall, who's like 45. That's the move, bro. Like, who does this benefit? Who does this help? Who does this do anything for? Okay, stick Big Boom with QT and have them do comedy shit, but put them against like a tag team that are really going to get over or like could use the social media impressions. Or team him up with somebody that like you're trying to get over with kids. if this is like we're going to market to kids section. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing. And this is stupid. And all they've done with Big Boom AJ, this is Tony Khan's idea. We'll put you on the pre-show on YouTube, and then fucking people online will come watch you on fucking our pay-per-view. Bro, their pod gets they don't get a lot of people watching their shit. So I don't know, they're going to put here's the thing. Parents don't want their kids watching this shit either. And if they type in AEW and they see what you guys do on your show, they're not going to want their kids watching this. They're probably like, why the fuck is Big Boom and them even connected to this company? So I just don't see what the play is, man. Put them on your fucking pay-per-view and do a gimmick celebrity match and get someone over. Put them with someone. Roppongi Vice. What the fuck? Who does that get over? What's the point of that? So speaking of what's the point, Thunder Rosa says she would like to finish the story with Britt Baker. And it's why, man? No one fucking, that's 3 years old. I like Thunder Rosa. Okay. I've heard rumors and innuendo. I'm not a dirt sheet.
Allegedly.
People make shit up all the time. That's likely what this is, right, Chad? But, Britt Baker, there could be I think AEW is going to see legal trouble in the future from people they've frozen, man. I think that's really going to come back and bite them in the ass, is all I'll say. And people they just fucking benched for no reason other than I don't like you, or this person left the company that was your friend, and so we just have nothing for you, or you broke up with my friend who I like more than you, so now you don't get used anymore, or whatever the fuck, right? I think some of that shit could come to light, and God forbid Tony finds himself in even more lawsuits and shit with WBD utterly regretting this fucking TV deal, which we're going to get into in a moment. But Thunder Rosa says, it's not up to me. It's not up to her. It's up to the people above us. That's above my pay grade. I would love to. I think it would be a good idea to close the chapter on our story and do it right. It's time to finish the story, whatever that is. Here's the problem. And shout out Masks, Mats, and Mayhem. Here's the problem, though. What fucking story? I think you guys did close it out. Britt and Rosa, when they were both active consistently, was AEW was doing way better than it's doing now. And there's a reason for that. And Britt is completely cooked. She's not in the ring. So unless she's in the ring every fucking day and we don't know about it, she's just not in the ring. And the last time we seen her wrestle, last few times, she looked terrible. She just looked fucking terrible. And I'm sorry, I'm not even trying to hate on her because of that shit. It's just the truth, man. And if she came back, no one would give a fuck. She wouldn't get a pop the way, because the sickos wanted her. The sickos just go with the cult. The sickos don't like Britt anymore because she's called motherfuckers out, and her and Thunder Rosa are just benched until their times are up. And, I don't know. Ray Phoenix got out of his shit, whatever conundrum he was in. And I told you guys there could, some talents had their people looking over contracts whoa, can this guy just do this to us? And hey, Ray Phoenix got let go. So if you're really trying to get out of there, you got to pull a Santana. You got to keep your fucking mouth shut and just ask and ask and ask until you get let free. And just be cool and do business. Don't stir up any shit. Just ask until you get free. Or put hands on Angel Ortiz. No, I'm joking. And, you got to put hands on someone or whatever. And it's fucked because this was the company that was free Ali. All the sickos were free Ali. And we're not going to treat people like this. That's what Tony based this whole shit on. Healthcare. We're not going to treat people we're going to treat everyone equal and fairly. And then they realized, okay, Sonny Kiss doesn't draw as much as Sonny Kiss was one of the first announced people ever signed to AEW. And shout out Sonny Kiss. I actually like Sonny Kiss, and think that for the position he was in or she was in, I'm not sure pronouns, pal, that they crushed it. Okay, for what little they did, honestly. So for Sonny Kiss to be like one of the first announced wrestlers, and then because they're trying to be progressive. That's what I mean. It was just virtue signaling bullshit. It was like, okay, well then do something with Sonny Kiss. Oh, you're not gonna actually, are you? This was just all you put the legless guy in the fucking match because it was just virtue signaling bullshit. In hindsight, Tony Khan had no intention of like giving people health care and all this shit he fucking, all the shit they were crying about when it came to WWE. And he's not freeing these people either. So Thunder Rosa, this is bygone. Like if I was you guys, I'd just be trying to get the fuck out of the company. That's all you can do, dude. You'd be better off working in like NWA again or like TNA again or something. Honestly, it's not worth it. So speaking of, we have tons of like we're about to get into the juicy, meaty, juicy, controversial stuff. But first things first, Eric Bischoff just completely buries. Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair to come on my goddamn show. Eric, you didn't use the promo link below and head to savewithphil.com. Save 20% on life insurance, Eric.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair to say AEW isn't healthy right now. Chat me up about how much you fucking hate Tony Khan. So Eric Bischoff fucking goes off on AEW, and he also went off on, I was listening to one of these, like they're talking about like the first WWE show that the first show that WCW beat WWE in, and Dave reported some shit, and it was kind of putting WCW over, but Eric couldn't help him because it was just fucking stupid. He was just like, no, like, I don't know. It was so epic. I should have clipped it, but all good. It was a good 83 weeks, man. It's a good show. It's held up over the years, but anyways, Bischoff, he doesn't pull any punches, and he goes off on AEW here. And he says on 83 weeks that he warned that with Warner Bros. Discovery possibly being sold and AEW's TV ratings dipping, Tony Khan needs a backup plan fast. So we're about to talk about the ratings and all that, people walking out on the show and all types of shit when it comes to AEW. But Eric said, I would be working so desperately hard on a plan B right now, it would make people around me crazy. Agreed, dude. I would have a YouTube show going weekly. Rampage on YouTube weekly if they're legally allowed to do that. I don't know if Warner Bros. Owns the fucking rights to that or what kind of weird deal they made in the beginning of this shit. But also, if the rumors are true, guys, that WBD owns 5%, AEW's fucked in that regard too. They're going to ditch that so quickly. If like Netflix buys WBD, they're going to ditch that so quickly, but it would make people, or maybe they don't, maybe they buy up more of AEW. No, Bischoff added that AEW's viewership and revenue just aren't where and attendance just aren't where they need to be for major network TV deals, saying Dynamite primetime, you're looking at 500,000 viewers. You're either driving revenue or you're not. And he just completely buried this shit, and he is absolutely spot on about his assessment in all of this. So speaking of WBD, guys, we have 300. We're going to get into all that. We have 320 watching across X and YouTube. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, the little heart, one of those shits. Thank you very much for being here tonight. What an awesome fucking turnout and show. We got all the controversies here. This is the juicy part of AEW news, and we have a Tony Khan cringe. So don't go anywhere. Guys, you can super chat in, you can gift a membership, you can become a member for 99 cents, and that's how you support the goddamn show. Those are my shills, okay? What is chat saying? 70 likes. Yeah, run those up to 100, even if you're hate watching. Guys, fucking Jericho's got something to say about these likes if we don't run these likes up to 100. Cornette got in a feud with, okay, sorry, that went by. Chat's going crazy tonight. She's in the dental ring. Okay, guys, let's get into fucking, we got the juice here. Let me get a hit of this coffee. Let's get amped up. Everybody hydrate now. Okay, so if you guys are holding on to those likes for Jericho, he may be debuting in another Fed before WWE. No. let's get back into shit. Here's the controversy. So just a moment ago, we talked about Eric Bischoff and his take on the overarching declining ratings, attendance, WBD, and viewership and ticket sales and all of these things, right? And so this is what Blake Axe Avignon, who this guy pulls hard, dude. He's a sports business insider and IP expert, CAA. So it's like, again, why are people not mad at this guy like they are Niccolo Piccolo and shit? Because he doesn't go as hard in the paint, and he doesn't like actually represent he doesn't actually represent like WWE talent, right? This guy is just a sports business insider and IP expert. Blake Axe Avignon, he's had some great pulls, but Jedi Goodman, who's like mostly in the MMA sphere. If you guys follow MMA, you likely follow Jedi Goodman. He's always on top of that shit. And he says that Warner Bros. Discovery CEO David Zaslav confirmed sale talks and that sports would no longer play a role at HBO Max. So now we have fucking sickos spurging out and saying, well, AEW wasn't a sport. They didn't consider it a sport. What the fuck are you talking about? We've been told it's a sport. We've been told it's a drama. We've been told why? Because it's just an ugly duckling that nobody fucking wants. Why can't people accept this? It's just this thing that they own a chunk of, and they're like, we're peeling money off the top of whatever deal they make. We pull a little bit off the top. I guarantee when all is said and done, we're going to find that out about AEW. That's always been my theory. Warner Bros. Might own 5% of the company, but they have some deal worked out where they get, no matter what, we just get this off the top, Tone. So you do a pay-per-view, we get a little cut of that too. You do a fucking deal with them, we get a little cut of that. And as long as you do that with the ad revenue, okay, we'll give you 185. And they're probably fucking angry that they gave him that much money. They're probably angry they fucking did it. Notice Dave Meltzer too. People have pointed it out. Someone pointed it out in chat earlier. I wanted to give you credit.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Chat's going crazy tonight. I couldn't find it. But Dave Meltzer isn't saying, and that's not including the Max numbers, because that's about to blow up in his fucking face. That's why he's been spurging out. That's why he's being a little friendlier to WWE as far as like, well, the ratings, because he knows real people are covering this shit now. ESPN and Niccolo Piccolos and Business Insiders and all these motherfuckers are jumping on board now. You're cooked now, Dave. And so this is what this article said. And he says, right on the nose, hashtag I am not certain. He goes, AEW retains genuine cultural currency, but is showing signs of fatigue. Ratings slid throughout 2025. One Dynamite episode dropped to 465K viewers and a 0.09 demo rating, down 25% week over week. Critics cite uneven pacing and creative congestion. What critic says creative congestion? And hopefully they mean that in like a writer's block way where it's like it's congested, like the motherfucker's got writer's block and doesn't know. Because if this is trying to say like Dave Meltzer, there's so many stories. No, that ain't it. It's because there's nothing happening. There's nothing going on. It ain't it. It ain't the bee's knees, man. When the stories hit, they land. And again, how much credit is that to like, yeah, when Cody Rhodes' stories hit, they landed, and they land in WWE and they land in AEW and they landed in Ring of Honor, just like CM Punk's stories landed before he ever got to WWE, and they landed in WWE and they landed in AEW, right? So how much of that is up to the individual? I don't know what other stories you can attribute to Tony Khan that were so fucking good that have happened in this company. When they miss, they drift. So this is it right here, okay? This is the fucking cue your Undertaker gongs right here. Parent company Warner Bros. Discovery remains unstable, open to merger or divestment, and multiple sources have confirmed that WBD's commitment to AEW beyond the current cycle is uncertain. Oh, no. Tone, what did you do? Tone, what did you do? And that's from that article there. Multiple sources have confirmed that WBD's commitment to AEW beyond this current cycle is uncertain. Tone.
This just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
Like, dude, And then what happens? Well, we'll just go on the Pop Network. You know, we tried to save this. I went to bat so hard for AEW, looked foolish doing it, get chalked up as a fucking AEW hater. You know, when I promoted it more than so many fucking people have with their shitty, lousy shows that nobody watches. And it's just such a shame. It's such a shame because where are we going to get? Everybody thought TNA. Jim Cornette would famously say this in shoot interviews. TNA is the last chance we have at a billionaire competing with fucking WWE. We'll never see it again in my lifetime. And then fucking Tony Khan pops up out of nowhere. Holy shit, we're seeing it. Now we have to wait for another one to come up and take this shit fucking seriously and put WWE on their back foot for real when Tony could have did it. And he just fucked it up. It's so sad. It's so miserable. It sucks, but we all saw this coming a mile away. And again, well, AEW will still continue on YouTube and shit. Okay, but you sickos who are going to say that, they're going to be like, oh, they thought AEW was dead. Tony will just spend his money forever on it. Exactly. He's just a money mark to you. You wouldn't really be his friend. Like, you're the type of people where if you knew Tone and he had something in his teeth, you wouldn't fucking tell him. You just let him sit there all day like an asshole with something in his teeth, right? You are those type of people. And you don't like motherfuckers like me and Bischoff and other folks who keep it real and are just like, no, dude, this is going to happen if we don't turn this fucking around. There's still a chance. There's still a glimmer of hope. Instead, you guys just want to watch Moxley drown people in fish bowls in front of 4,000 people on pay-per-view and 1,000 on weekly television. And now WBD is going to go, we're done. Or whatever company buys this shit goes, we're done. Oh, you guys are done. And then, oh, it's still on YouTube though. All right. I hope that the Fed's real shitty, isn't it? You know, like SmackDown's real should be worried right now, shouldn't they? It's fucking crazy to put all of your energy into that instead of as a fan base going, we don't like this thing. Like in WWE, the fans go, we don't like this thing. And then WWE either course corrects or they go, fuck them. They don't see what we're doing yet. We have this vision. And then it either pays off or we all collectively kind of go, this fucking sucks. AEW fans, we all like, there's a bunch of us going, this sucks. And then the fucking sickos go, no, it doesn't. It's all blah, blah, blah. And then meanwhile, in every metric, in every quantifiable, scientifically measurable form of data, it agrees with us. And then we get told we're not actually fans and shit. Like, it's just so fucked up, man. You know, these sickos should be like, no, Tony, you need to do this. Like, encourage him then. Don't be a dick like I am. Sorry, I fucking am charismatic and talk shit and people think it's funny. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, I do a Mickey Mouse voice and you don't fucking like that, but it's the Mickey Mouse fucking Playhouse Club. You know what I mean? It's just Mickey and his friends and they're just making shit up as they go. And everything's great and everything's wonderful and colorful. It's magical. It's super. Like, you know, don't blame me, man. So we move along here and, you know, you get BJ Bethel. This fucking redact pops in and I'm going to fucking, right? Front Office Sports says that TNT Sports parent WBD says sports have not made a notable impact on HBO. The company has used HBO Max to stream, et cetera, et cetera. Here's BJ Bethel. TNT Sports likely has a separate streaming app coming that will be under the Discovery name post-spin. AEW, which they consider a quasi-crossover, is considered How many times are you going to say consider, buddy? One sentence. Considered entertainment under the WBD umbrella and is HBO Max. Why are you simping for AEW, though? What does that do for you? Right? I just wrecked this last SmackDown. I'm wrecking this right now. Why can't you just like be honest about it, BJ? What the fuck is going on, dude? This is like the biggest clown shoes. Didn't even have to be either. And so now, like, what? So now AEW, which they consider a quasi crossover, is considered entertainment. Oh, so it's sports entertainment. So the thing you guys don't like. So it's entertainment now. Okay. And if If it was an entertainment show and 500,000 were watching on Max, so they wouldn't top 10 it then? So it wouldn't get top 10 if 500,000 watched live, like you guys claim, in a simulcast? Over 1 million, so that wouldn't top 10 for them? The fucking lowest streaming service, like, bro.
Are you sure about that?
I do your job better than you. I don't even know what your job is. You know what I'm saying? Like, go fuck yourselves. Just figure this shit out, man. So again, like Dave Meltzer, and we'll cover this more in depth during Double DMW. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, live Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. But ladies and gentlemen, flutes in the chat, because this is a Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week right here. Not a bass Meltzer. I don't know why that was the one I had, but you know, Dave, he just comes out with these series of, it's common sense. Streaming viewership skews much younger than television. Max confirmed AEW is one of the top sports on the station. That was in May. He said that back in May. You're a fucking liar. Max has already stated AEW gets among, this is in February, stated AEW gets among the biggest numbers in sports. None of this. Liar! What Dave's alluding to, they confirmed it. No, you are just taking BJ Bethel at his word. BJ Bethel's a fucking liar.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
And I don't see any flutes in the chat. So again, Dave, we're going to like roast him and toast this guy. We're going to cook him on fucking Thursday for this. But again, it's like, Dave, now you're just right back to shilling. And this was in February, dude. He's talking all this shit. And so Switchblade says it's actually true that AEW was moved out of sports in 2021. So there you go. Switchblade comes with the fact checks. He doesn't give a fuck about these little wrestling wars. He doesn't care. So they were moved out of sports in 2021. Okay. So when Dave, though, in 2025 is saying, Max already stated AEW gets among the biggest numbers in sports. So if Dave studied and learned and actually knew this, he would fucking know that this would be an irrelevant talking point, because first off, they weren't the top in sports in 2021, or else they wouldn't have been moved out of sports, you stupid fucking idiot. But then also, Dave, you need to study and learn.
Baby, learn Meltzer Inferno.
This is a double whammy, because in 2025, this wouldn't be a talking point if you knew what Switchblade knew right here, bud. So Switchblade felt some more and says, but since Max, it's been lumped into a sports on Max. So still sports. So there you go. Dave knows the latter, but is trying to walk it back because Zaslav's comments yesterday go against the bogus 300 to 500K numbers he was pushing for months. Exactly. It's just, it's not doing well. And so, speaking of not doing well, TNT Sports, we have this. The company has used HBO Max to stream its sports portfolio. WBD CEO says the service is strong in other areas than being dependent on rental sports. Pay-per-view. I don't know. Maybe their pay-per-view does good enough, but Heel Uzi posted this here, and this is courtesy of Screen Time. Universal Comcast is putting together a bid to buy Warner Bros. So now NBC's getting in the mix, dude. So NBCU has hired Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley to evaluate an offer. Would only buy studio and streaming businesses. Access to Warner Bros. Financials has been given. God damn. So, like, what people have to remember is that all of these companies, WWE, and this is what Niccolo Piccolo tried to point out in that thread, which I just don't know if everybody's extrapolating, which I tried to cover as best as I could. Nick would fucking correct me if I fucked up the explanation. So I think I did pretty good. He took excerpts of it and like put fucking ether behind it or whatever. He put like Kendrick Lamar behind me talking and fucking roasting Dave and putting over some of my fucking breakdowns of his shit. So shout out Nick for that. But either way, WWE has its fingerprints in all of these NBC, Disney, and Netflix. So whoever buys it, it's a backdoor WWE's going to fucking Falcon punch AEW the fuck off of television. You know, that's sort of what Nick was laying out there. Right. And again, I would like hire him up. Bischoff's been saying the same thing as me too. Hey, Conrad fucking followed.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Okay, so maybe they're listening. Who fucking knows? But Bischoff said the same thing I've been saying. Like, why wouldn't you look to these guys or like try and get like a Niccolo Piccolo on your team instead of like a BJ Bethel? You're calling Dave Meltzer. Fucking pick up the phone and call Nick and pick his brain. Like, he's just tweeting out all this free game for you to prepare an exit strategy like Bischoff's saying you should do. Where's your plan B? You're not even thinking about that. You're thinking about fucking cups, dude. Thinking about how many cups you can stack up. Well, they call me triple cups, so now I'm just only going to do 2 cups. I swear, dude. So speaking of fucking just lack of creativity and everything being a fucking mess in AEW, we covered this video. We watched it on PWT. Tone announces the creation of the new AEW National Championship, bruv. And then how do they determine the winner? A casino gauntlet. Now, for all 360 plus watching across X and YouTube, hit like, subscribe, become a member for 99 cents, get access to my bonus shows. The casino gauntlet is a fucking stupid match. It's fun, it's exciting, but in kayfabe and IRL, the stipulation makes no fucking sense. And I've broken this down a number of times. But it especially makes no sense because it's like, so you're just having a casino gauntlet. Like, there's no pecking order in AEW. You can't tell who's the number one contender ever unless they go, here's a number one contender match. But then they insert people in it who haven't gotten a win all year. So you're like, well, how the fuck are they in a number one contender match? It's just terrible creative. It fucking sucks. It stinks. This is a clown show. The casino gauntlet makes no sense because we're supposed to believe that the first 2 guys could pin each other, but you got 20 guys waiting back there to potentially get in this match. And if the first 2 guys pin each other, you don't even get a chance to win it. So then why would we care about announcements of who's in the match? The first 2 guys could just end it. Unless Tony Khan does that, where the first 2 guys end it, and then we all go, oh, fuck, but then the fans will boo him. So just make the match elimination style, Tone, or make it so that the match doesn't start until everyone's entered the ring, because in the casino gauntlet, nobody ever ends up getting pinned until everyone's in the ring. For fuck's sakes. So, Full Gear, there will be the first national champion. So this is just the worst idea ever because of the reason I just pointed out, but also because of the NWA, which we'll get to in a second, but someone else breaks this shit down. Break it down. And I also broke this down a little bit on the last show, but somebody put out a tweet saying, I know I have it here. So this guy here, the Ronnie brand, Ronnie, shout this guy out. He says they had an all-Atlantic title that was to be defended outside the U.S. and had a Japanese flag on it. Exactly. Japan's on the Pacific. They changed it to the international title to fix that error and stopped the rule they had of defending it elsewhere. MJF wins it and proclaims it's the American title just because he's American. It's later unified with the Continental Championship, and again, international / continental title. Like, what the fuck's the difference, bro? So it becomes the unified title. Fucking worst title, name, and concept ever. Now Tone wants to bring back the rules he first had in place for the All-Atlantic title, for a new title that's called the national title. Even though it's national specific to a region, it should be international. No, bro, beyond that. But he's already unified that belt. And not to mention, bro, he's like, New Japan guys can challenge for our national title. So national meaning like the nation, right? It's like a U.S. heavyweight title. Or am I wrong in my interpretation? Tone is sitting there like, no, it means like any nation or okay, it's the international title then. I don't know what the fuck is going on here in this fucking company. It's so Bush League and confusing and stupid. It's a clusterfuck. And he's just breaking out the national title. Now, some people have conspiracy theorized, okay, that this is to get back at NWA for the Shockwave thing. We talked about that earlier. Now, again, I think that was an internet mark thing. I don't think people were actually planning to doing a show called Shockwave. I think AEW was likely talking to Fox and shit, but who knows if the Shockwave thing was real or not. So I just think if that was the case, they would have just made another show with a different name, and then they would have yapped up the national title earlier than that. It just seems like that was a couple years ago. I don't know if that would, if that's the reason to do with NWA, but they jacked the national title, and some NWA wrestlers got fucking pissed about it, including Brian Idol. Okay. So Brian Idol makes this post here about Austin Idol, and he says Austin Idol's the first ever national champion and basically the creator of it all. And he is still active in the NWA today, which he is. Okay. And then some other wrestlers. So here, Mike Mondo, who, like, dude, he's jacked up, daddy. He was in the Spirit Squad. Do you guys remember Mike Mondo? I think he trained OVW. Right. And he goes, let me be clear. There's only one NWA and there's only one prestigious national championship that holds legit lineage and has for decades. So to Tony Khan or anyone else confused, here's the legit title with the company it belongs to and the legit national champion. My name is Mike Mondo. Now, I appreciate them standing up because it's getting hype on NWA. People are talking about NWA. And Tony is just a fucking hack. He parades Tony Schiavone out there and goes, see, look at our national title now, adding another belt. So hacky. They have this belt. You already have multiple, like, continental, international, Atlantic. Who gives a fuck, Tony? Make one of your other belts matter before introducing more, right? And then Schiavone's out there like a hostage video. Yeah, when I worked in the territories. And meanwhile, it's like, what the fuck? You have Dave Meltzer shitting on Billy Corgan. Oh, well, it's Corgan. I mean, that's a joke. And then you're calling him on the phone. We know you guys are just trashing Billy Corgan and shit. I'm glad these NWA wrestlers are getting more hype on them. I might check out some of these fucking shows. They got the Tonga Twins, for Christ's sakes. Your boy Phil loves the Tonga Twins. And so It is like, okay, imagine AEW starts a TV title, then another Fed goes, oh, there's the TV title. But it's the fact Tone made that video with Tony Schiavone talking about the history of the national title and then saying we're creating a national title. You can't fucking do that, bro. The NWA guys are like, no, you mean this belt we have over here? Fuck you, dude. You're garbage. And you're unoriginal. Your belts don't mean shit. And we're trying to build something over here. Now you're just trying to scoop up our shit. Fuck you. And I don't blame them for being mad. And it gets more hype on their shit. And it's wrestlers calling out Tony Khan and AEW and shit, which is good. More and more of that is happening. There's a reason for that. There's a fucking reason for that, guys. What's like, hey, sickos, what's more likely? That it's a shit show and a bunch of workers are working the money mark? Or is it likely that, no, it's just everyone's just hating. Everyone is just making up in our heads he's a clown because the Fed. Yeah, the NWA guys really hate Tony Khan because they pitched to be a fucking WWE ID and WWE doesn't want that. And so, yeah, they really are just sticking up for the Fed, man. They're all shills for the Fed. Like, what's the excuse, man? It's just goofy. Okay? It's that fucking simple. And it's unoriginal bullshit. And Tony Khan's just trying to jack wrestling heritage and buy his way into the history books. And I've said this too, and people got mad at me on Twitter. They're like, oh, it's just wrestling. It's like, man, no, fuck you. How many sicko reports from what is it called? I think it's called Voices of Wrestling or whatever. Sorry if I'm calling out the wrong publication. It's just all these sickos, Bix and Span, and all these fucking weirdos writing all of this crazy shit all the time about the Fed. I just put out a tweet saying, dude, Tony Khan fucking has bought his history. Like, bro, he approaches dead wrestlers' wives so they can come on TV and go, well, my husband would have loved this. And he fucking is signing up kids like the Rizzler and this fucking Brody Lee's kid, which is like kind of taking advantage of a fucking kid, bro. You signed him for when he's 18 or whatever. And then you're just hijacking and this is what I mean. Tony's scraping the bottom of the barrel. He's going back to NWA, stealing from NWA now. He stole from TNA. He stole from WCW. He stole from ECW. He stole from WWE. He stole from All Japan and New Japan. He's out of shit to steal from. So now he's just stealing from NWA. What the fuck, dude? It's just like, come on. Like, I don't know what to tell you other than this guy's fucking creatively bankrupt and doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's just spiraling, introducing more belts, man. And so, you know, some NWA wrestlers, they fucking went off on him. So Brian Idol claims AEW's national championship is retaliation after NWA lawsuit fallout. So with the Shockwave thing, okay, this is what people were talking about, that there is a lawsuit, I guess. And remember when Tony Khan was yelling about, ask them, it happened in court. The Friday Night Wars in court. Rampage beat SmackDown or whatever the fuck. So Brian Idol's claiming here that this is the lamest thing in the history of wrestling. He was speaking to Ringside News directly. He said AEW and Tony Khan are trying to use the NWA National Championship as one of their belts and pretending as if we don't currently have the originator and original champion Austin Idol and the current champion Mike Mondo on the active roster. The use of the word Shockwave in programming as a name of a program was originally owned rights by NWA. That's why it never came out for AEW when they announced that it would, because they got hit with a lawsuit, Idol explained. So I guess Billy Corgan hit them with a fucking lawsuit when the rumors came out about Shockwave. Now, we talked about this earlier in the show. We deliberated. Myself and chat, we were like, hey, did Swerve say the word Shockwave? Like, Swerve talks shit about Fox, so we know that there's talks there. But, like, did the marks make up Shockwave? Hey, there's some proof that maybe that was actually fucking what it was going to be called or whatever. Then why didn't another show materialize that was just called like Lightning Strike or whatever, right? Full Force, AEW Full Force. I'm jumping Jeff Farmer and I'm going Full Force. Why didn't like that become a show then? Is my only, but clearly Idol knows if Billy Corgan threw a lawsuit their way, like you aren't going to do that. And Dave Meltzer, we heard the other day being like fucking, oh, Billy Corgan, that's a fucking joke. Who cares? NWA, that's like, who gives a shit?
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
So just sticking up for Tony Khan, his son, dude, like that's what's crazy. And we're starting to puzzle piece this all together. And there's a beef there with NWA. And also, remember when Tony Khan brought in the NWA title in that early on in AEW, poached Thunder Rosa and Eddie Kingston and all the guys that were cool over there, and then fucking, well, a handful of them, Ricky Saints, right? He poached all them from NWA, threw them to the curb. He abused, took advantage of so many people. Tony Khan doesn't give a fuck about the future of pro wrestling. They just got rid of their only training ring that they had. He doesn't give a fuck about any of that. He just gives wrestlers lots of money. That's not good for the wrestling business. I don't care what anybody says. Just giving people lots of money. Yeah, that's always been good for society, right? Fuck you. No. Like, he doesn't care. He brings people's widows on and shit. Why? You think he's not paying them? He was paying Rita Chatterton. He's fucking paying these Luthez's wife widow to come and be like, oh, you'd love this. Sure, why not? Fucking loves people giving me money because he loved me and he wants me to be taken care of. He'd fucking allow me to say he would have loved this for me to get money from this fucking money mark. That's what he loved, was working marks. That's what Luthez loved more than anything. Trust me. And his wife knows that. Okay. So again, man, he says this is retaliation for AEW already currently losing a lawsuit to NWA over the use of intellectual property. So now Brian Idol's like, dude, no, they're losing this lawsuit currently over the use of our intellectual property. But here's the thing. They didn't fucking use it for anything. That's why, is Brian actually on point? I'd love to know. And shout out Brian Idol. So now they are trying to stir the pot by having Tony Khan's Richie Rich announce this tonight. Khan, it's bad enough you were clearly a money mark who bought his way into the business, but even worse that you would blatantly try to steal the legacy of another existing company because you perceive it to be something you can buy your way out of in court. Pathetic. Tony, this is beneath you. Stick to what made you famous. Small, weird hands in the pocket wrestlers and other local VFW guys that you put in main events. Stop being petty, bro. Austin Idol is the first ever national champion, is basically the creator. He's still active, so putting that over. So damn, dude, like, are they getting sued for like pitching Shockwave to networks and shit? Like, was that not allowed? I just really don't know what was allowed and what wasn't. You know, it's curious. So yeah, shout out Brian Idol for that. And so he's accused of hijacking NWA Legacy after AEW National Championship reveal. He's hijacking Legacy, and this is why it was like that. Look at this schmarmy fucking prick, 1 cup tone, because he knows about 3 cups. But here's the thing. He was hijacking the history by having Tony Schiavone talk about it like it happened in AEW, or like talk about, well, my time there, who cares? You're a fucking lowly ring announcer, or commentator rather. So Brian Idol slams AEW over ratings collapse, 400 million and no real crowd. So fucking true. He just smashed him to oblivion. And then Brian Idol was like, we're now at the point where 2 televised wrestling promotions have resorted to using the NWA for relevance in the same week. Could it be that, as usual, we are winning way more than anyone gives us credit for? We are only getting started. The NWA has so much more to show you. I'm pulling for the little guys, man. I'm fucking pulling for the little guys. And so Joey Janela gets caught up in this shit, right? Because Brian Idol was taking shots at everyone. He's like, imagine spending $400 million a year on wrestling and you can't even get a real crowd or TV audience to watch. It's so pathetic. It's disgusting. WWE probably dies laughing every night looking at what those costs are. And shout out Billy Corgan. He's probably laughing at this too. And I'm telling you, Tony Khan's little weaselly shit has garnered him bad karma. This is why, like, all of a sudden, this like viral pedo catcher video, they're the guys watching Dynamite, or like this guy with people chained up, he's just wearing an AEW sweater in a picture with Tony Khan. There's a reason that, like, because it's bad karma, it's bad juju, all this bad wrestling, listening to these people taking advantage of you, Tone. They're bad juju's like worn off on you, and then now it's fucking spreading and shit, you know? I'm telling you, dude. And so this is Joey Janela firing back at Brian Idol here for talking shit about him, which in fairness, Janela's not even there in AEW, hasn't been for a while, but Brian Idol's like, Marco Stunt, small. What? Orange Cassidy, weird hands in pockets wrestler style. What? Janela Gage, local VFW heroes who were given main event glory. What? That's AEW's legacy. Hope that clears it up. They weren't given main event glory, but Janela's like, Brian, we've been cool, I thought, for a long while. Never any issues with you. I haven't wrestled for AEW for 4 years. I don't know why you're dragging my name into this, trying to trash me, you crybaby meltdown on Tony Khan. And then he says, NWA's tried to book me on many different occasions, including a main event versus Cardona, but I declined every time because I think it's an extremely lame product that no one watches. Sorry, I guess I didn't want the main event glory there. I don't know, bro. Is Janela drawing still? I just don't know. Like, 2 guys. Listen, NWA, I mean, Joey's just sticking up for himself. I'm okay with that. NWA is just sticking up for themselves. I'm okay with that. 2 dudes exchanging words, whatever. But it's like, don't start pulling the nobody's watching card on each other, okay? Because I mean, we could just chalk that up to across the board. I bet your guys' numbers are all, I bet NWA's numbers, we could find ways they compare to AEW's in way more ways than not at this current state, or whatever Indie Joey's doing, right? I'm sure NWA is comparable to that shit. So, oh man. So, So Tony Khan, man, it's just such a bullshit, crazy company that nobody respects or takes seriously. And why? Because he doesn't take it seriously. He doesn't take the future of pro wrestling seriously. He doesn't take the history of pro wrestling seriously. He's trying to hijack and create his own history, just like Dave's doing. Dave tried to hijack the history books of pro wrestling. That's what he did for 50 fucking years. The internet caught up to him. Now he's a fucking joke. He would have been earlier if people had the fucking internet. I maintain that. And so, Tony Khan, it's a fucking clown show. It's a clown show there. And you sign real people that could really get the company over. You don't do shit with it. You fucking bury them. People get over on their own. You bury them. You've become a fucking laughing stock. You've made AEW a laughing stock. And in more drama / laughing stockness, I guess, in more LOL AEW news, this story dropped last night that according to PWI, Nixon Newell and Miranda Alizé refused to lose in their second appearance for AEW. Now, how cornball is it for Drain Bamager and these fucking dirt sheets? Oh, they refuse to lose. Again, it's like Game Changer. It's just one of these cringy ass AEW fucking buzzwords that they label everyone with who doesn't fucking, it's like a cult. Oh, they're blasphemous. It's literally like a cult. Someone leaves the cult or speaks out against it. Oh, they're just They refused the Lord. They refused the Christ, or whatever it is, right? They refuse to accept Charles Manson as our Lord and Savior, right? Like whatever it is, it's just like they refuse to lose, whatever the fucking buzzword is. So this actually semi gets debunked. Because again, it's what I pointed out with Miro. It's how Dave Meltzer owned his own self, and that's why I smashed your leg out of your leg, Brett. And that's why Dave owned his own owning when he owned it, Brett. And that's why I smashed your leg out of your leg. Right?
Smashed your knee to obliterate.
Dave owned himself because he was like, oh, Rusev refuses or lost more times in WWE than he did in AEW. And it's like, bro, you're the one saying he refused to lose. So that's not an own. It's not like, oh, WWE's beating him. It's because people need stories when they're actually about it. If shit's not a joke, there's stories, there's a reason, there's an outcome, there's a fucking, okay, we'll put them over. What comes after, though? That's always got to be, Tony doesn't know. Oh, we're just going to book you. Now, listen to the shit that comes out about this. So initially, the report is just trashing them. Of course. And I don't know if PWI goes on in the same, but the excerpt that Drain Maker and all these redacts fucking ran with is just burying them. Of course. So Nixon Newell and Miranda Alizé refused to lose in their second appearance for AEW. The duo were scheduled to put over Ty Mello and Anna Jay earlier tonight on Collision, but balked at the booking because they had already lost in their official debut last week. They left the taping about an hour before bell time and were replaced by Hyan and Maya World. It's said that AEW was appreciative of Maya Hyan stepping up and that each gained points internally. That won't get you far. It doesn't matter. Or maybe it will. Tony Khan will just keep you hired forever. But it's like, this is what I mean. Your roster's so bloated. How the fuck? Like, obviously you have wrestlers there. Neither Nixon nor Alizé were believed to be under AEW contract at this juncture. They're fucking not, PWI. You know this. You know this. When you get the graphic, you're technically under contract. Until then, you're fucking just getting paid per appearance or whatever the fuck, and they control you, and that's why it's not really making money. A lot of these wrestlers aren't really making money either in AEW. It's fucked. They've set up like an elitist class system for themselves within the company as well, as far as people get paid. So that's the original story. It just buries them pretty much. So Fightful follows up. And they go, it was stated that Nixon Newell and Miranda Alizé didn't expect to win their match on Collision. So see, they didn't expect to win. It's not about winning. This is what it's about. Listen, they wanted more than the budgeted 3 minutes. So not only did they lose their debut, Tegan Knox, who you could get some WWE fans to go, oh, Tegan's over there. But instead, they're just like, oh, Fed wrestlers, whatever. So they beat them in their debut. And then they're supposed to face Ty Mello. And then Ty Mello's supposed to go over them in 3 minutes, Tony. What the fuck? Or I don't know who they're wrestling, whatever, but they're supposed to fucking lose in 3 minutes. So they're like, well, we just want more than 3 minutes. Now, I'm going to say this. I think they are in the wrong for walking out. Now, if this was like, if they showed up to work, they're working per appearance, Tony Khan didn't even pay them for the appearance and they just dipped out, okay, then don't pay them. Don't pay them then. That is kind of fucked up if they were advertised for TV. It's like, there's got to be a sense of, like professionalism there. At the same time, though, how many people need to go into that locker room, get fucking slapped with the realization of like, whoa, there's no one to even talk to about this. Tony Khan just is Vince McMahoning you. This place is fucked up, man. This place this is rant. And let me tell you guys this too. People are going to say, what, Tegan Knox is unprofessional after she worked? Hey, what about the boys? Oh, they just no-showed work. Nope. Didn't go down that way. Sorry. Didn't go down that way. They didn't just no-show work. That's fucking dumb. They've never done that ever. All of a sudden, it just happened. No, there's miscommunication. And with Tegan and Alizé, what are you going to say? Tegan Knox she just walks out of companies. Where Tegan Knox, she's a known troublemaker like CM Punk. She is. Nope. It's because like there's probably a big part of it is there's probably no communication. If I had to guess, there was probably wonky communication the whole time they've been there. Last minute, come to this TV. Then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, go cut an angle on Ty J. And then you show up to Collision the next week, and then they're like, oh yeah, you guys get 3 minutes. And Tegan and Alizé are like, or pardon me, Nixon. I'll use her not slave name. Nixon is like, what the fuck? We cut an angle for this on last week's show to lose in 3 minutes? Like, do you not care? Like, bro, women's wrestling's hot right now. I thought you're trying to bring, you know what I mean? You have a tag division. We're going to go do 3 minutes. Like, what is it? Tony doesn't get that, and none of these people understand that, and they don't understand how bad the communication is back there. Devon just talked about it too. I show up at 11 a.m. This prick can't meet me till 3 a.m. That's terrible communication. Yeah, people with perfect track records are now all of a sudden no-showing and leaving and shit. Oh, yeah, that's for sure, because they're just like, not showing up for work and fucking not like it's so insane the way, to me, it is all chalked up to terrible leadership. You don't pull this shit in WWE. Why? You fucking can't. And there's communication. There's no bullshit. And if there is some bullshit, they work it the fuck out. And especially since Vince has been gone, it's been that way. Maybe while Vince was there, a lot of bullshit. And I'm sure there's bullshit in different ways. But it's just not like where you're supposed to be, when you're supposed to be there. You have an idea of when you're going to be on TV. When Vince had it like this, where he was just pulling shit out of his ass and changing TV last second, we all shit on it. So when AEW is doing the same thing, we have to shit on that, guys. And we can't start blaming wrestlers now. Well, we can. Sure, if you want. I'll tell you this. I would never work with them again if they walked out on my company. I would never fucking work with them again. Even if it was my bad communication and all this shit. But then also humbling moment, because let's face it, like now this is like a blemish on Nixon Newell and Alizé. Like they just walked the fuck out. That's like a blemish now. Some companies, Tony might go, don't book them. They'll just walk out on you, right? Will Ospreay might take that personally. How dare they, bruv? Let me tell Rev Pro don't book them and shit now. Like that's why they should have just went and lost the 3-minute match. I know it fucking sucks, but that's where you just grit your teeth. You do the JOB. Like, don't You don't bury shit. You don't pull an Austin Aries, but you just get the fuck out of there. Just roll out the powder and fucking leave as soon as you get covered. Like still sell, but just do the job. Like they are like ultimately what it boils down to is it was unprofessional and they are in the wrong for doing that. But when you're seeing people with no track record of fucking up in AEW, quote unquote, or they're just like, this is such trash bullshit, I'm getting the fuck out of here. You cannot blame people because we all have heard the stories and we all know what goes on there. When a guy like Punk shows up and they can go, he's a cancer. Why? Because he's had problems elsewhere, but he goes to this company, tries to be the company ass kiss that he's doing. No, if I love Punk. I love my fellow Phils, but he's fucking my fellow Phil, rather. I'm sure there's some asshole Phils out there. But the company man thing he's doing for WWE, that's what he was trying to do in AEW. You all hate what he's doing in WWE. That's what he was doing in AEW. That's what he was doing by putting over Jungle Jack. If you hate Jungle Jack, there's a problem with you. He's saying all this dumb shit that he didn't mean because he was trying to fucking be the company man for AEW. Here's our chance to take it to the Fed. He lost his mind there. He looked around. He realized, holy fuck, I'm going to smack a bitch. And he fucking did. Smack some motherfuckers. Yeah, because that's Punk. We know he's kind of an asshole, but we're seeing people like Nixon Newell like walking out of shows. What the fuck? That's how bad this place is, man. You have Devon challenging wrestlers to all cold cock that young fella, right? Like, Devon, don't fight nobody, but you got a hip replacement. Chill, just call them out. But you're not fucking fighting anybody, right? So, to me, it's just yeah. Like I just think they fucked themselves, but at the same time, I like don't blame them in a way. Like it's got to be so shitty being back there, and just like getting no communication and all this stuff, right? So, Miranda Alizé says we have so much to say, right? And Nixon Newell and Miranda Alizé pound drinks after walking out of AEW Collision. They were pounding them drinks, dude. And Nixon Newell teased that she's going to do a Twitch stream tonight. I think it was tonight. And she was going to address the AEW walkout drama. Now, here's the thing. She's going to, here's a conspiracy theory. Let me throw this out there. What if they did this shit? Maybe it would get them over with WWE again. If you want to pull like a Russo Barrow and go real conspiratorial, like maybe they were like, okay, we'll just walk the fuck out and we don't need jobs there. We'll do what? Work on the indies? Like I think Tegan was kind of struggling to get booked. So maybe this was like, we'll get in good favor with WWE if you want to go conspiratorial sicko, because now she's going to get a bunch of people watching her fucking Twitch stream. Yeah. But maybe not. Maybe that's just conspiratorial. I'm sure there's some sickos. There's a freebie, sickos. So Wrestle Purist put this out, and this is courtesy of Fightful Select. Sources in AEW claim that Megan Bayne and Nixon Newell also had a disagreement last week on how their tag match would go. Nixon Newell denied this when reached out to. So where's this rumor coming from? Why is Megan Bayne again tied up in some weird controversy where they're like, Megan Bayne, remember that thing with Thunder Rosa and the fucking and the chair shot or whatever the fuck? Like that was terrible. So why is Megan Bayne keep getting her name thrown out, wrapped up in shit? Do they think like she'll just actually beat these bitches up or something? I have no clue like why her name keeps getting muddied up, but apparently Newell denied this. So good. I mean, that's sort of saving, helping Megan Bayne out there by denying that. as well, because it's not like she hasn't been racked up in some controversy before. So it's just a fucking mess. And I mean, sickos can try and shoot the messenger, and they can be angry at everybody who points this bullshit out, and they can fucking cope and seethe all they want. But at the end of the day, it all falls on the cult leader. And this is why they're not willing to admit any of the faults, because it goes on this guy, and he puts on this fake fucking smile, and he's a billionaire's kid, and it's fine. You know, it is what it is, man. Like, do your thing, buy your way into the history books, pretend like everything's okay, you know, while the iceberg is fucking colliding into the Titanic, or the life boats, like the life rafts in this instance, right? But ultimately, Tony Khan needs criticism. He needs to listen to criticism, and he needs the diehard sickos. But they don't care. They like this shit. And if AEW went out of business, they would just go watch move highlights on YouTube. They would not care. They don't actually care about like AEW or the business of it or what pro wrestling's actually about. They've been taught that, you know, wrestling's about guys really hurting each other and shit. And this is why you see everyone. I always say this. Like, even NWA, they're feeling themselves so much. They're talking shit. Like, everyone is feeling a wrestling boom, but Ring of Honor and AEW right now, and Nuge. And there's no coincidence. And it's all because of Tony Khan. So this is a segment within a segment, and it is called The Best Guy. Where the fuck is my drop? The Best Guys, Tony Khan.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
So let's EFAP this video here, guys.
We are live.
And he's got one cup. Now the triple cup song, of course, a smash hit, #1 in the iTunes charts, if you count the max numbers. And Tony Khan's gone down to 2 and singular cups. You guys think he heard that song? You guys think he heard a triple cup tone or what?
And we're just minutes away from AEW Collision. It's a Saturday night. We're on TNT. We're on HBO Max. And tonight, we find out who has the advantages in the blood and guts matches. We're just days from blood and guts. Collision starts minutes from right now.
Collision starts minutes from right now. But guys, notice he's taking your boy Phil Mark's advice too. Like, I said it, dude, he needs to get in, get out, be excitable, plug the couple of things that you're trying to get over on this show, and get the fuck out. Maybe even hire an editor. But when he sits there for 13 minutes and just drones on about, well, the Continental Champion, and then, you know, the All-American, All-Atlantic Champion had a great battle 2 weeks ago against CMLL's Hechicero, and he's here tonight to do battle against... It's just like, bro, who is this for? Like, you're just talking to the sickos who are already going to tune in and watch your shit. They're already going to do that. Like, what the fuck? So this one only 3 minutes long, still a little long, but he's more excitable. 1 cup, not triple cups. And I'll give him bonus points. He is seemingly just getting to the point a lot quicker. Let's play this again from the top.
We are
Look
live.
at the excitement.
And we're just minutes away from AEW Collision. It's a Saturday night. We're on TNT. We're on HBO Max. And tonight, we find out who has the advantages in the blood and guts matches. We're just days from blood and guts. Collision starts minutes from right now. And I have an announcement about tonight's show. We found out that the #1 contenders to the World Tag Team title that's currently held by Brodito are going to be...
Brodito, look at, he's excited.
The FTR. FTR have the title shot at Full Gear. It's locked in. They're the #1 contenders. But FTR, they're competitors. They are regular fixtures here on AEW Collision. They're a huge part of the show. And FTR are going to be taking on an open challenge tonight. FTR are going to be fighting a top tag team who has a lot to prove, a team that's been red hot, a team that picked up the win last week, that's been winning the last few weeks.
He wants to talk about, see, they won last week. They've won like the last few weeks. They win. It's great. Bro, just fucking get to it. We get it. They win. We assume that. Fucking get to it. He was right there, but he wants to go back to his old ways. All good.
Is a group.
We're all creatures of habit.
The Bang Bang Gang. Juice Robinson and Austin Gunn. They're a top tag team. Now they're a top trio with a.
So he sits there and puts over how much of a. They're just an over tag team. Now they're an over trios. You just fucking put them over as a tag team. Why you just switch to trios right away? And not only that, they're a top team. Bro, they just are like getting their wind back under their sails after everyone was gone. The Bang Bang Gang is, one half of the Guns are broken up. Juice just came back. Jay's nowhere to be found. They just added Ace Austin, which that actually rules. I fucking love Ace Austin in the BCGs. But like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Ace Austin and Juice Robinson and Austin Gunn. They're going to fight FTR.
And two guys named Austin in the same group. Ace Austin and Austin Gunn. That's another Austin, not the Austin I just talked about, who's in a tag team. They're in a trios. Austin and Juice. But this is Juice and Austin, not Austin and Juice.
Tonight in a tag team match here on AEW.
Tony! Oh, is this a little live stream we got going on? I think this is great timing. Thank you.
The TNT champion, Kyle Fletcher.
Oh, he's so cringe. It's like Sesame Street, Doug. Fletcher, don't get any on you. You've been doing good. Don't get any on you in this fucking thing. I swear Tone did this one to make the PWT universe happy, and I'm sticking to it. That's the fucking narrative, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to fucking tell you why.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
It's way shorter. He's getting right to the point. He seems more excitable. That sounds like all my critiques. And Kyle Fletcher rules. So he brings Fletcher on this fucking thing. Oh, this was designed for your boy Philly Phil right now.
Forgive me. Did I hear the words open challenge coming out of your mouth?
You did. You did, champ.
Me, the TNT champion, also not in that sentence. I think that's a little bit of a shame, don't you?
Well,
I mean, I am here. Am I not? I'm sporting my lovely AEW tracksuit. I'm ready to go as I always am.
Well, I think it's really great, Kyle. You're a fighting champion.
Of course it's great. Well, I think it's really great. It's great how great you are.
And you proved it when you accepted the challenge of Mark Briscoe.
Of course.
I thought that was a big thing because after your match at Wrestle Dream, I mean, I thought you.
Why don't you look at him and talk to him, bro? This is shit we made fun of in WWE. No, remember like the sickos in AEW in general. The AEW literally made fun of this on their TV show, and all the fans, when people are looking at the monitor, but then they're like looking off screen and they're talking to each other off. Like we would roast that. Everybody roasts that. They do it in AEW. Tony's doing this. This is supposed to be like a real life video. He's looking at the camera. Why the fuck isn't he just looking at Fletcher and talking to him? It's so phony and cheesy and just incredulous.
Took a bit of a shortcut to win the match. You did hit Mark Briscoe in the nuts. And
I think you are grossly taking things out of context.
Well, with this.
Someone in chat just said, you a whole grown man talking like a kid. LMAO, you good, gang. You're retarded, okay?
This next match is a no DQ match, and if Mark
Goofy, yeah, I'm talking like a kid. I just said incredulous. Your turn.
Briscoe does not get the win. He'll have
incredulous
to join the Don Callis family.
You're incredulous, sir. Indubitably.
I am very much looking forward to it. I hope you are as well.
I'm looking forward
to
the
the match. But I am still here, and Full Gear is a full 2 weeks away, Tony.
Oh.
I am here, and I'm ready to go. I do not want to go into that match with any rust whatsoever. So, open.
Fletcher gets it. He's talking to Tone while, like, presenting to the camera. Fucking Tone, dude.
Challenge gets my brain cooking. What do you think about tonight, huh?
You would do a match tonight? We're minutes away from starting.
Hey, I can get my gear on in like 5 minutes stat.
Well, I was just talking about how the Bang Bang Gang have been red hot 2 weeks.
So who tuned into this that wasn't going to watch Collision? Some fucking soccer hooligans? Some like Jacksonville Jaguars, some Jaguars fans tune into this? Oh, what's the owner's kid saying or what? We're just adding this match last minute. Why didn't you do this on the TV show? Why isn't there a segment where he goes in the office and says, dude, you announced this thing earlier on Twitter, on social media. I saw it. I'm the TNT champ. I'll get my, I'll be ready later tonight. And then like later at the top of the hour, Fletcher has a match or whatever. And then you show us this on the show. It's just exclusively for IWC sickos. That's what the show's for at this point. I
In
swear
a
to
row,
God.
we've seen Ace Austin picking up wins. This guy's very impressive. Would you put the TNT Championship on the line against the red-hot Ace Austin tonight?
Let me think. I absolutely would. Thank you very much, Tony Khan.
Wow,
See you guys soon.
that's going to be a great match. That is a fighting champion. You have to give a lot of credit to the proto star Kyle Fletcher. He's a fighting champion, and before Full Gear, 2 weeks from tonight, Kyle Fletcher will put the TNT title on the line against Ace Austin.
That fucking rules.
FTR
That does rule, dude. I like Fletcher. I like Ace Austin.
will take on Juice Robinson and Austin Gunn. We'll have the advantage battle matches. We know Jamie Hayter will fight.
What the fuck, bro? It should have ended when Fletcher left. Oh, I'm just going to keep pitching these other matches. He just waited there till I waved him over for his little segment.
Sky Blue. And if
shit.
necessary, Harley Cameron will fight Tekla. Plus, John Moxley versus Roderick Strong will decide who has the advantage at Blood and Guts. There's so much to look forward to. It all happens tonight on AEW Collision, and it starts just minutes from now. Thanks for watching AEW, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Oh my God, bro! You can't go minutes from now. Thanks, AEW Collision, 8 p.m. Eastern. Bro, you just said it's a few minutes from right fucking now. Holy shit. He always does this. It's like in that video where he's like, and he's done talking. He can just end the video, but then he goes, and thank you, AEW, and thank you, TikTok. And it's like, dude, you just thanked yourself and TikTok. Just fucking end the video.
7 p.m. Central tonight.
Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, which is minutes away, which is what I just said. But it's 8 Eastern, if you can't tell. Minutes away. Holy. And then he points, you good? You good? Remember last time when he's like, give me the countdown. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a segment within the segment called The Best Guys, Tony Khan.
Guys, Tony Khan.
And everyone all together now, Ichi Nissan. For AEW News. Amazing. Okay, guys, let's we have another segment here. How long have we been going? God damn, over 4 hours. This show fucking flew by. What a fun ass time. Okay, so here we have an update from Nixon Newell, actually, we're gonna get into. Exactly. I predicted it, and I was absolutely 100% correct in my assessment, at least from their side of things. I fucking knew it. So here, this is a little sidebar AEW news. So let's go over here. So Nixon Newell and Miranda Alizé were backstage at Wednesday's Dynamite. They asked if they had anything for them, and they were told no. So again, this happened with the boys as well. With the boys, everybody's like, they no-showed work. No, just read the text. They put them all out there. What happened was they kept asking, what is, are you going to need us? Are you going to need us? Are you going to need us? At the last minute, they were told, okay, we need you. Here's your flights. And then out of nowhere, the flights are from Nashville. They're like, we never have flown from Nashville ever. Right? And then people got pissed at them. And then they said, oh, we'll change your flights. And then they didn't send the new flights. So how is that them no-showing? It's just poor communication. So Newell and Alizé were backstage at Dynamite. So this is after their original Collision debut. And they asked if they had anything for them, and they were told no. They turned up on Saturday, but wasn't told anything until after doors open. They were informed of their match and came with some ideas. They came back later and informed them of a 3-minute match. After the promo they cut, they decided 3 minutes wouldn't make anyone look good. They said they really appreciate it, but they called their producer over to tell them they don't think 3 minutes would benefit anyone. Says there was never bad blood, and they spoke to everyone involved. It wasn't an FU, we're leaving. Claims a lot of people were in agreement that 3 mins was not enough. They were then told they were free to go home. So they were told they were free to go home, and then the dirt sheet Spurgs and the fucking sickos jump fucking melt down and shit, lose their minds.
You fucking Mark!
And just lie and say that they walked out and it was fuck you and da-da-da-da, and that AEW, the people backstage were shocked that left. Meanwhile, that's not what happened. They were told they could leave. And then a shitty, fake story gets leaked about them in the fucking dirt sheets. How many fucking times have we seen this happen? How many times does this shit need to happen before people wake the fuck up? It's just ridiculous, man. And people defend this. There's people who defend this shit and get triggered that I make jokes. It's a fucking clown world. So Nixon Newell claims there's no bad blood from her side, confirms they were scheduled for a couple of shows. At the first taping, they were told to film a promo. Next week, their match was changed, and they were told pretty late into the day. They were then told it was not going to be a long match, claims she doesn't know about the rumor of a disagreement, claims it didn't happen at all. So then we get more fake news then about Megan Bain and Nixon had a problem too. You see how people fucking spin this all the time. So now, oh, she had disagreements with other people with fucking Megan Bain, not just this instance where she walked out and shit, or they walked out. And it's like none of that ever happened. Just gets completely fucking blown out of proportion, dude. It's fucked up this keeps happening, man. What do you expect with the good goddamn sickos, though? Okay, let's check in with chat here, guys. Wow, we've gone long today. We got one more segment we're going to do. This has been a long one. I told you guys it'd be an awesome episode because we missed last night. So today's stream has been spectacular. I'm going to check in with chat. How did the poll vote, actually? Let me check that as well. What did you guys vote in the poll as far as was Nixon Newell and them right to walk out of AEW? YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Thanks everybody for being here. We're cruising to 7,300 subs on the main channel, 2,200 subs, I want to say, on the secondary channel. That's where the replay will be. So 59% of you guys said yes, they were right. And then turns out they didn't even walk out. They were told to go home. So that's pretty interesting to say the least. Guys, I know some of you are withholding your likes. And so here's Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Thank you, Jericho. I can't wait to see you back in the Fed. Can't wait to see you back in the Fed there, bud. That'll be a fun one. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, okay, did I close that poll? Excellent. Yeah, so what did you guys say? It was like 59%, yeah. Sometimes it shoots up or down a little bit when you after you close it. Okay, let me check in here. I have a super chat. Lincoln Hawk for 2 says the worst part is being part of Shafir's finisher. What was that promo she cut? You don't know me. You know who I am. It was like Batista. You know what I want. Lincoln, thank you for the support. Okay, so we got those likes up for Jericho. Excellent stuff. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called So BJ Bethel, right? He melts down. We talked about him earlier in the show, but you know, the 4 ex AEW horsemen, I guess, who have taken over WWE. BJ Bethel, you know, he melts down about this photo. He's like, another story to this photo. Cody and Punk walked out. They wanted Jade to go to NXT, drop her fitness sponsorships, and leave her daughter for less money. Ricky was on the scene for years and was picked up in an open challenge. You can make an argument WWE fumbled them worse. How did they fumble any of those people when they're there now with the biggest names they've ever had? Doing record fucking gates and attendances and all this shit. How is that a fumble? Fucking kooky, man. So moving along here, Brian Last gets into a bit of a scrap over these new WWE LJNs. Okay. Not a scrap, I guess. He just trashes them. He says, I don't know why this is in Sickos, by the way. Brian Last says, I bought the new WWE LJNs and got an extra set so my son can play with the kind of figures I played with as a kid. He somehow broke his Logan Paul in a battle with Hulk Hogan, revealing that the figure is seemingly half dildo. Certainly not built to last like they used to be, which is shitty, man. If you're someone who collects toys or heists them, like that one guy we fucking covered on the show. And then Brian Last has a follow-up on yesterday's post about the new WWE LJN Logan Paul figure. It's actually 3 parts. It would be one thing if this was labeled as not a toy, like many collectibles are, but this figure was sold as being for ages 6 and up. Hey, Mattel, what the fuck? So Mattel cutting corners and hopefully not ending any children's lives by accident. Get fucking caught up in a lawsuit, right? We don't need any of that shit. So BJ Bethel blocked me, and I just said, I don't think I've ever interacted with this bum, because I don't think I have, but he blocked me. So there you go. Same like Brian did. Bunch of motherfuckers getting mad, dude. It's because all this AEW shit's about to blow up in everyone's faces. So somebody found this, some beep boop beep activity, right? Anti WWE at Protect Tony Khan is the account or whatever. And then they just put a verbatim tweet out that AIR Gold put out, like word for word. So they either swiped his shit or it's just bots. They get an email. They're all in a group chat. They just copy and paste the same thing. Or like it's the same guy running both accounts. Because it's just fucking sicko activity, dude. And then, yeah, like this guy here says, Juan Carlos says, now that Zoran Mamdani is NYC mayor, NYC is officially AEW territory. The Fed can't claim it as their territory anymore. I'm pretty sure that Mamdani guy is a fan of both WWE and AEW, you know, but it doesn't shock me. That some sickos are taking that as some sort of victory. It's like, okay. But yeah, it's like, dude, here's MSG Raw coming up. 14K tickets sold. Here's the last time AEW was in New York. Not even 1,500 tickets sold. So I just don't necessarily think we should be making claims like that. And so here's Brian Idol destroying Bixen Span, or just putting out there that a story was fake. He got, I don't know, he just got in fights with like a bunch of people, like a bunch of sickos started going at him after he went after AEW, which is fair. Like, I mean, that's his prerogative, but people are like calling him out for other shit. And Bixen Span gets in the mix and is like, off the top of my head, Omega had a very short-lived fake DM screenshot. Brian Idol, Earl Cooter was accused of something where the details. So this is during the speaking out thing, right? Where I guess maybe Brian, I'm assuming it seems to line up date-wise, and I guess Brian Idol was like accused of some shit. I don't know. Bixen Span was standing for Kenny. So he's just arguing with sickos. We covered all this, right? Like, I don't need to go over his anger and wrath towards Tony Khan and shit like that. But that's where it stemmed from. Then, of course, you get the White Knights like Bixen Span and them standing up for defending AEW. Like, why? What is your vested interest in like defending them so hard? It's easy to just call out what's shitty, like I did. We watched the Tony Khan video. I like Ace Austin and Kyle Fletcher. Okay. Tony's a nut. You just call it out, bro. I don't know. And speaking of calling it out, JD, I'm over here now. He's got an opinion. This is what I think of you. That's what I said. That's what I think of you. JD, J Dice Clay. Oh, go. He has some criticisms for AEW. Let's take a listen. And Chi-Town Smark is like, man, I wish I could have a rebuttal to any of that. And it's like, don't, dude. Don't cope for the bad shit. Just call it out when it's bad. Fucking put it over when it's good.
So we come to find out tonight on November 5th that he's now making the AEW internet, or I did what fucking Sockface did. He's making the national championship, which will be
Sockface. That's what I think of you.
Ended on Ring of Honor, New Japan, CMLL, and all other AEW branded partnerships. Wasn't this the same thing that the International Championship was supposed to do? Number one.
Oh.
Number two, he just theoretically made the Okada and Kenny Omega match absolutely fucking useless because he went back on everything that was supposed to be that match to unify those belts, to then ununify them and just create a brand new championship.
Fucking correct.
So what the fuck are we doing here, man? We got another new championship that will mean absolutely nothing in this company because
Sockface, it's mine now.
The existing championships don't mean a fucking thing on television at all. I can't even fucking keep count.
I can't even fucking keep count of it. This fucking hoe.
How many championships are in this company? And what he did, in my honest opinion, he's using this championship as a vehicle to pretend that someone is better off with the championship because he has no fucking idea how to use them creatively. And I honestly think with Ricochet and Bobby Lashley and the Hurt Syndicate, that's probably going to end up in one of those factions because they basically canceled each other out for the last month and a half, 2 months. So he's like, well, none of these groups have gotten over, so let's put the title on one of those guys so that they can pretend to feel important, and my shit booking isn't really all that noticeable.
No, dude, it's noticeable. We notice it.
Bro, this is fucking absolutely terrible. And they got so many problems that they're masking by creating more and more championships. We got Mercedes carrying around 14 titles. We got Okada carrying around 3 championships. We got fucking how many championships in the Don Callis family? Championships that don't matter. Bro, what the fuck?
I love it. I do love it.
What are we doing here?
Well, that's an interesting take.
Let's listen to Chi-Town Smark.
And
this just always felt it. He just loves AEW.
I wish I had a fucking comeback. I don't.
I wish I had a comeback. Why do you wish you had a comeback though? Like, why do you wish you could defend that bullshit? Why? Just be like, dude, it's ass.
Women's Tag Team Championships actively being competed over in a tournament, and he's going to crown the champions at the pay-per-view probably, and he's got this other championship being contested in a gauntlet match, bro. A gauntlet match that we just saw 4 months ago. That should absolutely be a staple for their biggest show of the year, and only at their biggest show of the year. He's abusing the gimmick again because he doesn't know what to fucking do.
How does this new title not take away from the luster of the women's tag team titles? I mean,
I know that's the other thing too. Thank you, Chi-Town Smark. It's like, bro, what? You just introduced new titles. Why the fuck would you introduce another new? Because Tony hates women's wrestling. I'm convinced of it. He doesn't understand how to book women.
Even wait to crown those first. He's already presenting a new one.
Don't you think this takes away from the belt that Okada has? Because that was the Continental and International Championship, which is basically the National Championship.
Oh, I'm over here now.
I actively forgot that Okada is even actually carrying a title. He's not doing.
Bro, Chi-Town Smark, who loves AEW, bro. He's a sicko, and he just said he didn't even know Okada had a fucking belt, dude.
Do anything with it.
Bro, we went from international champion to continental champion to unified champion back to national champion, which is basically the first edition of the international championship.
And I'm going, what the fuck? I'm going, it's my yam bag.
Correct. Correct.
Why?
Yeah. Oh, man.
And then Chi-Town Sparks like, ooh, yeah, I don't know, man. I just watch. They invite me to shows and shit. I ain't trying to get canceled from Hog, brother. Oh, shit. That's a good clip, man. So, speaking of good clips, I don't know, it's a terrible transition, but Carmen Petrovich says, hey, friends, usually I'm really good with responding to my squad and trying to be as engaging as possible. But if I don't respond, please do not reach out to my family or friends through personal phone numbers in order to get in contact with me. It will get you blocked. Yeah, we got to quit. Like, not we. I ain't a part of this fucking sickodom, but you sickos and wackos out there, fucking fans, okay? We as in fans. Stop going to fucking hotels and airports and shit and like running up and touching and fucking getting their phone numbers and stuff. None of these folks like this. This is the difference too. A lot of people blame celebrities. A lot of people go, oh, boo-hoo, you're famous. That's what you wanted. Here's also the problem though. Everything's way more accessible. Like, fucking a lot of celebrities weren't like tweeting, interacting every day, and like that's part of their celebrity. Now you have to be like on social media and shit like that. That was never an aspect of celebrity before. And so everybody's just getting annoyed with internet shit overstepping its boundaries. So yeah, just we get it. She's hot, bro. Like, you know, calm down. She's not going to marry you. You know, if you fucking tie her up or whatever the fuck, like that Liv Morgan stalker, they found rope and shit in his trunk. Like, that's allegedly. That's not going to make them date you. You're a fucking serial killer, bro. Just get some help. I promise you'll feel better. So, you know, Tony Khan yapped up these titles, right? And we talked about that before. And we also talked about Luke Menzies here. This is what I want to talk. Or first, Jake Hager. Here we go. Jake Hager. Okay. He drops not safe for work, brutal responses after brutal tweet targets his career. So he went off on Tony Khan before. Fuck Tony Khan. You guys remember that? So someone tweeted out on this day 15 years ago on SmackDown, the Big Show trashes Jack Swagger's precious trophies, including a Scrabble championship, at Paul White, at Jake Hager. One fan decided to unload some unnecessary physical venom in response. And this guy goes, thank God your in-ring career is done. You had some physical gifts, but perhaps the least charismatic in history after almost 20 years in pro wrestling. And still you look like an untalented rookie with polio out there. Oh, but you got a great hat. Fuck you, middle finger. So probably an AEW fan. And then this guy goes, your mom. And then Jake Hager goes, your mom has a lot of physical gifts. I'm sorry, I don't mean to rouse them. Your mom has a lot of physical gifts when she SMDFTB. Hashtag SMDFTB. SMD suck my dick from the back. Is that what it is? What is SMDFTB? Oh shit, that's what it has to be because they're saying it's an NSFW whatever. SMD from the suck my dick from the bottom. Lick it. Oh shit, dude. What a creepy response, dude. That's all good. I guess he was talking about his mom, so all's fair in love and mom jokes, right? Okay, so moving along, this is the main event here, and I put this in the sicko segment just because I don't know why, right? And it's hard. It's like, is this miscellaneous news? We have Matt Keane arguing with Raj Giri. It's like Raj Giri, pardon me. Usually that winds up in the sicko segment. So basically what happened, and then Raj and Luke Menzies get into it as well, FKA Ridge Holland. So a GoFundMe has been opened to support the family of Luke Menzies, formerly known as Ridge Holland, given the circumstances of his WWE departure. Chelsea Green is donating $1,000 monthly. And it says, help a father of 3 heal without losing everything. Now, I guess his relatives set this up. And I wouldn't dismiss this. I'd read the whole thing. I'd plug the link. I'd put it in the fucking thing. But I'm not doing that because he is telling people not to all of a sudden. Ridge is like mad that people started a GoFundMe for him, right? So basically, we had like Chelsea Green donated, and then like Wrestle Talk and all these shit rags started like commenting and making it. Here's the thing, man. Like every time someone donated who's in wrestling, like, oh, Kyle Fletcher gave 1,000. Nick Jackson gave 1,000. Chris Jericho gave 1,000. Just anyone who gave 1,000, they kept like the news, these like Wrestle Talks and Cultaholics and shit, they're posting like, oh, look, this young buck gave 1,000. And then they're posting all the names. It's like, listen, man, can we let people just humbly be charitable and just keep it moving? Like, I get it. It's good publicity, I guess, for the link itself. But then it just blew up in everyone's face. And I was right in my assessment. It's kind of gross. Just let people fucking donate, right? It's a public thing. They choose to keep their name public or not. I mean, do we need to do it and like keep track and keep points for everybody for this GoFundMe? It just felt gross that the dirt sheets were kind of doing that. And so, they're saying thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Chelsea Green pledges 1,000 monthly. Other wrestlers were given 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. A bunch of people sent money in. And then Luke Menzies had this to say, dude. Ridge Holland, he issued the following statement regarding the GoFundMe page set up to support his family. Right? And he says, thank you for all the incredible support shown through the GoFundMe campaign. However, I want to clarify that I was not aware the page was going live and had no prior discussion with the family member who created it. Okay, you're like, all right, cool. So maybe he's just working a bit. Hey, I had no idea, guys. Thanks so much for all the support. I've since requested that no further donations be accepted, and this change should take effect within the next 24 hours. So now it's like, you what? At first, it was like, Ridge Holland, come on down. And then he's like, fuck you guys. So he goes, what? So again, this is after like multiple posts of him being like, man, this is fucked, like progressively getting angrier, like this is fucked up that WWE ain't taking care of me and shit. And we covered all that on the show, and I've given my take on it a few times. But he's like, man, this is all fucked up. And so people are assuming like, dude, he's worried about paying a mortgage. Like nobody, it's almost Christmas time. Like no one wants to hear that. Like the wrestling community should fund this. I even pitched, I was like, fuck a union. Wrestling should all come together and create like the official museum / like scholarship / social fucking fundraising, public pro wrestling, whatever the fuck foundation, and people can make donations of contributions, set up a museum. I think that'd be so cool if like a billionaire who loved wrestling, Tony Khan, someone like that stepped in and did something like that. But either way, it's like, there's no shame in, he didn't start a GoFundMe. There's no shame in like, I don't know, man, if you're GoFundMeing for like a trip or a fucking TV or something, that's kind of whack. If you're GoFundMeing for like, damn, my mortgage and I just had to get my neck fused and I just got fired out of fucking nowhere. And again, a lot of people would even be like, oh, come on now, Phil, that's not very fair. Why are you white knighting for him? Chat me up about him making 6 fucking figures over the last how many years, right? So, and there's that too. And I even said, dude, when those Brawling Brutes checks were hitting, and I don't know if they were more than the NXT, he said he took a pay cut. So those Brawling Brutes checks must have been hitting more than the NXT ones. Should have been banking those. And again, I'm not trying to tell anyone how to manage their fucking money or pocket watch. It's just a matter of like, that was when he was really over, and that's when, like, as soon as you get on the fucking main roster and you get that bump in pay, that's like that extra cash should just be getting banked away. I don't fucking know. They have like money management. A lot of people are criticizing him. You should learn how to manage your money. I'm not trying to do all that. He's probably a lot smarter with money than I am, or many people are, especially people who watch wrestling, even though they do have the highest IQs. Shout out to ESPN. Was that ESPN fucking? But like, it's like they're, he's in there doing it. He's making the six figures. We're not, you know what I mean? So he can, unless you are, then, I mean, most WWE fans are fucking probably are with these ticket prices. You know what I mean? The ticket prices are through the fucking roof. I'm sure that
poor people don't like
a lot of
AEW.
fucking balling folks buying tickets. But either way, we're not trying to pocket, but it's not like, the point I'm getting at, he didn't even come himself like hat in hand, but he was sort of alluding to like, fuck, this got me out of nowhere and I got a mortgage and 5 kids. Okay, dude, we feel for that. Like everybody can fucking feel for that. And like he was a performer. If you love pro wrestling, you know what these guys go through. I know Big E's neck got broken, but he's risked his neck too, just as much as the next guy. Everybody does in pro wrestling. So Ridge goes, but he cuts off the fucking GoFundMe. And then he says, once we figure out how to move forward and I recoup the amount donated, I will be donating said amount to charity. So it's going to a good cause. He's going to donate that amount to a charity. However, a bunch of people might be like, fuck you. What if I don't support that charity? Or like, and it's like, who doesn't support charity? You guys get what I'm not saying me. We're just talking hypothetically. There could be someone who's like, well, I wasn't given this. The charity was you, bro. Do you need it or not? Because you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to give it to? Like, save the animals or some shit. Hey, man, I was trying to save you or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there could be people. So I don't know if you can just like recoup it and then donate it. Also, I don't know if it just works that way, Ridge. But then he says, I sincerely apologize if the page caused any upset or offense. Bro, your fucking tweets caused upset and offense. And that's why the fucking thing was set up. Now, was he seeing backlash online of people being like, man, this guy made 6 figures the last how many years and he expects fans to donate. Now all the wrestlers are giving him a handout. Was he seeing backlash like that? And so he decided, no, I need to axe this. Okay, that's his personal choice. And again, it makes no difference in my life if he gets it or not. But after all the shit he was saying, like his tweets made it sound like he was going to be fucking in a box at Christmas time snowing, like hat in hand, change, like come Christmas time. That's what he was making it sound like, So again, like it sounded like his fucking mortgage might not have been paid next month or in the next few months is what he made it sound like. And so he says, oh, that was never the intention. Thank you for your understanding and kindness. So again, I think he handled this well. I think if a family member saw his tweets, then set this up for him, I could see him being embarrassed and pissed and like, no, I was going to work this out myself. I was just voicing the truth and I'm not asking for a handout. I never wanted that. Because it's not like the tweets he put out was asking for a handout per se. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just him voicing, like, I might have some fucking troubles here. But it's going to make a lot of people not want to help the next time some shit. Like, so how much of it was just griping? You kind of just slapped everyone in the fucking face a little bit. And so that was unfortunate. But then, Raj Geary had this to say. He gets into it with Luke Menzies here. So let's just go through here. This guy, we got like a sicko tunnel here where Raj is Ericing with Derek Sabato. Let's look. Is this like a ref? Yeah, I'm following him. Producer of Wrestling Observer, president of, Wrestling Observer, social media, of course. So this is the problem too, is like the Wrestling Observer folks all fucking white knighting for Ridge. You guys a year ago would shit on and make fun of this guy. But either way, it's like 6 to 8 months with zero income for family of 5. So what was this guy responding to here? So Raj is like, it to sound like Scrooge, but maybe don't take mortgages you can't afford until you've made it. If you're on a 3-year deal and you're not over, don't spend like you're on a 5-year deal with a bunch of options. I feel for Ridge, but like with any other job, if you're not contributing to the bottom line, then they have no obligation to take care of your lifestyle. Giving it gap beginning. So then Chris Avro says 6 to 8 months with zero income for a family of 5. Dude, there's lots of people going through that who didn't just come off of 6-figure contracts, though. Go virtue signal for them. How many people on the planet do you think are good with that, Raj? Come on. WWE TKO should have extended his deal. No. Here's the problem, though, with a take like this. And it sounds like Scrooge. It sounds cold-blooded, but it's like, no, you can't. Here's the thing, man. You can't expect like, oh, a single, he has no job and he has 5 kids. Well, who told him to have 5 fucking kids? You know what I mean? Like, that's a man's responsibility. And I think Ridge agrees with me, even though he's going to fight with Raj. But Raj made it his business. And Ridge was probably just upset with seeing Raj just talking about it all fucking day, you know? But I think Ridge understands this too, because he didn't ask for the GoFundMe. Someone set it up in his name. And so he's like, oh, I'm returning the money, you know? And so, like, for this guy to be like, WWE TKO should have extended until he was healthy. Well, no, they shouldn't have done anything. You know, that's fucking, if I owned the billions and the $1 trillion company, yeah, I would do it. You might do it too. But you can't be like, they should have done this thing that, like, no. You know, it's not how it works. And it's hard to say that, but it's just like, it doesn't work like that anywhere. Get fired from, you're a guy working 7-Eleven. Let's say you're a teenager. You knock your high school sweetheart up. I don't know, you get fired from work, and then 7-Eleven should have paid that. Doesn't work there either. It should in a hippie kumbaya land, but it just doesn't work that way anywhere. So Rod's like, dude, what are you talking about? His contract expires next week. He was terminated earlier this week. So Derek Sabato says, I think the point is that there probably won't be many people hiring him while he's hurt. That, plus all the sickos shit on Ridge. People hated on Ridge. AEW stands and their ilk, like Dave and Brian, fucking say Ridge is a shitty wrestler and stuff. So yeah, it's like, where's he going to work? TNA? He was just there, essentially. Like, some people are hesitant to try and go TNA because they are connected to WWE in some form or fashion, right? And then Roger says, why? There's plenty of jobs out there that you can do with a foot injury. I mean, again, Raj, I don't know if I agree with that. It's like, still, what wrestling company is going to hire him to, or what is he get? What are you saying? He should go pump gas or something? Like, I don't understand what you're saying there. So he gets hurt while wrestling. WWE decides not to renew his contract. And again, this falls on the wrestlers a little bit. You got to fight for unionization. Because again, yes, WWE is going to do that. He got hurt while wrestling for that company. It's fucked up. But all the wrestlers are okay with being not in a non-union, and they're all okay with being quote unquote independent contractors. And they weigh that risk before they sign there. They know this. They know what they signed. Like, we have to stop treating people like they're all fucking redacts. Ridge knows what he signed. He took the risk, bet on himself, knowing this could happen, right? And that's the thing, man. They're all okay with being independent contractors because of the benefits until it doesn't benefit people. But it's not even Ridge saying any of this. It's people white knighting it for him. Just look at what Ridge says. Okay? He's like, I don't want a handout. I'm all good. I'm going to figure this out on my own. Thank you all. I think Ridge has handled this all well, and I don't blame him, or I do blame him for some of the outrage being on his part based off his tweets, but I don't blame him for like voicing his opinion. Man, I really got fucked over here. Like, that's his experience, man. He's allowed to voice that. It wasn't, man, I got fucked over, give me money. But either way, though, this ref says WWE decides not to renew his contract, which is really the only line of work where you can't file for something because of the independent contractor status. Doesn't that make the case that WWE forced him to change careers? Bro, that is such a fucking leap. That is such a leap to go to. They forced him to make a career change. That's such a leap. It's not like he could never work in wrestling again. He could still get a job in wrestling right now, for all we know. But Raj says, this is the last thing I'm going to tweet about this. I hate sounding cold, but it is what it is. No one is responsible for the line of work you choose except yourself. Boom. Boom. He was going to, and it's just true. He was going to get cut last year. WWE renegotiated his deal for 1 year for NXT. Should WWE have extended his contract for as long as he was injured? Sure. But the end result would have been the same. The guy never got over and spent like he was. And here's the thing, Raj saying he spent like he was. I don't know about that, Raj. That's intense to be like, unless Raj knows something, we don't, but he spent money. He can't afford his mortgage. He spent like he was, maybe, yeah, like if your mortgage is too much, but it's just like, then yes, that would be like living above your means, right? But I just think that's such a fucking, that's like unless you looking at his bank statements, how do you know, he's not like spending it on drugs and like cheeseburgers or whatever, right? So it's like I don't know, and we don't know, like, did the fucking house market go up? His fucking payments could have went up. We don't know what's going on in his life, right? Like, but Ridge finally responds and says, Raj, you need to stop speaking so confidently about a situation you have zero knowledge about. WWE offered me a 3-year deal. I negotiated a 1-year deal. And this is where Ridge fucks up and just completely puts his foot in his mouth. He goes, WWE offered me a 3-year deal. I negotiated a 1-year deal as I didn't want to be tied in for 3 years on 50% on what I've been earning. I was given 4 weeks notice of non-renewal. So instead of so here's the thing. They offered him less money for 3 years. And he said, give me 1 year of what you're still paying me. This is what I'm extrapolating. And because he didn't want to be tied in for no, pardon me. He's saying, give me 1 year on the half of what I'm being paid. You guys get what I'm saying here? I misspoke. So they offered him a 3-year deal at half of what he was making before. He said, just give me 1 year of half of what I'm making instead of 3, because I don't want to be locked in for that. So he doubly bet on himself, guys. He doubled down on himself. And he went, give me 1 year. And if at the end of this year, you guys don't think I'm worth more than that fucking, than the half you're giving me. So he accepted the half. Should have taken it for the 3 years. But again, it's not, he's his own man. You're an independent contractor. Choose your own journey. But for everyone white knighting, listen to this. He could have been locked in for 3 years. Okay? But he chose not to do that. So they're looking at it. Well, his deal's coming up. He didn't want the 3-year. He's not worth more. He's hurt now. We'll just release him. That's fucked up and shitty. But also, it's a series of decisions in life that led him there to this point. And he chose to he did accept the less money, but just not for the 3 years, only the 1 year. So in essence, he kind of fucked himself. Should have locked yourself in for the 3. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, Next year's not always guaranteed. So, I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, again, I don't like, maybe it was his negotiating tactic. It seems like a lot of these guys too, like Cross and people pulling these negotiating tactics. WWE's like, we don't care. We're not playing any of these games. Like, we're done. AEW's nothing inconsequential. We work with TNA. Go there if you want, but we're not playing these like negotiation games. Right? That's how it's coming across to me. But Raj responds and says, so you negotiated going from a 3-year deal to a 1-year deal and now have a GoFundMe. Got it. Oh, man. That is fucking brutal. He fucking stunnered him there, dude. That's a death blow. And so Matt Keane had this to say. And he's arguing with Raj, man. They're just so, Raj says, why? There's plenty of jobs out there that you can do with a foot injury. Now, I sort of gave my opinion on this take as well. I was like, I don't know, Raj. Pardon me. That's kind of, and then Matt Kuhn just goes, dude. And then Ricochet goes, he is just a shitty human. And then Raj goes, dude, I can't remember the last dollar that I made that was dependent on my foot. Dude, Raj, that is for real an ignorant thing to say, dog. Like, yeah, I don't know, Raj. It's I don't know. I think you're just going off now in the wrong direction, right? I would say that, and then Matt Keene goes, I would say that puts you out of step with many Americans. I like that, out of step, but with many Americans, including professional wrestlers like Ridge Holland. See, I call it down the line. I gotta be honest on that take. I think Raj is a little out of touch there. He goes, I've never seen a guy generate so much sympathy over losing 11 days of pay and having made 6 figures for years. And that is true. So again, points to Raj. This is like a back and forth battle. Points to Raj on that last round. That is true. Like, he did go out there. Like, this is all because Ridge was like, man, he progressively got more upset as well, seemingly, and like more I don't want to say desperate, but like he progressively got more like, yo, this is fucked up, and this, like I don't want to trash WWE, but like they fucked me, this is a mess. He drummed it up, and that's where this all stems from. So it's unfortunate he shut down the GoFundMe, I guess. If you donated and you're like, well, I don't want it to go to charity, I mean, that's your prerogative. If you're like, whatever, just it's for you, Ridge, you do what you see fit for you and your family. That's how I would look at it if I already donated. I wouldn't like be mad at Ridge or anything. I just, dude, I gave it to you. It's yours now. You just do what you see fit, and everything's good, That's how I would approach it. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Sicko segment. Guys, we went for 5 hours tonight. What a fucking amazing show. I told you guys I was going to make up for missing yesterday's live stream. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Everybody who checked in. The Member Monday show is tomorrow, 99 cents. Become a member. Get access to Member Monday. It's going to go down during the day. We're going to have fun. We're going to do a little, mix it up a little bit. We're not going to watch Raw. And then also Wednesday on Hughesy's podcast, on his channel, I'm going to be on with Sean Oliver and Shuli, I believe. I don't know if I'm blowing up the spot, but he told me, he announced it on this show when he was on, actually. So I'll be on with Sean Oliver from Click This and various shoot interviews, and Hughes, and I will be on with Shuli as well. Thank you guys for being here. Another eclectic edition. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. I'm your host, Phil Marks. I will. You guys are saying I turned you against Ridge Holland. That's all, folks. Oh my God, pork got chopped. Pulling some pork. You guys are roasting the Steam Pig name. Oh my God, Steam Pig got cooked. You guys don't like Ridge after this, eh? Hey man, I just present the shit and I give my take. I try to be fence it and Phil, give everyone their due. You got to present both arguments and sort of formulate your own take. That's what I think. I try to do my best. Chat's like, nah, dude, he's the sweat hog or whatever. Hey, that's I love you guys. Thank you. Round of applause again. What a fucking amazing show. Love you guys. It's been 5 hours. Until next time. I'll see you guys in the Upside Down. Well, make sure the volume's on for that. Peace. Sicko Sunday sermon.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
That mother effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
What's the point? The California SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We are just securing the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we are just securing the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Time Con. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.